Chapter 2051, Lin Feng is dead. Chapter 2051, Lin Feng is dead. Qin Gong from the Qin dynasty arrived in the Holy Spirit dynasty. He wanted to see Lin Feng. Since there was a new connection between them thanks to the saint, the Holy Spirit dynasty accepted. "What do you want from me, Qin Gong?" asked Lin Feng to the Holy Emperor calmly. "I came for the saint's body. I want you to give us his body back," Qin Gong said coldly. However, Lin Feng merely grunted icily. Qin Gong wasn't furious, but said, "A short time ago, the Snow Clan, the dynasties, and the ancient holy clans wanted to kill you. While the Holy Spirit dynasty protected you, the most important thing is that the Snow Clan sent a saint here for you. I don't want my ancestor's body to end up in the Snow Clan's hands. Qin Shan is our ancestor." When Lin Feng heard him, he was surprised. A saint from the Snow Clan was coming for him? Yan Di was right. "If I give you the body, how can you protect it?" said Lin Feng icily. "I came here secretly. Give me the body and escape from Qi Tian Holy Town. The farther you go, the better. We won't say anything. That way, it would be perfect for both of us," Qin Gong said to Lin Feng. "No need. If the saint comes, we'll see what happens," replied Lin Feng evenly. "Please leave, Holy Emperor Qin." A terrifying strength surrounded Lin Feng, and his blood almost stopped flowing. However, when Qin Gong released that strength, another Qi rolled in from outside of the courtyard and surrounded him. "Watch your words," said a voice dismissively. Qin Gong didn't recall his Qi. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "You want my ancestor to be stolen by the Snow Clan? If you're brave, prevent them from doing so. If you have no balls, then stop talking shit. Do you want me to call your ancestor again and make him slap your face again?" said Lin Feng icily and disdainfully. Qin Gong remained silent and grunted icily, before rising to leave. While leaving, he said, "Hurry and leave, or you won't have any chance to survive." After Qin Gong left, silhouettes flickered. The Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty and Yan Di landed in front of Lin Feng. "I was right, you see? The Snow Clan sent a saint, they're cruel," said Yan Di. "Old buddy, do you have any solution to propose?" asked Lin Feng to Yan Di. "Even though I am an incredibly strong cultivator, a saint is ultimately stronger than me. They can make the world collapse. They have transcended worldliness and attained holiness. I'm powerless when facing a saint," said Yan Di, shaking his head. Lin Feng was mortified and said, "The other day, you didn't tell me that." This bastard, did he want Lin Feng to die? Lin Feng couldn't deal with a saint. Even if he controlled a saint's body, it wouldn't work. Now the saint was sleeping anyway, so Lin Feng couldn't even use his body. "You won't die though," said Yan Di patiently. "And so many people are watching you, you can't really escape. If the Snow Clan saint wants to find you, he'll find you easily." Lin Feng remained silent. What could he do against a saint? Champion University, the Holy Spirit dynasty, everyone he knew, nobody could help him. Everybody looked pensive, including the Holy Spirit Holy Emperor. Lin Feng had shaken up the whole town. He had a saint's body, he had killed a Holy Emperor, he had made all the dynasties and the ancient Holy Clan shut up, and now, after a short time, he was in danger again. It was different this time, however, it was a saint who was looking for him. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan and the Holy Spirit dynasty couldn't protect him anymore. He was doomed, it seemed. Today, the Holy Spirit dynasty was calm. The next day, a bright light appeared in the distance and illuminated the ancient town. The members of the Holy Spirit dynasty were terrified. Many people gathered and moved together. They had to be vigilant. Lin Feng was going to die. He had survived the first battle, but this time, it was different. Many people wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. The Holy Spirit dynasty didn't organize a banquet this time, they just remained silent. People from Chi Tian Holy Town hadn't thought the situation would deteriorate so badly. The Tianxi dynasty, the Great Desert dynasty, the Ancient Jade dynasty and the Qin dynasty joined hands. The Qin dynasty still wanted Lin Feng to die, even though Qin Gong had secretly gone to see Lin Feng. Apart from the dynasties, many other people had gathered, including some groups which weren't from Chi Tian Holy Town. Lin Feng hadn't thought that the Ji clan and the Pei clan would also come. The historical remains had appeared in the Saints' world. Almost all the groups of the Dark Knight region knew about what was going on there and were attracted. The Pei clan and the Ji clan had been paying attention to Lin Feng the whole time, he just hadn't known about it. Snowflakes appeared in the Holy Spirit dynasty. The pressure was terrifying. Some people started panicking as it developed into a blizzard. It was extremely calm, though. Many people had fled to small worlds. When a saint fought, people around could easily be killed. At the same time, some silhouettes flickered and appeared where Lin Feng was. "Since you're all here, just appear," said a loud voice. Everybody in the Holy Spirit dynasty heard the voice. At that moment, the strong cultivators of the dynasty sensed an oppressive energy. It was even more dangerous than the previous time. Those who had failed the previous time weren't going to accept losing a second time. The atmosphere started trembling, and an earthquake started in the Holy Spirit dynasty. Many buildings started collapsing, adding to the terror. Lin Feng raised his head, sensing the invisible and intangible strength. The strong cultivators around him formed a curtain so he was under less pressure. "It's going to be worse than I thought," said the old Taoist priest indifferently. Lin Feng could also sense how terrifying the pressure was. "Last time, they failed and I killed a few great emperors. I even killed the holy emperor of the Tianxi dynasty. Now, they're going crazy. Even without the saint, they are so furious that they could win," Lin Feng mused calmly. Yan Di shook his head. The Holy Spirit dynasty and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan couldn't do much. Strong cultivators appeared all around. Yan Di glanced at those people. He didn't understand. The Snow Clan had sent a saint. Why did they need so many people? And where was the saint? A terrifying sword appeared in the sky, surrounded by millions of arcs of lightning. It instantly crushed the curtain of energies created by all the strong cultivators. Lin Feng sensed the terrifying pressure and was driven to his knees. "Lin Feng, you must die today," stated someone icily. He jumped forwards and some power bombarded Lin Feng's will. "Lin Feng, you're insolent, you dared kill a holy emperor, Chi Tian Holy Town disowns you," shouted a celestial being of the Ancient Jade dynasty. More strength attacked Lin Feng, and he coughed with pain. He was injured now. It was easy for Saint Emperors and Celestial Emperors to injure him. "They want me to use the saint's body. The saint is already here," Lin Feng realized, raising his head. It kept snowing. An old man had appeared high up in the sky, looking aloof and arrogant. He was as white as snow. He was the saint of the Snow Clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2052, Truth. Chapter 2052, Truth. Holy Spirit Dynasty, give up. "Lin Feng is going to die," said the Holy Emperor of the Tianxi dynasty. Lin Feng had killed their previous Holy Emperor. It was a tragedy that had to be avenged. Holy Emperor Ling glanced around, the pressure on him boiling now. A strong cultivator stepped forward and terrifying fissures appeared, as if the sky were about to collapse. A light beam appeared, followed by a destructive hand. Sand exploded all around and turned into a dragon. It looked like the end of the world. Lin Feng couldn't stand up anymore. His bones kept crackling. He had the sensation the world had fallen onto his back. There wasn't going to be a second failure. Bunch of bastards. I can't stand this, said Yen Di. He had cast a deployment spell, but it was already broken. The pressure was so immense that it had destroyed his deployment spell. A silhouette landed in front of Lin Feng. She was wearing a black cloak and looked graceful. She looked much taller at the moment. At her back, a gigantic pitch-black silhouette appeared as she sat down cross-legged. Holy spirits appeared and started rotating about them. Thank you very much, said Lin Feng. That woman looked fragile, but she was protecting him. He felt moved and touched. Even though they had made love, they weren't close. Humph. Up in the sky, people grunted icily. Some strong cultivators continued closing in. The pressure was getting worse and worse. What were the Holy Spirit Dynasty and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan going to do against so many people? Their protective energies kept breaking apart, and she spilled over. Energies kept reaching Lin Feng. If anyone tried to protect Lin Feng, they were going to kill them. Destructive Tao. Lin Feng frowned and saw an old man who was releasing destructive Tao. Lin Feng raised his head. There were many holy spirits around the woman. She reacted instantly. The destructive Tao reached one of her holy spirits and destroyed it. You can come down, they won't kill me, said Lin Feng. But you'll get injured. That would be a catastrophe, the woman answered warmly. Lin Feng didn't understand why she was being so kind to him. If you get injured, it would be worse, Lin Feng replied calmly. I won't. Don't worry, said the woman hoarsely. Lin Feng frowned. This woman was from the Holy Spirit Dynasty. He couldn't know her from someone else, but on the other hand, he had a familiar feeling. She sounded even more familiar than before. Did they know each other from somewhere else? Who are you? Asked Lin Feng. He had doubts for the first time. The woman shivered and replied, I'm Lin Xiongsheng's mother. Lin Feng remained silent. He didn't ask more, especially now that he was facing a huge danger. Cultivators focus on cultivation not because they're obsessives, but also because they want to protect themselves and their families, thought Lin Feng. That was life in the cultivation world. In the sky, the defensive energies of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan and the Holy Spirit Dynasty kept crackling. The members of the Snow Clan had also arrived. They were in the sky above Lin Feng and looking down at him icily. They had to destroy the defenses first, and then they'd oppress Lin Feng. Kill that woman, said an old man of the Snow Clan icily. The pressure became even worse, rumbling in the air and shaking the ground. The woman was being targeted. A snowy sword descended from the sky. A Holy Spirit cultivator blocked it. However, someone also flitted up and attacked by surprise. The woman was startled. All the silhouettes around her condensed and turned into a gigantic sword, as the air kept erupting from the conflict of energies. The Snow Clan saint is not showing up, wondered Yen Di. He was surprised. He hadn't expected the Snow Clan would force the others to surround Lin Feng. At that moment, two people were together up in the sky. They were seated and looked calm. One of them was Snowy White, the saint from the Snow Clan. The other person was Zhu Lao Xian. They were watching the events below, not fighting. At the same time, some crackling sounds spread in the air. Mountains exploded. The strong cultivator of the Snow Clan said, Many people think you're a half-saint. I wouldn't have thought you would have become a real one. But I won't give up today. He obtained the saint. It should be his. You're a saint, how could you fight against a kid? Zhu Lao Xian rebutted calmly. That boy offended the Snow Clan. He must die. And the body will be ours. I can't prevent you from killing him and stealing the saint's body. However, if you kill that boy, be prepared to see some of your young cultivators die too, including people who have king-type bodies, said Zhu Lao Xian, casually drinking some liquor. He was angry though. What had Lin Feng done to the Snow Clan? You're threatening me? Demanded the saint of the Snow Clan. Everything started freezing around them. You just said you were going to kill that little boy. You're threatening me. I'm not threatening you, said Shiju Lao Xian calmly. He didn't look angry, but the air began to thicken around him. Some fissures appeared in the ice around them. They both remained silent. The atmosphere was explosive. The energies were invisible and intangible. The woman protecting Lin Feng kept being attacked. Even if the Holy Spirit Dynasty's strong cultivators did all they could to protect him, they wouldn't be able to hold out for very long. That's enough. When Lin Feng saw the woman get attacked unceasingly, he rose up into the air. 81 dragons appeared in the sky. Everybody looked at Lin Feng, waiting. Someone was going to kill him now. The crowd was startled, because even if some people had come because they wanted Lin Feng to die, the ultimate goal was still to let the Snow Clan kill him. Go down! 2 cultivators descended from the sky and grabbed Lin Feng. He couldn't move anymore. Lin Feng was helpless, surrounded by too many people. Some attacks moved towards the Cyan Dragons, but the Cyan Dragons destroyed them. G Clan. Lin Feng was agonized and furious. The woman suddenly turned into an illusion and rose up to start attacking the Cyan Dragons. She coughed up blood, and her veil fell down, soaked with blood. Lin Feng's heart twitched. How valiant! Let me go! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He wanted to break free from the 2 people. The woman kept attacking the Cyan Dragons. She was doing all she could. She kept coughing blood. Lin Feng felt extremely sad, wondering why she was taking all those risks to protect him. Was it because they had made love? Or was it because of Lin Xiongsheng? Lin Feng knew that all the holy spirits which appeared around her were not actually real bodies, they were illusions. But each time a body was destroyed, she was injured. However, she didn't stop protecting him. She was ready to die for him. Finally, 1 Cyan Dragon was left. Lin Feng was a bit relieved. The 2 cultivators next to him also rose back to their previous positions. The last Cyan Dragon exploded. Those dragons had been released by a Saint Emperor. 1 dragon was enough to kill Lin Feng. She had lost many spirits to destroy them. At that moment, she fell down from the sky softly. Lin Feng's heart kept twitching. He raced over to her and caught her. It was the first time he saw her face, as her veil had fallen off. When he saw her, it felt like the world was collapsing. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to explode. No. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes turned gray, he looked crushed, and his heart was shattered into 1,000 pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2053, Balance. Chapter 2053, Balance. At that moment, Lin Feng understood why she had been willing to bear his child, and why she had done all she could to protect him. All of that was because of one thing, the trees of love. Demon energies kept emerging from his body and pulsing around him. He raised his head and stared at the strong cultivator of the G Clan. If I don't die, I'll destroy the G Clan. His voice contained cursing strength. Even the Saint Emperor of the G Clan shivered when he heard Lin Feng. If he didn't manage to kill Lin Feng today, someday Lin Feng would become stronger and he would kill them all. However, since Lin Feng said that, the G Clan was even more motivated to kill him right away. In the sky above the clouds, a saint's energies were everywhere. Fissures appeared in the sky. Someone descended from the sky. When the Saint Emperor of the G Clan saw that, he started shaking violently. He obviously recognized that person, Shiju Lao Xian. He had killed some of their people in the holy city too. Things didn't look good anymore. At the same time, more snowflakes appeared, and the region turned into an icy region. An old man as white as snow appeared. When the attackers saw him, they were relieved. The saint of the Snow Clan had appeared. Sure, Zhu Lao Xian had heard how furious Lin Feng was, so he descended from the sky. He felt sad for Lin Feng. The world was cruel. His disciple liked Lin Feng, but Lin Feng already had many women. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms, grief welling up in him. He should have known it was her. She had become stronger than he would have ever thought, but in the end she still risked her life for him. Lin Feng was convinced that Yu had never forgotten about him. Maybe his watcher had even been Yu. He hated himself for not having been able to protect her. But why had she refused to show her face? Was it because she had pledged an oath as a watcher? Lin Feng released life strength into her. He was crying, his tears falling onto her face. She didn't move, and didn't even look sad. You will definitely be fine. Lin Feng released even more life strength, which flowed Yu. The gods couldn't abandon her. At the same time, he stamped her soul. You can't die. I want to raise Qiong Sheng with you, Lin Feng said gently. Sure, Zhu Lao Xian sighed. Kill him, said someone icily. People were getting nervous again, and oppressive energies rose again. If anyone dares say that again, I'll kill them, said Zhu Lao Xian calmly, as he downed his bottle. Everybody stopped talking. All the strong cultivators looked at the Snow Clan saint, as he was the only one who could compete with Zhu Lao Xian. You think you can stop everything alone? There are so many people here. You're ridiculous, said the Snow Clan saint calmly. Even if he had to fight against Zhu Lao Xian, he didn't want to give up. Nobody would ever forget the Tianxi dynasty's holy emperor's death. Lin Feng was totally outraged now. Someday, if he became stronger, he'd get his revenge on all of them. They had to kill him. There's the Holy Spirit dynasty too, said the holy emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty. We don't know why there are tensions between the Snow Clan and Lin Feng. Surprisingly, they even sent a saint to deal with him. However, Lin Feng is our holy dynasty prince, and that woman is a holy woman of our dynasty. She's an imperial concubine. We will do all we can to protect them. And the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, Yen Di added emotionlessly. The Snow Clan saint looked at those people and said calmly, that's still not enough. Those people have all come here, whether you agree or not, it won't change anything. You have no way to protect yourself anymore. The Snow Clan saint didn't care about Tang Yuyu's life. He wasn't Lin Feng, he was a saint. Even people who had king-type bodies didn't necessarily have the potential to become saints. He didn't care about anyone, and he didn't fear anyone either. The only one who could compete with him was Zhu Lao Xian. But even if Zhu Lao Xian helped the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan and the Holy Spirit dynasty, it still wasn't enough. The Snow Clan didn't fear them. Devamara Culpa strength rolled in waves in the air. Nobody cared though. Lin Feng's energies didn't affect them at all. But at the same time, the two saints gazed into the distance. A group of people was coming. The two saints had noticed that group of people a while before, but now they were just starting to realize that those people had come because of this battle, and none of them looked weak. With us, that should be enough, right? Called out a loud voice. A group of people arrived to stand by Lin Feng. They looked relieved, they weren't too late. There were 4 ancestors from Champion University, and 6 Saint Emperors with them. In total, they were a dozen Saint Emperors. It was a terrifying lineup. In the 3 main cities of the Dark Knight region, there were universities, they had always remained discreet. There were 8 ancestors in Champion University and now they were a dozen Saint Emperors, of course, they couldn't compete with saints. Champion University. The members of the Ji clan were stupefied. Champion University surprisingly wanted to help Lin Feng. The strongest cultivators of Champion University were there. Apart from Champion University, there were also people from the animal world. Mr. Xiao was there, too. With the strong cultivators of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan and the Holy Spirit Dynasty, it might be enough to deal with everyone there. Lin Feng looked at Mr. Xiao. He was still holding Tang Yuyu. He immediately flew up to Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao immediately understood what Lin Feng wanted. Mr. Xiao, save her, said Lin Feng, handing Tang Yuyu over to Mr. Xiao. Leave it to me, said Mr. Xiao, taking Tang Yuyu. He descended from the sky and frowned. Tang Yuyu's injuries were very serious. After understanding Dao strength, cultivators finally truly became cultivators. Their path was determined. When Lin Feng had seen Xiuyu Xian in the Dao-destroying mountain, he had seen how painful it was. And Tang Yuyu had been attacked severely. Her soul and meridians were injured. If Lin Feng hadn't stamped her soul, she would have been killed. Mr. Xiao took out a pellet and put it into Tang Yuyu's mouth. At the same time, he released a awe-inspiring strength which started flowing throughout her body and healing her. At the same time, Devamara Kulpa strength descended from the sky onto Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng looked unaffected. He just looked at his enemies around icily. He would remember his friends and enemies forever. For the dynasties of Qi Tian Holy Town, it was their second failure. For the Ji clan, it was the third time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2054, Agreement. Chapter 2054, Agreement. Nobody had thought things would end up this way. Both sides were terrifyingly powerful. The Snow Clan, 4 dynasties, some ancient holy clans. Surprisingly, all those people together couldn't oppress Lin Feng. And even 2 saints had appeared. It was unprecedented. However, nobody looked relaxed, they were all on edge. Master, the Snow Clan initiated everything. We did all we could to help you, we can't give up halfway, spoke up a holy emperor. Lin Feng had to die. The dynasties were worried because Lin Feng also controlled a saint's body. The dynasties have gone too far. You're humiliating Champion University, said Ancestor Shi Tian icily. In the distance, some whistling sounds announced the arrival of a few younger people. You're insolent! Shouted the Holy Emperor of the Great Desert Dynasty explosively. Those young people were from the Great Desert Dynasty. Champion University are arrogant bastards. Agreed the Holy Jade Princess. Some strong cultivators of Champion University grabbed her. At the same time, the members of the Zhua clan grunted coldly. A young man was there, Zhua Qing. We are? So many dynasties have come to attack Lin Feng, our disciple, and now you're insulting us? How shameless! You can try and kill our geniuses, but we can't protect him? If Lin Feng dies today, we'll kill all your young people, declared Ancestor Shi Tian icily. And the Ji clan, and the Pei clan, Ji Cheng is a student in Champion University, we never asked anything from him, but he better not do anything dodgy. He's lucky he's a champion. You better draw a clear line between Champion University and the tensions between Lin Feng and the Ji clan, said the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan icily. Humph. Ancestor Shi Tian grunted icily. Lin Feng understood that the Ji clan and the Pei clan weren't the only clans which were involved. How noisy! You came and now you're threatening Lin Feng, an emperor. That's beneath you. If Lin Feng dies today, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan will help Champion University kill you. And the Tianxi dynasty, said the Holy Emperor of the Tianxi dynasty icily. So, we want to kill Lin Feng, does it mean you'll try and destroy the Snow Clan? Asked the Saint of the Snow Clan indifferently. Everybody was startled. The only one who could stop him was Shi Zhu Lao Xian. If the Snow Clan attacks Lin Feng, the other members of the Snow Clan won't leave today, said Shi Zhu Lao Xian calmly yet grimly. The crowd shivered. Saints could also get angry. The Snow Clan talked as if Shiju Lao Xian wasn't there, and it made him angry. And if great emperors attack Lin Feng, I'll kill them too, Shiju Lao Xian added indifferently. Those who had come to kill Lin Feng all grimaced. Shiju Lao Xian forbade them from attacking Lin Feng. Shiju Lao Xian was angry. The Snow Clan saint was angry, too. He had no choice but to give up, otherwise, his people would be killed. I won't necessarily kill him today, then, said the Snow Clan saint to Shiju Lao Xian. He had to give up. Shiju Lao Xian understood what the saint meant. I know you hate him, but no matter what, I'll protect him. If you don't give up, I'll keep him with me, said Shiju Lao Xian calmly. Neither of them flinched. After a long time, the Snow Clan saint sighed and said, first, he must give us the saint's body. He must also give us our Snow Clan's person. That way, we won't attack him anymore. Lin Feng obtained the saint's body alone. If you want to oppress him and send extremely strong cultivators to deal with him, we won't tolerate that. If Lin Feng gives me the saint's body, will you try to take it from me? Asked Shiju Lao Xian, and regarding the Snow Clan's person, what is that supposed to mean, Lin Feng? She's my wife. She's never been to the Snow Clan. You think you can take my wife away? Spat Lin Feng, icily staring at the saint. Indeed, and if he weren't here, you wouldn't be that lucky, said the saint. Even if Lin Feng was a bit lucky, he couldn't obtain everything he wanted. Lin Feng was speechless. Besides, initially, we sent her abroad for her to become stronger. She has a celestial king-type body, Shi Shui Ling Long, said the saint to Shiju Lao Xian. No wonder, thought Shiju Lao Xian. The celestial being of the Snow Clan was Lin Feng's wife. They were furious at the situation, and it was absolutely normal. Shiju Lao Xian looked at Lin Feng. Maybe Lin Feng needed some time to become stronger. I agree. Since she has the celestial king-type body of the Snow Clan, you can take her, said Shiju Lao Xian. No. Refused Lin Feng. Don't worry, said Yan Di to Lin Feng. Little boy, sometimes, you have to make compromises. After all, you're not strong enough, many people can kill you, said Shiju Lao Xian to Lin Feng telepathically. She's my wife and she's pregnant. Retorted Lin Feng, his face turning gray. Shiju Lao Xian was stupefied and glanced at the Snow Saint, understanding something. Shiju Lao Xian continued, but you must ensure the child's safety. The child has the Snow Clan's blood too, replied the saint icily. And I have another request, said Shiju Lao Xian. The Snow Saint frowned. Shiju Lao Xian had many requests. Within 20 years, I will take Lin Feng to the Snow Clan. If he can defeat one of the kings of the Snow Clan, you will have to agree to their wedding and you will give Lin Feng's wife back to him, said Shiju Lao Xian. The Snow Clan saint suddenly burst out laughing and said, that is a joke. He's quite talented, but he's only a high-level emperor, he will never be able to defeat one of the kings within 20 years. But if he can, I agree. I will even organize a gigantic wedding ceremony for them. The Snow Clan had 3 kings, the strongest had already reached the top of the Di-Chi layer and was extremely strong. Within 20 years, he would become even stronger. 20 years weren't enough for Lin Feng to become that strong. If he can't do it, I'll kill him at the Snow Clan, said the Snow Saint icily. Yan Di initially thought he'd call the Destiny Shrine if Shiju Lao Xian didn't manage to convince the Snow Clan saint, but for now he remained silent. Even though the challenge would be difficult for Lin Feng, it would also be a good way to become much stronger. It would be beneficial for him. Little boy, don't blame me. You need such challenges. You're too weak, you can't protect your wife. It's painful, but within that short time, you can become stronger. My destiny also depends on yours, according to the diviner, thought Yan Di. Lin Feng would have been furious if Yan Di had told him that. Zhu Laoxian looked at Lin Feng and said patiently, "You have no choice. Or do you want your wife to die with you?" Lin Feng remained silent, his eyes bloodshot. His heart was bleeding. He hated himself for being powerless. He didn't have his life under control. Two people were calmly talking and deciding his destiny. He needed to reach their level as soon as possible. "Since you obtained the saint's body on your own, you can keep it. The Snow Clan doesn't want it anymore," Zhu Laoxian said indifferently. The Snow Saint looked aloof as he said, "I invited all these dynasties, will you come to an agreement with them, too? What do you want?" frowned Zhu Laoxian. "Within 20 years, you said he'd fight against one of our kings, but for that, he must prove he's able to. Since you forbade great emperors from attacking him, make him fight against the strongest geniuses of the Huangqi layer of the dynasties and holy clans. If he dies, then the agreement is useless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2055, Insane. Chapter 2055, Insane. Fight against the strongest geniuses of the Huangqi layer from the dynasties and ancient holy clans? Repeated Zhu Laoxian calmly. He must prove he's strong enough to fight against a strong cultivator of the Snow Clan. If he dies, then it's useless to agree on something like that, said the Snow Clan saint indifferently. All the members of the dynasties and holy clans were nervous. They had all hoped Lin Feng would die as soon as possible. Lin Feng was a terrifying fighter, and very talented. He had killed Wang Jian, but fighting against all the strongest cultivators of the Huangqi layer was different. Some people were even stronger than Wang Jian. Zhuo Qing, for example, had a diamond indestructible king-type body. "Lin Feng, what do you think?" Zhu Laoxian asked Lin Feng. "I agree," said Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with death intent. He looked like a dead person. He had been cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength for the 4th time in front of everybody. His demon chi kept racing throughout his body. He wanted to kill. "All right, all the geniuses, come. Little boy, hand Shui Ling Long over to us. If you die, we won't know where to find her," said the Snow Clan saint icily. Lin Feng flitted away. So many strong cultivators were there, he couldn't escape anyway. He entered his room and sealed the entrance, so nobody could see how he was going to take Meng Qing out. Meng Qing appeared in front of him and smiled at him. "Meng Qing, I am powerless." "I can't protect you in Jitian," said Lin Feng, he feeling guilty and extremely sad. He felt so powerless. "You silly boy. You should have sent me to them before. If you had died, I would want to die too," said Meng Qing, smiling and caressing Lin Feng's hair, trying to cheer Lin Feng up. She knew that Lin Feng was suffering atrociously. There was hope, but he had to stay alive. When Lin Feng heard her soft and gentle voice, and saw that she was trying to cheer him up, he felt even sadder. But he also felt even more determined. He hated himself, he was a weakling. He was a bit talented, but that was very, very far from being enough. Meng Qing hugged him, letting Lin Feng feel her warmth. When would they meet again? She told him, "Don't worry. I will take care of our baby. The Snow Clan is my clan, too. Don't worry about me." "All right," Lin Feng nodded. If anything happened to Meng Qing and their baby, Lin Feng would definitely try to avenge them. He told her grimly, "Meng Qing, give me some time and I'll definitely come to pick you up." "I'm sure you will. Take care of yourself first." Dash. Lin Feng brought Meng Qing out. When the Snow Clan's members saw Meng Qing, they all looked furious. The saint said to Meng Qing calmly, "As expected, you're Ling Long from our clan. Unfortunately, that little boy tarnished you." They had sent Ling Long out because of the Destiny Shrine's diviner, trusting him. Initially, they wanted her to come back and get married to a king of their clan. They wanted to see whether Meng Cheng would be able to give birth to another king or not. That would have been a fourth one for the clan. Unfortunately, the plan was ruined, and Lin Feng was to blame. All the geniuses of the region seemed to already be in Chi Tian Holy Town. Some people, like Ji Chang, had been there for a while. The Saint of the Snow Clan waved, and an ice world appeared, many battle stages visible through the doorway. Everybody, go in. I control this world, nobody can use great imperial weapons or I'll kill them straight away, said the Snow Clan Saint indifferently. Master, can the secret techniques of our clans be used? Asked the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan. Secret techniques are part of a cultivator's own strength, so no problem, said the Snow Clan Saint calmly. Young combatants headed into the world one after another. Lin Feng raised his head and death strength filled the air about him. He also rose up in the air, demon intent raging around him. In the ice world, Lin Feng faced many incredible geniuses. He felt crazed. He knew how terrifying it was to fight against groups of people. Little bastard, look at yourself, thought Yen Di. He knew it was going to be very difficult for Lin Feng, but it was a good experience. This wasn't a fair battle. Lin Feng was talented, but those people were not weaklings. Zhuo Qing, diamond indestructible king-type body. Holy Jade Princess, mysterious powers. Ji Chang, champion. If he used his secret technique, he could have the strength of a great emperor. Prince of the Great Desert Dynasty, Prince of the Tianxi Dynasty, but the Qin Dynasty didn't get involved. And there were the geniuses of the Pei clan and a few ancient holy clans. 8 geniuses, 8 incredible geniuses from the Dark Knight region. Those people all had the potential to become Saint Emperors someday. However, now they were going to fight against Lin Feng. They all wanted to kill him. Zhuo Qing and the others had mixed feelings. They were all geniuses, but 8 geniuses surrounding Lin Feng wasn't anything glorious. They knew it was important, so they had to kill Lin Feng, and so they didn't hesitate. At Zhuo Qing's back, a golden wind appeared, breaking everything on its way as it started moving towards Lin Feng. That attack could easily kill a high-level emperor. Ordinary high-level emperors couldn't withstand a single attack from Zhuo Qing. But Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He punched out, the blow screaming through the air. Lin Feng used pure strength to smash that golden tornado. The Jade Princess turned into an illusion. Lin Feng saw her silhouettes all over the place. They all moved towards him from every direction. Lin Feng jumped and released explosive demon lights. His Culpa strength surged out, but the illusions were extremely powerful. Lin Feng kept rending the 37 images. Ji Chang also attacked, releasing destructive Dao and Cyan dragons to attack, joined by all the other geniuses, one after another. Lin Feng was in a dead end. It looked bad for him. His demon intent dashed to the skies, his blood boiled, and sharp qi emerged. He turned into a gigantic sword and absorbed more strength, his qi filling the air. Energies crashed onto him, but he remained motionless. He's crazy, whispered the crowd. So many energies were crashing onto Lin Feng's body from all those strong geniuses. However, Lin Feng didn't flinch and confronted them straightforwardly. His sword began to keen. He slowly turned around, and they all stopped. They knew that Lin Feng had killed Prince Yan and Wang Jian using this technique. That sword was oppressive and terrifying. Finally, he moved towards Prince Chen. The Tianxi cultivators were all furious and grimaced. Bastard! Shouted the Tianxi Holy Emperor. He remembered the giant again, when he had killed the Holy Emperor. He was too scared of this young man, he was going crazy. The sharp sword streaked across the sky. At that moment, Prince Chen's face turned deathly pale. He released all his strength to defend himself. Nobody could rescue him, since Lin Feng had chosen to kill him first, the others didn't mind. They weren't going to risk their lives to save Prince Chen. The gigantic sword reached Prince Chen and pierced through his body. Everybody shivered as Lin Feng reappeared. He coughed up blood, but his eyes contained a killing will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2056, How Tragic. Chapter 2056, How Tragic. Little Chen! Shouted the Tianci cultivators, their faces horrified and sad. They had lost both Prince Chen and Prince Yan. They had been the most talented young people of their dynasty. Lin Feng had warned the Tianci dynasty, he had even killed their holy emperor. However, they had decided to come anyway. That's why Lin Feng chose to kill Prince Chen first. His ancient holy techniques had sufficed to kill Prince Yan, so of course they were also enough to kill Prince Chen. His qi continued surging around him. Holy spirits appeared infused together with his body, holy marks appeared under his feet. At the same time, he released a sharp weapon qi, and also condensed ancient strength. The combined qi began to build up ominously. Those who were attacking Lin Feng were shocked and started trembling. This bastard was crazy. Lin Feng used his ancient holy technique again, and killed another cultivator from an ancient clan. He continued mercilessly. His sword was too sharp, and his oppressive strength was incredible, so they couldn't bring him down. Everybody understood that Lin Feng wasn't just fighting, he was risking his life. Each time he attacked, he was risking his life. He could die at any time. However, it worked, as he had already killed 5 geniuses. The members of the dynasties and ancient holy clans all had twisted expressions. 5 people, Lin Feng had killed 5 people. His clothes were already soaked with blood. He looked like a death god. His gaze turned on Ji Chang. 3 geniuses were left, Zhuo Qing, the Holy Jade Princess, and Ji Chang. It wasn't easy to kill Lin Feng. Likewise, killing those people would be very difficult. Zhuo Qing had a diamond indestructible king-type body, his defense was incredible, Ji Chang had his secret technique, and the Holy Jade Princess seemed to control illusions. At that moment, they were staring at Lin Feng. He was coughing blood, and looked totally insane. He didn't care anymore, he was ready to risk his life. Let's attack together. He looks tired, said Zhuo Qing. The 3 cultivators' silhouettes flickered and they threw themselves at Lin Feng. Golden lights glittered and shot towards him. A holy spirit sword appeared in front of Lin Feng like a living thing. It started cutting apart the golden lights. Die! Shouted Zhuo Qing explosively. A golden spear appeared and shot across the sky like a thunderbolt. At the same time, he raised his hand and a golden cauldron appeared and bore down on Lin Feng. The Holy Jade Princess also attacked, inundating him with illusions. However, Lin Feng closed his eyes and merely punched out in her direction, his death intent turning into a tornado. At the same time, his Nihility sword moved towards the 3 of them. Ji Chang ran towards Lin Feng. With every step, the ground exploded. Fissures appeared around him, cyan dragons roaring furiously, and trying to devour Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng turned into many silhouettes and suddenly withdrew. They didn't know which one was the real one. Destroy! Shouted Zhuo Qing icily. Golden lights blotted out the sky. They kept destroying Lin Feng's silhouettes one after another. They didn't want to give him a single chance. The holy spirits moved back into Lin Feng's body, and he released sky-absorbing cosmic energies. At the same time, his sharp weapon qi appeared again. Zhuo Qing and the 2 others grit their teeth. Lin Feng was injured, and surprisingly, he wanted to turn into a sword again, he was definitely crazy. This time, we'll definitely kill him, said Ji Chang icily. Lin Feng turned into a sword and drove at Ji Chang. Stop! Shouted Ji Chang, releasing more destructive strength, moved towards the gigantic sword as fast as he could. At his back, cyan dragon totems appeared in a glittering display. Zhuo Cheng and the Holy Jade Princess didn't waste time either, attacking the gigantic sword as hard as they could. However, the gigantic sword pierced through all their attacks and continued towards Ji Chang. The gigantic sword whistled furiously. It had to kill Ji Chang. Arg! Ji Chang roared with rage. His cyan dragon totems went back into his body and he turned into a cyan dragon. When the gigantic sword and the cyan dragons collided, it felt like time had stopped. Explosions and thunder spread out, and the shockwave burst over everyone. An oppressive strength was pushing against the cyan dragon. Die! Shouted Zhuo Qing, turning golden. He landed in front of the gigantic sword and golden energies crashed onto the gigantic sword. The gigantic sword vibrated violently, space splitting all around it. The Jade Princess couldn't miss such a good opportunity. She also moved gracefully into position and attacked the gigantic sword as well. The members of the Holy Spirit Dynasty and Champion University were shaking. The combined attacks were terrifying. Could Lin Feng survive? The three of them continued chasing the silhouettes they hadn't destroyed. A strong wind appeared around Zhuo Qing, but the silhouettes continued escaping too. The gigantic sword released a boundless strength, bearing down on a cyan dragon and two people. On the sword, marks gradually appeared. No, when Meng Qing saw that, her heart twitched. If the sword broke, Lin Feng was going to die. Behind Zhuo Qing, one of Lin Feng's clones suddenly released oppressive energies. He raised his fist and struck at Zhuo Qing's head. Oh no! Zhuo Qing's face turned deathly pale. He released even more golden energies to protect himself. He wasn't the only one. The Holy Jade Princess' face also turned deathly pale. She started running away, trying to dodge. However, the gigantic sword released even more pressure. They were frightened as the weight of the world crashed down on them. Lin Feng's goal was their total destruction. His horrifying physical strength crashed down onto the golden body. Demon lights exploded and penetrated into Zhuo Qing's brain. Zhuo Qing's head trembled at the impact. The Holy Jade Princess sped up. She was being hunted by Lin Feng's clones. She didn't know what to do, and started panicking. A death punch appeared. It looked unavoidable, unstoppable. She could barely see it coming. The punch crashed onto her and blood splashed out. A terrifying sword chi sliced through the cyan dragon's body. It roared desperately as blood splashed and stained the gigantic sword. The gigantic body fell down from the sky and crashed onto the ground before reverting to Ji Chang. Sword intent was tearing through his body. Arg! Zhuo Qing shouted furiously. He attacked Lin Feng's clone, but the clone went back into the gigantic sword. At the same time, the Holy Jade Princess was going crazy as she ran towards Lin Feng's clone. The gigantic sword struck out at Zhuo Qing and the Holy Jade Princess, who were blasted away. They both crashed onto the ground, unable to stand up. The gigantic sword became less dazzling, turning back into Lin Feng again. He fell down from the sky. At that moment, outside of the ice world, everybody remained silent. Nobody had expected this. That was a real battle. Lin Feng had risked his life from the beginning to the end. He was walking on the path of life and death, but he wasn't immortal. The four fighters didn't stand up. Meng Qing was crying. She whispered, "If he dies, I will die too, but..." The saint frowned, and Sir Zhu Lao Xian asked, "Is that enough?" At that moment, everybody looked to the snow saint, who was staring at the ice world. He sighed and said, "If he doesn't die, I hope you can bring him to the Snow Clan in 20 years. He waved his hand. Crackling sound spread in the air, the ice world disappeared, and he said to the others of his clan, "Let's go." Less and less snowflakes fell from the sky as they disappeared in the distance. Meng Qing was still crying. Sir Zhu Lao Xian, the members of the Zhuo clan, and the others all took away their people. Mr. Xiao brought Tang Yuyu to Lin Feng and checked out Lin Feng. He said, "I'll take him back to the tribe." All right, go, agreed Shiju Lao Xian, waving his hand. A holy strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body to protect him. Mr. Xiao and the members of Champion University left together. Very quickly, everybody had left. Shiju Lao Xian looked at the remaining people icily. Humph. Shiju Lao Xian didn't attack them. Lin Feng could solve his problems alone. Shiju Lao Xian hoped Lin Feng wouldn't disappoint him. He wanted to take him to the Snow Clan 20 years from now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2057, Lin Jitian. Chapter 2057, Lin Jitian. The news quickly spread throughout Jitian Holy Town. Everybody was astonished. The crowd had not thought Lin Feng would undergo another terrifying battle after the previous time when he had borrowed the saint's strength. And 2 saints had shown up. How unbelievable! Everybody in Jitian Holy Town was talking about the fight on the streets. Even the historical remains hadn't stirred up so much excitement. According to those who there, Lin Feng used all his strength to fight against the most outstanding emperors of the region. He risked his life and killed 5 people. I've heard of that too. In the end, Ji Chang, the Holy Jade Princess, and Zhuo Qing were all badly injured, too. I wonder if they're still alive. Maybe they are dead. That would be tragic. If that's the case, Lin Feng will definitely die at it. Some people didn't believe that Lin Feng had fought against 8 geniuses. They were thinking that they would have to fight against him if they bumped into him. Besides, many people said many different things. They were convinced that Zhuo Qing could already compete with Lin Feng on his own. According to them, Lin Feng wasn't that terrifying. However, Lin Feng was becoming more and more famous in the whole region. People started forgetting about the historical remains in the saints' world. Nobody heard about Lin Feng anymore. He didn't show up in the outside world anymore. In Jitian Holy Town, the Tianxi dynasty, the ancient Jade dynasty, and the others all thought that Lin Feng had fallen during that battle. Geniuses continued rising in the 18 cities of the Dark Knight region. Chu Chunxiu became even more famous. He had killed a great emperor, and that great emperor used to be in the top 10 of the imperial ranking list back in the day. Chu Chunxiu was already the best cultivator of the holy city, first on the imperial ranking list. At the same time, people who were in the top 10 also continued rising. After all, much time had passed since the Pathfinder Day. Some other people also started rising: Lang Yi of the World Clan, Ho Cheng Lin of Champion University, Jin Meng, and so on. They were all considered dazzling cultivators. Tiantai was also quite famous, with many geniuses. It was easier for them to find geniuses since they were in Champion University, and they were becoming more and more famous. They had surpassed Ji Chang's club a long time ago. Tiantai's core disciples were extremely strong. Champion University was recruiting the most outstanding cultivators of the region, but Tiantai was stealing all of them. Everybody in Champion University knew one name, even if they had never seen the person, as he used to be the most dazzling cultivator of Tiantai. Lin Feng, where was he? The Snow Clan was a beautiful place. Snow kept falling all the time there. They had many snow beasts in the clan. The elders of the Snow Clan were all different beasts. The strongest snow race also ruled the Snow Clan. They were known as the Imperial Clan. The Imperial Clan of that generation wasn't composed of snow foxes, or Xueling Long wouldn't have had to go through such hardships. The previous Imperial Clan used to be composed of snow foxes. Xueling Long hadn't been kicked out just because of the diviner. The reasons were more complex. It was also due to the competition which existed between the different animal races within the clan. On that day, a 7-month-old baby was standing at the foot of a 10,000-year-old tree. He kept making sounds as he couldn't speak, but he could stand on his feet. "Jitian," said an old man, smiling and caressing the baby's head. "In 5 months, you'll be 1 year old." Initially, I wanted to offer you to the Snow Clan when you turn 2, but you're already extraordinary, so we'll do it when you turn 1. Try and break that tree. If the members of the Snow Clan had seen that, they would have been jealous. A Saint Emperor of the Snow Clan was teaching a newborn cultivation. How incredible! Besides, that baby's blood wasn't even pure, he wasn't 100% from the Snow Clan. The baby understood what the old man said, he made sounds and sounded excited. He looked extremely cute too, with big cheeks. Many women would fall in love with him in his adult life. At that moment, the baby looked at the tree and spat out chi. Holy celestial strength appeared around him and merged into his body. He was also absorbing pure chi. The old man looked pleasantly surprised. At the birth of the little boy, the Snow Clan had had discussions regarding how they should dispose of him. Many people wanted to abandon him. But when they saw he could absorb all sorts of pure chi, the members of the Snow Clan had been astonished. They had agreed not to talk about his father at all. They also had to prevent him from meeting his mother too often. The Snow Clan would take care of his education. The little boy punched the tree. However, the wind just rushed by, and the tree was still there. The baby looked at the old man in a strange way, unhappy with the result. The old man burst into laughter and caressed the baby's head. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, after the ceremony, you'll start practicing cultivation for real. You haven't seen your mother for a long time, I'll take you to her." "You must miss her," said the old man, gazing into the distance and sighing. He couldn't do anything about that, the Snow Clan had agreed they would not meet too often. His mother was a snow fox queen in the Snow Clan, Shui Linglong. The old man understood that even though he was teaching him, many other people were watching them. He brought the baby to an ice palace. He was concerned by the one she had chosen, the Snow Clan's ice vision. Few people dared practice cultivation here. However, she had chosen this place. She was extremely strong. Of course, for her, it was a good place. "Linglong, Jatian is here," said the old man as he entered the ice palace. A silhouette flickered as she appeared before him. She was snowy white and looked like a real celestial being, except for her anger. The old man didn't dare get close to her. She didn't look as gentle and soft as when she was with Lin Feng. However, when she saw the baby, she suddenly smiled widely. 20 years? So what? She would even wait for him for 200 years if she had to. He would definitely come to the Snow Clan at some point. "You have 2 hours," said the old man, before he left. "Jatian," said Meng Cheng, hugging her little boy and kissing his cheeks. She took Lin Jatian into the depths of the ice palace. That place was most isolated from the rest of the world. "Mother," said Jatian. If anyone else had heard him, they would have been astonished. In the outside world, Jatian didn't speak, people didn't think he could yet. "Lin Jatian, you remember what I've told you?" asked Meng Qing to the baby. She looked serious. Jatian nodded and said, "I only listen to you. I don't listen to them. My family name is Lin. My father's name is Lin Feng. I'm Lin Jatian, I'm not Shui Jatian. My father chose my name. Someday, I'll become a terrifying cultivator, and I'll take mommy away." If anyone from the clan had heard that, they would have been furious. Even if Lin Jatian could meet Meng Qing only once a month, his intuition allowed him to understand that Meng Qing was his mother. Therefore, he listened to her, and each time they met, he told her those things to show her he remembered. Since his birth, he remembered his name, Lin Jatian, and his father's name, Lin Feng. Meng Cheng hugged her baby tight and cried. She gazed into the distance and whispered, "Lin Feng, this is our baby, but..." Lin Feng, where was he? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2058, Coming Back to Life. Chapter 2058, Coming Back to Life. Outside of the holy city, two people were lying on beds of straw. They were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, still asleep even after a long period of time. They looked like a dead imperial couple, lying there next to one another. However, a mysterious strength floated around them. It felt like it could explode any time. In the distance, the wind moaned. A silhouette as big as a tower appeared. He looked at the two people and frowned. Mr. Xiao, Lin Feng and the girl haven't woken up yet. They haven't completely recovered, but this year, they will eventually wake up, said Mr. Xiao, glancing at the two. He was a mighty healer. Lin Feng and Yu hadn't woken up, but Mr. Xiao knew that it would happen sooner or later. Alright, I hope that when Lin Feng wakes up, he'll be even stronger, nodded Tan Tai. After what had happened to Lin Feng, Tan Tai heard about it in Champion University, and had decided to come to the tribe to check up on Lin Feng. He had told Champion University's people that they didn't need to worry about Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in the holy city, people say that you have fallen. Hurry up and wake up. Show those bastards that the strongest cultivator of Champion University is still here. Ji Chang is a piece of shit, swore Tan Tai. Lin Feng had disappeared for an entire year. Ji Chang had reappeared 6 months ago. Therefore, he had become the best cultivator of Champion University once again. Many people in Champion University believed Lin Feng had fallen. He hadn't returned to the holy city since the battle. A fearsome chi suddenly emerged from Lin Feng's body, rapidly gaining strength. A wind of cosmic energies appeared all around him. Mr. Xiao was surprised. What was going on? Tan Tai was startled too and asked, Mr. Xiao, is Lin Feng going to wake up? I don't know. Each time a thread of strength emerges from his body, I think he might wake up, but he doesn't, said Mr. Xiao. He was intrigued. When Tan Tai heard Mr. Xiao, he frowned. But after those cosmic energies turned into a tornado, Tan Tai was relieved. This was a good thing. At that moment, another mysterious strength appeared. Many lights glittered all around him, a spectacular sight. All sorts of strength? Lin Feng looked as if he had been bathing in the Milky Way. It was very strange. Lin Feng knew he had an affinity with all sorts of strength, that's why he had decided to study several sorts of abstruse energies. He had turned his abstruse energies into cosmic energies. Then, Lin Feng had obtained the heavenly grace godly wood and used it a lot. If he wanted to, he could study all sorts of cosmic energies. But that was too time-consuming, so he hadn't. Lin Feng preferred focusing on a few. But his affinity was incredible. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the cosmic energies condensed into his hand, turning into a light beam and then into a whirlwind. That whirlwind contained all sorts of strengths. They're fusing together, a little bit more and they'll be in perfect harmony with my Tao, whispered Lin Feng. Back then, he had already managed to see that mysterious strength a little bit, but it hadn't been enough. One more step. Tao, my Tao, Lin Feng said to himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and the stars disappeared. His cosmic energies also dispersed. He's awake. Mr. Xiao and Tan Tai's eyes twinkled. Finally, Lin Feng was awake. Where am I? Asked Lin Feng, suddenly standing up. He hadn't moved in a long time, so his body was a bit rigid, and his bones crackled loudly. Lin Feng, we are at my tribe, said Mr. Xiao. Lin Feng saw Mr. Xiao and Tan Tai, and then Yu, and his heart twitched. Yu, said Lin Feng, crouching down and stretching out his hand. He caressed her face and said, Mr. Xiao, how is Yu doing? Her injuries were as serious as yours, but she's stronger than you, so she needed more time to recover. I don't know when she'll wake up, but you don't need to worry, Mr. Xiao told him. Lin Feng nodded. He condensed some strength, stood up, and walked away. He said, Mr. Xiao, take me out of the tribe. Mr. Xiao was a bit startled, but nodded and took Lin Feng out. When Lin Feng arrived outside of the tribe, ominous force emerged from his body. In the sky, Devamara Culpa strength condensed, the 5th time. My physical strength has increased again. Lin Feng looked at the Devamara Culpa strength in the sky, then over at it Mr. Xiao. The strength in your body matured for a year, of course you became stronger. The effects of the Devamara Culpa strength you absorbed haven't had time to appear, said Mr. Xiao. Lin Feng nodded. Devamara Culpa strength descended from the sky and bombarded Lin Feng once again. It felt great. Awesome, said Lin Feng, raising his head to the skies, his eyes all black. How pleasant. The Devamara Culpa strength couldn't harm his body anymore. However, he didn't have the same sensation as before. This time, it was even more pleasant because his muscles felt numb after spending so much time in a coma, and now the knots were being worked out. At that moment, more demon lights illuminated his body and twinkled. Devamara Culpa strength bombarded his soul a second time. Lin Feng jumped into the air. A third wave bombarded him. Mr. Xiao, how much time has passed since the battle in Chi Tian Holy Town? Asked Lin Feng as the demon Culpa strength bombarded his body. 1 year, replied Mr. Xiao. 1 year. How is Meng Qing? Asked Lin Feng rhetorically. He looked at the sky and wondered, little boy, are you born yet? The 4th and 5th waves bombarded his body. The waves were becoming more and more powerful. The skies were angry because Lin Feng was looking at them disdainfully. The 6th wave bombarded him. It reminded him of the battle. Ji Chang, Zhuoqing, the Holy Jade Princess, how are you all doing? If you're still alive, stay alive, I'll come and take your lives myself. Lin Feng's qi grew ever more terrifying. Tianxi Dynasty, Great Desert Dynasty, Ancient Jade Dynasty, Ji Clan, Pei Clan, Zhuo Clan, how are you all? Asked Lin Feng, smiling in a cold and evil way. The 7th wave bombarded him. The 8th wave condensed in the sky. Snow Clan, Ancient Holy Clans, maybe in the future, when I go to the Snow Clan, I won't only go there to pick Meng Qing up, said Lin Feng calmly. Mr. Xiao shivered when he heard Lin Feng. The 8th wave crashed down. Mr. Xiao was amazed. Lin Feng was even more determined than he had thought. Within 20 years, Lin Feng would definitely go to the Snow Clan. The 9th wave condensed, the earth and sky began to whistle. Then, it crashed down on him again. Demon Qi emerged from Lin Feng's eyes and shot up into the sky. He shouted, die. Lin Feng flew upwards and punched out at the Devamara Culpa in the sky. The earth and sky shook violently, thunder crashed. The Devamara Culpa almost stopped, and a hole even appeared. Lin Feng moved around in the Devamara Culpa lights high up in the sky and bathed in them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2059, Top-Level Physical Strength. Chapter 2059, Top-Level Physical Strength. Demon lights twinkled around Lin Feng. After the 9th wave, the demon clouds finally dispersed and the blue sky appeared again. However, Lin Feng was still surrounded by terrifying demon energies. He looked like a demon king. He clenched his fists, feeling his bones crackle. He felt happy. It was the 5th time he had been cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength as a high-level emperor. His physical strength had increased once again. Mr. Zhao's healing techniques are incredible. He can heal people, but he can also make them even stronger than they were before. Even though people in the tribe aren't extremely strong at the beginning, they apply the same rule to everyone, that grand talents mature slowly. Tantai must have become explosively strong. And they progress even faster with time, thought Lin Feng. He looked at Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao stood next to him and smiled gently. Lin Feng, your physical strength is much higher than people of my tribe at the same cultivation level. Your demon skills are aggressive, you can even stand being cleansed by Devamara Kalpa strength directly. Mr. Shao, the scriptures I've studied are called indestructible Devamara skills and techniques, but they're not complete. I'm sure they would be useful in your tribe. It gives cultivators an explosive power. I'll transmit them to you using my godly awareness, Lin Feng said to Mr. Shao. My tribe's philosophy is to make steady progress incrementally. They study whatever they want. But you're right, having such scriptures would be useful. Thank you, said Mr. Shao. Lin Feng nodded and transmitted the demon skills to Mr. Shao. Mr. Shao, those skills and techniques are extremely aggressive. The Devamara Kalpa strength doesn't only attack a cultivator's physical body, they also attack the soul. People who don't have a powerful soul can't study it carelessly. They must be careful, warned Lin Feng. Mr. Shao naturally understood. They both headed back to the tribe. Lin Feng landed next to Yu. He caressed her face and said gently, "Little girl, how can you be so silly? Why did you pretend we didn't know each other? Why did you secretly protect me?" whispered Lin Feng. He looked at Mr. Shao and said, "Mr. Shao, do you still need to give her medicine?" "No, when the right time comes, she'll wake up," said Mr. Shao, shaking his head. "I'll keep her with me then," Lin Feng said to Mr. Shao. Mr. Shao didn't refuse, he nodded and agreed, "All right." Lin Feng brought Yu into his spirit world. He hadn't seen his family for a year. When they saw him, they didn't mention Meng Qing. She hadn't come back for a while. They realized something had happened. Lin Feng hadn't come back to see them for a year, which was strange. Lin Feng usually came back quite often. And why hadn't Lin Feng come back with Jitian and Meng Qing? Lin Feng explained some of what had gone on. Even though they didn't ask, Lin Feng had to tell them some things. He couldn't conceal the truth, so he told them everything. They knew Meng Qing was safe, at least. Unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't contact Meng Qing, even with her jade talisman. Lin Feng put Yu on a blue Uptila lotus, and also practiced cultivation there. He stayed with her for 7 days and then went into the demon pond to improve his Devamara body. His physical strength kept increasing. Lin Feng was making even more effort than before, crazily intense about his cultivation. He spent half a month in the demon pond this time, and then was cleansed by Devamara Kalpa 2 more times. His physical strength was already terrifying. His Devamara body and Devamara Kalpa strength were different things. Devamara Kalpa strength made his physical body more powerful, while his Devamara body made his strength even more explosive. Lin Feng knew he could cleanse his body only twice this time. A third time would have been harmful. With the medicine Mr. Shao had given to Lin Feng for a year and the Devamara Kalpa strength and the Devamara body, Lin Feng's physical strength had easily reached the top of the Huang Qi layer. He could easily crush cultivators of the top of the Huang Qi layer these days. However, there was no limit, it was always possible to become stronger. Ji Cheng and the others were already at the top of the Huang Qi layer, but Lin Feng wasn't. At the same cultivation level, he would have been much stronger than they were. At this time, Lin Feng didn't know that he had already reached the top of the Huang Qi layer. Indestructible Devamara Kalpa skill, Devamara body, they're useful, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he left his spirit world. He had no time to waste. He didn't have time to spend with his family, either. Even though Shiju Lao Xian and the Snow Clan Saint had agreed on a limit of 20 years, Lin Feng didn't want to wait that long. He wanted to see Meng Qing and his baby as soon as possible. The Holy City was the most central city of the Dark Night region. It had never lost its reputation, and there were always geniuses there. Chu Chunxiu was still the first cultivator on the imperial ranking list. The second wasn't Lin Feng anymore, it was Ji Chang once again. Lin Feng's name had already disappeared from the imperial ranking list. The great imperial palace's people were convinced that Lin Feng had died during the great battle in Chi Tian Holy Town, and even if he hadn't died, he was probably unable to regain his original strength. Many other people from the top of the imperial ranking list were trying to become great emperors. The imperial ranking list was just a symbol. Strength was more important. On the day Lin Feng reappeared in the holy city, was he a guest in the holy city or was it like his new hometown? Lin Feng was in a restaurant, wearing a gray robe and a plaited bamboo hat. There was a veil around the bamboo hat which hid his face. He looked like the Watchers from back then. He didn't head back to Champion University first. This restaurant was near the Ji clan and belonged to them. In the holy city, ancient holy clans all had restaurants and such places. It was a way of learning about current affairs. Apart from that, ancient holy clans in the holy city also had journalists, spies, and special agents. That's how ancient holy clans controlled cities. I've heard that Chu Chunxiu had killed another great emperor. How terrifying. He's as insane as his ancestor. Yes, and Chu Chunxiu hasn't reached the very top of the Huangqi layer yet. How terrifying indeed. Everybody underestimated him. I am sure he has a king-type body. He's just the new King Chu. People in restaurants were mostly talking about emperors. They didn't know much about great emperors, emperors were more common. There were many things to talk about them. When talking about emperors, they mainly thought of the best ones, Ji Chang, Chu Chunxiu, and so on. Ji Chang is trying to break through to the Di-Chi layer. He will surpass Chu Chunxiu again. Maybe. Someone else laughed. It was a member of the Ji clan. People kept flattering Ji Chang even if they knew that Ji Chang wasn't as strong as Chu Chunxiu. However, at that moment, someone decided to do the opposite. Is Ji Chang the one who was defeated by that medium-level emperor? How funny, you're talking about him as if he were an unprecedented genius. Eh? How audacious. The crowd murmured. However, saying that in one of the Ji clan's restaurants was reckless. What a humiliation for the Ji clan, too. The Ji clan cultivators looked at Lin Feng icily. Baloney. Your Excellency, you must be too drunk to think clearly already. Who do you think you are to talk about a champion? Baloney? Lin Feng raised his head and looked at them icily through his veil and said indifferently, the champion was initially second and then he fell to fourth on the imperial ranking list. That's unprecedented. And there aren't many strong cultivators in the Ji clan. That guy was even surrounded by hundreds of people and he killed many of them. That was a new page in the history of the holy city. All the young people in the restaurant released chi and looked at him aggressively. Why are you provoking us? Lin Feng had a rictus grin behind his veil. Of course, he was just provoking them, he had come for revenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2060, Slaughtering. Chapter 2060, Slaughtering. You can see it that way, said Lin Feng calmly. The young people of the Ji clan were stupefied, they all stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. Oppressive energies surrounded him. Many other people backed away from Lin Feng. He was too audacious. Your Excellency, you're not weak. I'll teach you a good lesson. I'm from the Ji clan, you'll see that you can't offend the Ji clan, said someone in front of Lin Feng. He sounded calm and composed. The Ji clan still remembered that Ji Chang had been defeated by Lin Feng not long ago, and that he had also killed many of their people. They couldn't forget about it. Now someone was surprisingly making fun of them because of that in a restaurant that belonged to them. Ji clan's people? When Lin Feng heard the man, the table in front of him exploded. He looked at the speaker icily, and the young man started shaking. Yu was in a coma because of people from the Ji clan. The Ji clan had tried to kill him 3 times. They had to pay the price for that. Lin Feng stood up and walked forwards. That person sensed Lin Feng's terrifying power. He was shocked and scared by the pressure. Lin Feng raised his hand and demon energies filled the air. The Ji clan's strong cultivator was stunned. He shouted explosively and punched out towards Lin Feng. A cyan dragon appeared and intercepted Lin Feng's punch attack. There was a crackling sound as that cultivator's bones were crushed. Lin Feng's demon punch continued moving forwards and pierced through his heart like a knife through butter. His body was propelled away, his soul shook violently and exploded. People in the restaurant were astonished, their hearts pounding at his action. How cruel! He had killed a member of the Ji clan straight away. The members of the Ji clan were astonished. Someone dared kill people from the Ji clan in a restaurant that belonged to them? Lin Feng dared. He didn't only kill only one, he didn't kill only high-level emperors, he also killed medium-level emperors and low-level emperors. He hated the Ji clan. Each time he thought of their sane emperors who had attacked Yu, he was even more furious. He wanted to kill them all. Therefore, Lin Feng was merciless. He didn't hesitate. He kept punching all those people, and very quickly, many corpses were lying all around him. The crowd was terrified. This guy was insane. However, he had just killed many high and medium-level emperors, which meant he was extremely strong, or were the Ji clan's emperors just weak? Of course, Lin Feng didn't kill all of them. He said to one, "The members of the Ji clan are so weak. Go and inform Ji Chang that someone wants to show everyone that giving him the title of champion is a disgrace. Make him come here." Then, Lin Feng kicked that person who crashed against a wall, pierced through it, and flew away. He's provoking Ji Chang. Someone is provoking the Ji Chang, a high-level emperor. Is he as strong as Chu Chun Xiu and Lin Feng? Go and inform the clan. So this guy had come and killed people of the Ji clan because he wanted Ji Chang to come out. He's very strong. He can kill high-level emperors of the Ji clan in one punch. I wonder whether he's as strong as Ji Chang or not. Since he's provoking the Ji clan, he must be strong. He must be from an ancient holy clan too. The watchers kept on speculating. The news spread very quickly. Ji Chang also heard about it. Lin Feng was still in the restaurant, he had sat down again and waited calmly. It was as if he hadn't killed anyone. He knew that if he had come showing his face, the Ji clan wouldn't have let Ji Chang come out. A year before, 8 strong cultivators had joined hands to fight against him, and Ji Chang was the first person he wanted to kill. Very quickly, some members of the Ji clan arrived, their oppressive strength invading the restaurant. Many people shook. It was a great emperor. "Come here!" shouted the cultivator explosively. The crowd understood and looked at Lin Feng. However, when everybody looked at him, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He was simply taking a drink. At that moment, the restaurant shook violently, it was as if it were about to collapse. The crowd left it quickly. Lin Feng was alone in there. Crackling sounds spread out, the restaurant collapsed and turned to ashes. "Who are you?" asked the member of the Ji clan. The leader of the group was a great emperor. He was in a very bad mood. He had tried to understand, but he kept failing. As a result, his social status kept falling within the Ji clan. When he heard that someone had said the Ji clan was weak, he became even more furious, and took some strong emperors along with him. "Where's Ji Chang?" asked Lin Feng indifferently, but he didn't even turn his head to look at them. Lin Feng was disappointed. Many people want to challenge Ji Chang in the holy city, but he only fights against those who are strong enough, said the great emperor icily. "You are as pitiful as a stray cur. That guy keeps failing and you treat him as if he were an incredible cultivator. No wonder the Ji clan sends saint emperors to fight against emperors," Lin Feng said mockingly. The people in the distance were not surprised, he had been talking that way the whole time. They were wondering who he was, though. Who was he? Why was he so brave? When Lin Feng said that, great imperial qi invaded the atmosphere and blotted out the sky. The cultivators behind the great emperor looked ready to explode. Ji Feng Lai, go and kill him, the great emperor said to someone next to him. Ji Feng Lai, he's been rising quickly these days. He understands destructive Tao. He's very strong and he's already on the imperial ranking list. I wonder if he can fight against him, chattered the crowd when they heard that familiar name. The difference between emperors who understood Tao power and those who didn't was huge. The cultivator in black clothes hadn't released Tao power. Did he understand Tao power though? If he didn't, he was in danger. But he probably did since he wanted to challenge Ji Chang. Ji Feng Lai jumped forwards and released destructive Tao, the air trembling about him. A wind kicked up, bringing the falling sky along with it. Die! Ji Feng Lai landed in front of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng flew up and released demon qi at Ji Feng Lai. The crowd was astonished as Ji Feng Lai exploded instantly. How is that possible? Ji Feng Lai understood Tao power, and that guy killed him in one punch? He released demon cosmic energies. How scary! Those watching were stunned. On top of that, Lin Feng had moved so fast that they hadn't understood what Lin Feng had done. The blasted corpse landed in front of the great emperor. Cyan dragon whistles! Shouted the great emperor explosively. Instantly, a cyan dragon appeared. Lin Feng threw himself at the dragon and punched its head. The crowd was astonished. Die! The great emperor moved faster than most of them could see. The air ripped as several cyan dragons whipped towards Lin Feng. In reply, Lin Feng released terrifying demon intent, which was more powerful than the great emperor's cosmic energies. How is that possible? He's an emperor. Why are his cosmic energies more powerful than mine? Gasped the great emperor. He shouted defiantly, cyan dragons streaking across the sky. However, Lin Feng crushed them and his fist continued on, undeterred. There was a deafening explosive impact. The crowd was astonished as the great emperor immediately blew apart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2061, Fighting Against Ji Chang Again. Chapter 2061, Fighting Against Ji Chang Again. He killed the great emperor. The crowd was astonished when they saw the great emperor explode. They had thought he would be incredibly strong, and that he'd win that battle. But what a tragedy, dying to an attack so explosive, totally beyond their expectations. The Ji clan cultivators were astonished. They had seen the body of the great emperor explode. They couldn't believe it their eyes, that attack. Lin Feng didn't waste time. His black cloak fluttered in the wind as he jumped forwards. Their faces turned deathly pale. One of them shouted explosively, "Let's go!" Lin Feng jumped forwards, moving like a black arrow. Rumblings and explosions followed him. He punched another cultivator, who exploded as well. They didn't have enough time to move, Lin Feng was too fast. The other Ji clan cultivators had the sensation it was their judgment day. Their faces were as white as sheets of paper. That speed, nobody could compete with him. The crowd just saw a black dot flickering. Each time Lin Feng punched out, a cultivator exploded. Very quickly, Lin Feng was the last one standing there. In the blink of an eye, he had killed the whole group. Lin Feng jumped up on the ruins of the restaurant and said calmly, "I will be waiting for Ji Chang for 3 days. If he doesn't come to fight against me, it means that he doesn't deserve to be called a champion." Lin Feng headed off to the ranking list. Surprisingly, he had set the meeting point there. That guy has killed so many strong Ji clan cultivators and now he wants to fight against Ji Chang. How crazy, was the consensus of the crowd. Their silhouettes flickered, heading after him to the ranking list. They all wanted to see that battle. If Ji Chang didn't show up, that would be a humiliation to him. I think he must be a genius from a powerful clan, that's why he wants to fight against Ji Chang. And now he's at the meeting point where the imperial ranking list is, he wants to be ranked 2, and on top of that, at the top of the list. If he defeats Ji Chang, he'll rank 2nd. How will the Ji clan deal with him, though? Will they attack him directly, or will they make Ji Chang fight against him? People were all talking about the situation. Very quickly, the whole Ji clan learned about it. There was currently no Pathfinder stage where the imperial ranking list was displayed, but it was still a vast area. Lin Feng sat down where the Pathfinder stage used to be. He looked calm and composed. He was convinced that what had happened in the restaurant would quickly end up in the ears of the members of the Ji clan. Would Ji Chang show up though? Some people had followed and were waiting with Lin Feng. Would Ji Chang show up? A group of people showed up, great emperors from the great imperial palace. Pei Dong Lai, Feng Shintian, those people are the geniuses of the previous generation and they are becoming stronger and stronger. In a few years, Chu Chunxiu and the others would also become great emperors, mused the crowd when they saw all those geniuses. On the path of cultivation, the waves behind pushed the waves ahead of them. There were many geniuses in the world, and new geniuses kept rising all the time, like that cultivator in black clothes. In the distance, someone else arrived. He was wearing a black cloak and had an evil air about him, Geely. It's Geely, he suffered a few crushing defeats back then on the Pathfinder day and left. Now he's here again. He must have heard that someone wanted to fight against Ji Chang, that's why he came. The Pathfinder day was a long time ago. Oh, Shi Yin Feng is there too. The crowd noticed. Shi Yin Feng, the stone man, was also watching in the distance. I wouldn't have thought that the news would spread so quickly. Of course, Ji Chang is famous. If he had challenged someone else, it wouldn't have been like this, someone pointed out. People rarely appeared around the imperial ranking list like this. Some people of the Ji clan are here, but not Ji Chang. A group of people had appeared, all of them members of the Ji clan. There were a few great emperors among them. They were staring at Lin Feng icily. You killed some people of our clan? Demanded a great emperor, staring icily at Lin Feng. If Ji Chang kills me, you'll have your revenge. If you attack me, then it means the Ji clan is shameless, Lin Feng spat back at him. The Ji clan cultivators looked furious. They glanced around, there were many people. If they attacked Lin Feng, they would lose face. You want to die, the Ji clan will help you, said the strong Ji clan cultivator icily. Their silhouettes flickered, as if preparing to attack. And then someone else arrived. Each time he took a step, she burst out and made the earth and sky shake. A great emperor looked sharp and aggressive. Destruction energies rolled around him. That's Ji Chang. Ji Chang, Di Chi layer. Ji Chang has broken through. No wonder the members of the Ji clan are so confident. Ji Chang the champion has broken through. He must be much stronger than before. Even though that cultivator in black clothes is strong, he's only a high-level emperor. He'll definitely die if he fights against Ji Chang. Their opinions were nearly identical. Ji Chang had finally become a great emperor. Ji Chang and Ing Chang were two real geniuses of the holy city, and they had both become great emperors. When champions broke through the Di Chi layer, even if not much time had passed, they were inevitably incredibly strong. When Ji Chang was still an emperor, he had few enemies. People like Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng were rare. Now Ji Chang had broken through to the Di Chi layer, and even Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng couldn't fight against him anymore. Ji Chang had been humiliated twice in the past. He wanted to get his revenge. Usually, people who were named champions became at least celestial emperors. Ji Chang finally stopped in front of Lin Feng and looked at him icily. He said, I am now a great emperor. I shouldn't fight against you, but you killed my people, you should die. But since you are strong and that's how you killed them, just cripple your cultivation, Ji Chang said calmly. He wanted to give this person an opportunity and display his own dominance. Lin Feng could live on, but his cultivation would be crippled. However, at that moment, the cultivator in black clothes raised his head. Black lights emerged from his eyes and drove into Ji Chang's eyes. Ji Chang, great emperor, he dares act this arrogantly now? When you were at the top of the Huang Qi layer, a medium-level emperor defeated you, now you're a great emperor and you dare act that arrogantly? You have a bad memory, Lin Feng replied, equally calmly. His voice was hoarse too, sounding like he wanted to laugh. The Ji clan cultivators frowned. This guy was mad. The crowd was also surprised. This guy dared act so arrogantly even though Ji Chang had become a great emperor. He was so self-confident. Ji Chang released energies. He could feel the familiar sting of humiliation rising again. In the future, I'll get my revenge, and I'll kill Lin Feng. But first, I'll kill you, Ji Chang responded indifferently. Lin Feng slowly rose into the air. Ji Chang jumped and released oppressive energies. Destructive Dao strength rolled towards Lin Feng and exploded on him. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved, and just looked back at Ji Chang. What an incredible physical strength! Ji Chang released destructive energies but he didn't move at all. Ji Chang groaned icily. He chopped down, and a cyan dragon filled with destructive energies exploded on Lin Feng, but nothing happened. Lin Feng raised his hand and punched the cyan dragon, which exploded instantly. The crowd was dumbfounded. How strong! It looked so easy for him to destroy the cyan dragon. Not bad, said Ji Chang icily. He continued attacking Lin Feng. Cyan dragons kept appearing. The space around them was starting to warp. However, Lin Feng destroyed all the attacks. The cyan dragons kept exploding. He made it look easy. Finally, Ji Chang stopped attacking. He looked at Lin Feng with admiration and said, It's my first battle since I've become a great emperor. Even though I'm not familiar with the strength of the Di Qi layer, I should still be stronger than you. But you are stronger, that's impressive. But unfortunately, today you're going to die. Ji Chang released more destruction energies. Lin Feng looked at him icily and said, I haven't used my real strength yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2062, Killing. Chapter 2062, Killing. Ji Chang remained silent and said coldly, empty words. Then, Ji Chang released even more strength and said icily, You can't imagine how strong a great emperor is. Ji Chang chopped down again, fissures appeared in the space. Cyan dragons roared furiously as they exploded on Lin Feng's body. If Lin Feng wasn't extremely strong, he would have died already. Lin Feng raised his fists and destroyed all the dragons, one after the other. Finally, he released empty space cosmic energy. His cosmic energies have the strength of the Di Qi layer. How's that possible? How can he be so strong? His physical strength is also unbelievable, thought the appalled crowd. When Ji Chang saw this, he shouted explosively, and a destructive hand appeared in front of Lin Feng to attack him. Lin Feng punched out. The gigantic hand was instantly blown apart. Lin Feng ascended rapidly, raising his fist and punched out in Ji Chang's direction. Ji Chang joined his hands. Dragons kept appearing and streaming towards Lin Feng's blow. However, all the dragons were destroyed. Ji Chang groaned and released even more destructive Dao strength. Lin Feng's punch slammed against him, his soul and body shook. A strong wind started blowing. Lin Feng disappeared, too fast to follow. Imprison, said Lin Feng icily. A cage made of empty space cosmic energy appeared around Ji Chang. Lin Feng reappeared and aimed towards Ji Chang's head, his fist pitch black. Demon intent surrounded him like a small sea. His cosmic energies are terrifying. He can compete with the great emperor, blurted out someone. They realized that Lin Feng's cosmic energies kept evolving. Ji Chang also realized this and grimaced. This man's cosmic energies were more powerful than he had thought. Collapse! Shouted Ji Chang explosively. Destructive Tao kept exploding. At the same time, lights emerged from his eyes. An ancient king appeared and shot towards Lin Feng. He also threw himself at Lin Feng. It was like two cultivators were attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng retreated as the air whistled around him. However, Ji Chang chopped down again. Space began to twist again as cyan dragons oppressed the whole area and converged on Lin Feng. When a cultivator becomes a great emperor, his strength becomes real, and even illusionary attacks are real. They also control the strength of the earth and sky much better, and their attacks are also faster. When they wave their hands, they can create rivers and destroy mountains. The crowd was shocked at all this. Lin Feng was incredible. How was he competing with a great emperor? But even this way, a great emperor was a great emperor. In the end, he was probably going to lose. At that moment, heaven and earth kept shaking. Destructive Tao strength kept exploding as it moved towards Lin Feng again. Mourn! Spat Lin Feng. Ancient imprints descended from the sky. In front of him, a gigantic word appeared, mourn. The earth and sky kept shaking. Lin Feng looked like an ancient king. Nothing could influence him or crush his will. Weapon! Another imprint appeared and condensed. Lin Feng's voice carried cursing strength. A second word appeared in the air, surrounded by terrible energies. He looked like a god, his chi had already reached incredible levels. Fight! A third word appeared and condensed. The cosmos kept resonating. Energies intertwined. Destructive Tao exploded but didn't affect Lin Feng's energies. God! Everything! Deployment! Class! Here! Words kept appearing and filling the air, heaven and earth kept shaking. Energies kept erupting in conflict. An ancient road appeared between them, forcing a path through the explosions. Ji Chang grimaced. That was an explosive ancient incantation. Before. The 9 words condensed into an ancient imprint, even as destructive Tao exploded again. Lin Feng still looked like a god, he didn't even care about his enemies' attacks. Who is he? He has an incantation holy technique. Someone blurted out. Not only was Lin Feng extremely strong, but he also had rare spells. Now they finally thought that Ji Chang the Great Emperor might lose. The atmosphere around Ji Chang changed. A gigantic dragon appeared above him, 1,000 meters tall. Qi and destructive Tao surged around him as he turned into a dragon and roared furiously. Lin Feng sensed the destructive energies surrounding him, his clothes were ripped apart. However, he remained as motionless as a mountain. His 9 words condensed and turned into a pattern. The air began to hum and vibrate all around him as strength condensed. He looked like a god. What could a dragon do against him? Cosmic strength gathered. Finally, Lin Feng jumped forwards and shouted furiously. He destroyed the destructive Tao strength, his words surged to attack and blotted out the sky. He used his incantation and his ancient holy technique attacks together, a terrifying combination. The ancient words slammed into the dragon, which roared defiantly. However, the dragon couldn't do much. Blood splashed as it was wounded. Ji Chang! When the Ji clan cultivators saw that, their faces turned deathly pale. The 9 words oppressed the cyan dragon. Ji Chang was in danger. He couldn't revert to human form. He didn't even have time to use his secret technique or weapons. The members of the Ji clan started racing towards him. They had never imagined that Ji Chang would lose. However, at the same time, Lin Feng turned into a gigantic sword and streaked across the sky. He immediately pierced through the cyan dragon's head. Everyone saw the gigantic sword appear on the other side of the dragon. The cyan dragon had been stabbed straight through, but the 9 words bombarded the cyan dragon. Lights flared as the dragon fell. At that moment, everybody was stunned. That person didn't only want to defeat Ji Chang, he wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill Ji Chang, a great emperor, a champion. Everybody was astonished. They didn't believe it their eyes. Ji Chang had become a great emperor. Was Ji Chang dead? Who had killed Ji Chang? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2063, A New Era. Chapter 2063, A New Era. The gigantic sword had pierced right through Ji Chang's body. A soul appeared, glittering weakly. Ji Chang, let's go! Shouted the Ji clan cultivators. They moved as fast as they could. However, the gigantic sword reverted to human form. Lin Feng turned around, and a river of death strength moved towards Ji Chang's weak soul and destroyed it. It dispersed and disappeared. Black water appeared and dripped down on the ground. The strong Ji clan cultivators came to a slow, disbelieving halt, faces twisting in a deathly grimace. Ji Chang was dead. Ji clan, their champion, their hero, their hope, had been killed. How would they explain this to the elders of the Ji clan? The Ji clan had always thought that Ji Chang would become a saint emperor, and now he was dead. He had been killed right in front of the imperial ranking list. Everybody was astounded, even the people who weren't from the Ji clan. Everything went eerily silent. Nobody had thought great Emperor Ji Chang would be the one to die. And worse, they had never thought someone would dare kill him. Phew, finally, someone took a deep breath and said, "It's been hundreds of years since the last time a champion was killed in the holy city." Indeed, a few hundred years. Who is that person? Everybody was astonished and staring at the cultivator with a ravaged bamboo hat and black cloak. Who had killed Ji Chang? Who are you? Demanded the strong Ji clan cultivators of Lin Feng. This guy had challenged Ji Chang. They had thought he'd die. He was only an emperor going against a great emperor, after all. But now Ji Chang had been killed. He had used a river made of death energy. They had only heard of one genius who used such spells. That person was the Ji clan's worst enemy, Lin Feng. In the distance, she flared like newborn suns. A few people appeared and landed next to Lin Feng. Ancestor Shirtian, the strong Ji clan cultivators were shaking, their eyes bloodshot. Ji Chang had been killed and it was on the verge of coming out into the open. A saint emperor of the Ji clan also arrived. Ji Chang had been killed, his talisman had been broken. He was furious and his chi closed in on the cultivator wearing the plated bamboo hat. Finally, that person raised his hand to his veil and took it off with his hat. "He's back," whispered someone after a few minutes. Everybody had thought he was dead. But now he was back in the holy city. "Who is he?" whispered someone who had never seen Lin Feng. People next to him rolled their eyes and said, "Champion University, Lin Feng." Lin Feng. The man shivered. No wonder. Ji Chang had lost once again to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, when he was a medium-level emperor, had defeated Ji Chang who was a high-level emperor. Now, Ji Chang had become a great emperor and Lin Feng had killed him as a high-level emperor. No wonder he was hiding. He's Lin Feng. If the Ji clan had known that, they wouldn't have given him any chance to kill Ji Chang. Lin Feng's name isn't even on the imperial ranking list anymore and Ji Chang was second, but since he had just broken through to the Diqi layer, his name wasn't on the list anymore, and still Lin Feng killed him. The crowd was wondering what would happen to the ranking list. They were stupefied. Lin Feng knew that the strong Ji clan cultivators would go insane if he killed Ji Chang. That's why he had informed ancestor Shi Tian he would do it. Ji Chang was a student in Champion University, and Lin Feng is a student of Champion University too, and he killed him. Champion University is protecting Lin Feng, the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan, said icily. Even though Ji Chang was the champion of Champion University, there have been tensions between Ji Chang and Lin Feng for a very long time, and Ji Chang's cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's. We can't say anything. If Lin Feng had died, we wouldn't have said anything either. However, how come the Ji clan sends Saint Emperors each time young people fight? Replied ancestor Shi Tian icily. The Ji clan Saint Emperor looked at him icily. He didn't always get involved in young people's affairs, but this time Ji Chang had been killed. Ji Chang had been a real genius. He was naturally furious. You think you can say one sentence and resolve the situation? Swore a strong Ji clan cultivator. I didn't say anything. If you have a young person who can kill Lin Feng, just send them, we don't mind. Champion University won't get involved. If you send a terrifying cultivator to kill Lin Feng though, then not only Shi Lao Xian might get involved, but we will too, and we will destroy the Ji clan, said ancestor Shi Tian indifferently. I kill you, you kill me, those things were normal. If the Ji clan wanted to kill Lin Feng, they could, but they had to send people of a comparable strength. Ji Chang started it all, said Lin Feng icily. Things weren't over between him and the Ji clan. Ancestor, let's go, said Lin Feng calmly, as if nothing had happened. Ancestor Shi Tian nodded and left. Ji Chang was dead. The Ji clan Saint Emperor watched the ancestor take Lin Feng away, feeling like he was going to burst. He kicked a stone, and it exploded. Lin Feng. Everybody understood that the Ji clan wanted to kill Lin Feng. If they didn't, Lin Feng would destroy them someday. Back then, in Chi Tian Holy Town, we didn't manage to kill him. Now, the consequences are tragic for us. And with Champion University and Shi Lao Xian on his side, it will be difficult to kill him. The Ji clan cultivators clenched their fists. In the Holy City, nobody would dare offend Shi Lao Xian in Champion University. Even the Yuan clan didn't dare offend Lin Feng anymore. They had already forgotten about their tensions with Lin Feng. The battle astonished the whole city. Ji Chang had become a great emperor, and Lin Feng had still killed him. He had disappeared for a year, then reappeared and killed a great emperor in the holy city. Lin Feng was still only a high-level emperor and he had killed a great emperor. In a short time, Lin Feng was almost as famous as Chu Chunxiu once again. Chu Chunxiu had killed great emperors, and now Lin Feng had killed great emperors too. Even though Ji Chang had just broken through to the Di Qi layer, it was Ji Chang, a champion. Many people talked about the imperial ranking list. Now, they wanted to see Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu battle. Who would be stronger? People were trying to guess. Finally, the great imperial palace's people changed the ranking list. Lin Feng became second again, as he hadn't fought against Chu Chunxiu. Some people knew what Lin Feng was thinking. But Lin Feng didn't care about the great imperial palace and their list anyway. He didn't care about being on the imperial ranking list at all. Ying Chang and Ji Chang belonged to the past now. New geniuses were rising. It was the beginning of a new era. Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng were the new ones. It was a coincidence because Chu Chunxiu and Ying Chang were both students at Celestial Godly University, and Lin Feng and Ji Chang were both students at Champion University. One thing was certain, Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu were extremely talented, and they weren't weaker than Ying Chang and Ji Chang, and Lin Feng had killed Ji Chang, a great emperor, in front of everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2064, The Sword Above the Lake. Chapter 2064, The Sword Above the Lake. After killing Ji Chang, Lin Feng went back to Champion University and Tiantai. Yin Shengyan looked at him and said in a weakly, "Just how do you practice cultivation?" "I almost died, and now I'm back, but even stronger," replied Lin Feng, caressing Yin Shengyan's head. He was happy to see her and smiled. "You even dare caress my head, I'm like a big sister to you," pouted Yin Shengyan, moving away from him. This guy was audacious. Tianqi arrived and clapped Lin Feng's shoulder without saying anything. "You're back, good," said Ho Changlin smiling. "Tiantai is going to rise. What should we do in the future? Should Tiantai become a clan or a sect?" he asked. Tiantai was becoming more and more powerful, they had great potential. They could become a powerful group in the holy city. Lin Feng, their leader, had the potential to become a saint someday. He would become a saint emperor sooner or later. And Tianqi, Ruoxia, and all the core disciples studied ancient techniques and spells. They also had the celestial evolution holy scriptures, which made them even more talented. They would easily become celestial emperors sooner or later. Creating a sect or a clan would be easy. "Brother, I have so many enemies, we must be discreet." Slowly. "When Tiantai rises in the holy city, nobody will be able to make us collapse," swore Lin Feng. "All right. Lin Feng, I also want to tell you some good news, look who's there." At that moment, someone came out of a palace. So many years had passed since the last time Lin Feng had seen him. He was instantly very happy. "Teacher, Mu Bei, Qing Tian." Emperor Yu, Mu Bei, and Mo Qing Tian were there now, but Lin Feng, I feel guilty, but you're all amazing. "I feel so grateful too," said Emperor Yu. He was still a medium-level emperor. Some of his disciples had already surpassed him. "Lin Feng, your fellow disciples have told me a lot. You can already kill great emperors now, you're much stronger than me now," said Mo Qing Tian, smiling and squeezing Lin Feng's shoulders. After these few years, Lin Feng was so far ahead. Mu Bei and Emperor Yu were both still medium-level emperors. Lin Feng could already kill great emperors, it was almost unreal. Many things had happened, needless to say. Cultivation is a step-by-step process. "Teacher, Qing Tian, Tiantai is rising again. I wonder where Mu Chen is, though," Lin Feng sighed. Mu Chen was one of the people who had influenced Lin Feng the most in his cultivation life. "Mu Chen is far more talented than I. I'm sure he'll become incredibly strong someday, and that we'll meet again," said Emperor Yu smiling. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Teacher, come have a seat, I have many ancient scriptures. You can choose some of them." Emperor Yu didn't refuse. The relations he had with his 11 direct disciples was deep. They had come out of the small world together, they had gone through a lot. Now, around 10 years had passed and they were together again, it was pure bliss. The direct disciples were all like brothers, their 2 teachers were like parents. Lin Feng was happy to be with these people again. They chatted happily together for days. Emperor Yu had gone through lots of hardships as well. He had faced many dangers, but he was lucky, he was still alive and had finally reached the holy city. Lin Feng's spirit's world. The saint's skeleton appeared, floating in the air. Swordwool pulsed around it eternally, it would never disperse. Lin Feng tried to get close to the skeleton, but his blood felt like it was going to boil. A vortex appeared. He started absorbing sword strength like a greedy beast. He used absorbing cosmic energy to devour things now. Since he had regained consciousness, he felt even more powerful, and his Tao had increased. He could already make cosmic energies evolve. He had condensed them in his fists when fighting against Ji Chang. His cosmic energies were even more powerful those of a great emperor now. It was mainly thanks to Minister Uptila's blue Uptila lotus. Lin Feng had the sensation he hadn't really mastered Tao, though. His Tao wasn't the blue up to the lotus Tao, after all. It was something different. An absorbing Holy Spirit appeared in front of Lin Feng. It absorbed the sword will. Lin Feng gradually moved closer and closer to the skeleton. At the same time, words appeared around him. The earth and sky started resonating. Finally, Lin Feng was just under the skeleton, seated cross-legged. The Holy Spirit was above the skeleton and absorbing its sword will, while Lin Feng studied it. It was a mysterious sword energy, Kasayapa sword strength. Lin Feng had the sensation that this intent messed up time. It was difficult to escape from it. It felt like this sword had been able to destroy time. That's a Kasayapa sword. Back in the days, the Kasayapa saint was terrifying, and all the saints feared him, thought Lin Feng. He remembered the ancient battle he had been shown. Lin Feng started using the evolution techniques of the celestial evolution holy scriptures on the sword. A sword streaked across the sky, distorting it as it did so. Lin Feng moved back, the sword appeared in front of him. Actually, it was a hallucination. He wasn't moving back, he was moving forwards. That was the power of the Kasayapa sword. Lin Feng groaned, his face became deathly pale. He sat down and continued sensing the sword strength. At the same time, the sword kept changing thanks to the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Lin Feng hoped he'd be able to control the sword's spirit and marrow. Of course, Lin Feng knew he couldn't use it like the saint had yet. Lin Feng studied for a long time, and then came out of his meditation. He was thinking that such spells would be good for the assassins of Tiantai, who Jing Shou was responsible for. He had created a subgroup in Tiantai, the Party of Darkness. The people who joined Tiantai were all extraordinary. Many people wanted to join Tiantai, because many of the people who joined Tiantai became much stronger quickly, not like Ji Cheng's club. Also, Tiantai was a harmonious group who helped one another. Many people wanted to join Champion University just to join Tiantai. So, what is the news? Lin Feng asked Jing Shou. This news is useful for you, said Jing Shou, handing a jade talisman over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his godly awareness into it and nodded. Continue. Don't stop. You can continue expanding the Party of Darkness. I'll also give you some skills, techniques, and spells for the Party of Darkness. Good. Jing Shou nodded. I'm off, said Lin Feng, and he left. A new genius of the Pei clan, Pei Yu, invited some friends to have a picnic by the lake. There were many stunning women with them. They were all chatting and having fun together. Brother Pei Yu, Lin Feng recently killed Ji Cheng. Everybody was astonished. Everybody says it's a new era. I think you'll become a peerless cultivator someday. There are many geniuses in the holy city. Chu Chunqiu and Lin Feng are incredible. There's Do Zhansung too. I need to practice and become stronger, said Pei Yu humbly. Many people in the holy city found him very strong already. Someday, he'd probably surpass Pei Donglai. The friends were chatting happily. In the distance, someone wearing white clothes and carrying a sword on his back appeared. He looked confident and at ease. Look over there. How swift. He must be so strong. Pei Yu, said the person in the distance extremely loudly. Pei Yu was stupefied and stood up, shouting back, I'm Pei Yu. Who are you, Your Excellency? Suddenly, sword chi streaked across the sky towards them. Explosions rent the air. Those people's faces changed drastically and they shouted furiously, insolent. The cultivator continued advancing on them. Sword lights glittered, cutting open the space. Pei Yu screamed, just before he exploded apart and the pieces of his body spread all over the ground. The cultivator with the sword in his back continued moving on swiftly. He looked confident and at ease. One sword attack, and he had killed Pei Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2065, The Pei Clan's Nightmare. Chapter 2065, The Pei Clan's Nightmare. Pei Yu was a genius of the Pei clan, and he was rising. He was extremely talented. In less than a year, he had become the 13th cultivator on the imperial ranking list, a great achievement. He had the potential to become the 5th in the future. His future was supposed to be brighter than Pei Donglai's. However, Lin Feng had killed him by the lake. One sword attack, and he had died. Pei Yu hadn't even had time to react. Even though it wasn't comparable to Ji Chang's story, many people still heard about it in the Holy City. For the Pei clan, it was a tragedy. Pei Yu was one of the most outstanding young people of the Pei clan in a long time. Everybody had been paying attention to him. His death was an outright humiliation. And it was only the beginning. 3 days later, Pei Dongcheng was in a restaurant and someone, a sword cultivator, killed him. 5 days later, 8 geniuses of the Pei clan had been killed, all by the same sword cultivator. No exception. The Pei clan didn't even know who their enemy was. In the end, the Pei clan didn't allow their emperors to go out alone anymore. They always went out with great emperors, and they all carried great imperial weapons. However, 20 days later, by the lake, 2 great emperors and 4 emperors were caught there and killed. They even had great imperial weapons. The one who had killed them was wearing white clothes and had a sword. His face was yellowish. He looked sick, but he was terrifyingly strong. In a single month, the Pei clan lost 8 great emperors and 36 emperors. The whole city was astonished. The Pei clan's celestial emperors started paying attention. They were ready to react any time, but it was too late. The celestial emperors of the Pei clan were furious. It was a great tragedy for the clan. Many people in the Holy City were talking about the one who had killed so many strong cultivators from the Pei clan. Who was he? He was an emperor, but his sword attacks were terrifying. 8 great emperors had died at his hands. The assassin always looked for the weakest great emperors of the Pei clan. His swords were faster than great emperors and deadly. Ordinary great emperors couldn't escape from him. A palace of the Pei clan. Everybody was furious. Nobody said anything, they just looked to their leader. The leader of the Pei clan was initially meditating in seclusion, but he had come out because of these events. He didn't mind if a few emperors died, but dozens? And great emperors? Besides, it wasn't over. Maybe the assassin was going to kill even more of their people. What if all their emperors died? That would be a true disaster. Have we offended anyone? Asked the leader of the Pei clan icily. He didn't understand the assassin's purpose. We have only offended Champion University, answered someone. Back then, they had, along with 3 other ancient holy clans, surrounded Champion University. They had wanted to capture Lin Feng back then. And more precisely Lin Feng. Of course, by offending Lin Feng, we also offended people who support him. However, the assassin is just an emperor, and he can kill great emperors. He killed Pei Yu in 1 sword strike. He's very talented. I think it must be Lin Feng, someone ventured icily. The others were shocked. You think it's Lin Feng? But from what I've heard, he's different. We're in the Holy City, many people have incredible disguising techniques. Lin Feng also practices sword cultivation, and his sword attacks are terrifying. The leader of the clan remained silent and then said, since it's that way, let's convoke some emperors and great emperors, some strong ones. All right, good. Agreed the crowd. No matter who the assassin was, they had to find him. In the Holy City, the Pei clan wasn't the only clan who was trying to understand who the assassin was. Many people tried to guess too, and they were also trying to guess what the Pei clan was going to do. So many of their cultivators had been killed, they had to respond. Many strong cultivators of the Pei clan dispersed in the holy city. One of them was Pei Zhu. He was also a little bit famous in the holy city, as he was on the imperial ranking list. At that moment, he was walking down a road and glancing around. He looked ordinary. Suddenly, some sword chi filled the air around him. Pei Zhu was astonished and took a deep breath. Sword lights glittered and moved towards him. Pei Zhu waved his hands and a powerful strength emerged. People on the road fled instantly. At the same time, an invisible and intangible sword descended from the sky towards him. In the distance, a cultivator in white clothes looked calm and composed. He had a sword in his back. He's there. Pei Zhu was stupefied. A terrifying light beam emerged from his third eye and moved towards the cultivator in white clothes. When the cultivator in white clothes saw that, he flitted away instantly. Humph! Where are you going? The light beam had suddenly turned into a person and shot towards the cultivator in white clothes. The bystanders continued fleeing. The cultivator in white clothes moved away at the speed of light. Pei Zhu kept attacking, smiling coldly all the while. But at that moment, there was a whistling sound of air parting. Pei Zhu's face stiffened. He jumped backwards as he saw an illusion move towards him. Oh no! Pei Zhu's face turned deathly pale. He ran away as fast as he could, but it was useless. He couldn't compete with that speed. Pei Zhu disappeared with the silhouette. The illusion finally caught up with the cultivator in white clothes. He raised his fist and punched out. The man in white clothes instantly disappeared with a pop, stunning the attacker. He turned around and gazed into the distance. Pei Zhu wasn't there anymore. A clone, how stupid. The man was infuriated. He went back, but he couldn't find Pei Zhu anymore. Arg! That person waved his hands, and the buildings around him exploded. He released his godly awareness, which turned into yet another strong cultivator. He was really strong, but Lin Feng had still kidnapped Pei Zhu in front of him. After a short time, the same thing happened again. A young man from the Pei clan was taking a walk, and an invisible and intangible sword strength moved towards him. The cultivator saw some sword lights and destroyed them. However, after that, more sword energies converged on him, and he retreated quickly. More sword lights moved towards him. His face turned deathly pale. Where were those sword lights coming from? He couldn't see anyone. Finally, lights glittered and emerged from his third eye, turning into a silhouette. However, at that moment, the young man disappeared. Who's there? Howled the strong cultivator. He released his godly awareness and inspected the area. However, he only saw many clones running away, and he could only chase one. He did so and destroyed one, but it was just a clone. Chasing someone who could clone himself was nearly impossible. Many people from the Pei clan weren't strong enough, and were cut apart without even having time to react. That month became a nightmare for the Pei clan. Even the leader was furious. So many of their young people were killed, it was a nightmare. Many people didn't even dare leave the Pei clan anymore. The Pei clan was panicking. They had never thought something like this would ever happen to them, and the murderer was only an emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2066, Woken Up? Chapter 2066, Woken Up? Everybody in the holy city was talking about the Pei clan. The Pei clan was an ancient holy clan and a mere emperor was killing so many of their people. Such a thing had never happened in the holy city. The murderer probably hated them to the bone. Everybody was wondering who the murderer was. At the same time, the Pei clan also assigned all their great emperors to protect their emperors. They didn't just protect them with their godly awareness, but personally. Even taking such actions, some people were still killed by that sword cultivator. Each time the sword appeared, they had no time to escape. Some other people also disappeared mysteriously. The Pei clan was busy every day trying to find the murderer. Pei Donlai finally came out of the great imperial palace. He was determined, he had to kill this assassin who didn't dare show his face. But nothing happened. Something else happened on that day, however, astonishing the whole city again. 25 emperors of the Ji clan were killed by the same person. The Ji clan and the Pei clan were going through the same calamity. After Ji Chang's death, the Ji clan had been humiliated, and now it was even worse. At that moment, the Ji clan was furious. They decided to meet with the Pei clan. They wanted to avenge their people. The murderer was an assassin, but he was terrifyingly strong. He could kill great emperors. Everything pointed to Lin Feng. The Ji clan and the Pei clan had both offended Lin Feng. Everybody in the holy city was astonished when they learned that the Pei clan and the Ji clan wanted to join hands to kill Lin Feng. Was Lin Feng that strong? Lin Feng hated them. After having killed so many of their people, Lin Feng stopped for a while, knowing that if he encountered some members of the Pei clan or Ji clan, they would be merciless. They wouldn't kill him, but they would at least cripple his cultivation. Lin Feng was talking about cultivation with his friends from Tiantai when he was cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength a 6th time. Lin Feng also bathed in the demon pond 2 more times. His physical strength was far beyond his cultivation now. Lin Feng didn't know what his limits were in terms of physical strength, but he knew that he could crush great emperors in one punch. He was becoming more and more brutal, and when he used his Devamara body and his Devamara Culpa strength, his attacks were even more explosive. When everyone was thinking that Lin Feng wouldn't dare show up anymore, 3 great emperors, 2 from the Ji clan and 1 from the Pei clan, were killed. Many people were astonished. Even though they were ordinary great emperors, Lin Feng could kill them as if they were insects, which was unbelievable. Even if some great emperors didn't understand Tao, they were still very strong, but Lin Feng could still kill them easily. Great emperors seemed weak in comparison to Lin Feng, or was Lin Feng too strong? But some people wondered whether Lin Feng was the only murderer. The Ji clan and the Pei clan couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Feng had killed so many people. Many people in the city were convinced that he wasn't acting alone, or he couldn't have killed people on both the Pei clan and the Ji clan's territories at the same time. He was definitely backed up by Champion University. The Ji clan and the Pei clan started going to the other ancient holy clans to convince them to help them find and kill Lin Feng. However, the Yuan clan and the Ying clan refused. They weren't stupid, and didn't want to offend Lin Feng. They could only watch from the sidelines. At the same cultivation level, apart from Chu Chunxiu, nobody could challenge Lin Feng. And if anyone stronger attacked Lin Feng, sure Zhu Laoxian in Champion University would be furious. Everybody was wondering who was stronger between Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu. They really wanted to see them battle. The Ji clan and the Pei clan dispatched many strong cultivators to surround Champion University, just like the last time when the 4 ancient holy clans had surrounded Champion University. However, 2 ancient holy clans were far less strong than 4. For Saint Emperors appeared again, demanding an explanation from Champion University. Those people are really bastards. Surprisingly, they dare act recklessly in Champion University. I hope we can teach them a good lesson. Poor ancient holy clans, Lin Feng killed so many of their people, it's a tragedy for them. They can only rely on Saint Emperors. When the members of Champion University saw those people, they didn't have the same impression as before. They just found these people ridiculous. Lin Feng had pushed them to their limits. Someone appeared in the university. When the crowd saw him, they were astonished. There was a giant, he looked like an ancient cultivator. When the 4 Saint Emperors saw the giant, they were astonished. A saint. According to legends, Lin Feng could control a saint. They had imagined the scene back in Chi Tian Holy Town. They were just wondering why he hadn't used the saint the second time when the snow clan had come back. However, now, he was there in front of them. The hearts of the Pei and Ji clansmen beat wildly. If the saint went to their clans, the consequences would be tragic. The giant walked up to them, gigantic footprints appearing behind him. The 4 saint emperors released Qi, getting ready to flee in case of danger. The saint made their souls shake. Is it funny to send saint emperors all the time? Asked the giant in a cold and detached way. The 4 saint emperors shuddered as one asked, "Are you Lin Feng or a saint? I'll warn you only once. If you do this again, I'll go to the Pei clan and the Ji clan and I'll slaughter everyone." "Qin Shan the saint won't hesitate," said Qin Shan icily. The crowd was shaking. Saint Qin Shan. Was it Lin Feng or Qin Shan? Piss off. The 4 saint emperors left immediately without saying anything. They were too frightened to have any resistance. The Ji clan and the Pei clan are in danger, everyone knew. They could imagine how the 2 clans felt. Their elders couldn't fight, and their young people kept getting killed. The saint turned around and walked back. Lin Feng wasn't going to use the saint's body to kill people. Even though Qin Shan had recovered a little, if he fought too much with his body, then the saint might die. Controlling his body to walk wasn't a problem, however. The Pei clan and the Ji clan could only send cultivators to fight against Lin Feng and challenge him officially. Pei Donglai challenged Lin Feng to a battle on the Pathfinder battle stage. In the cultivation world, a great emperor challenging an emperor was a real disgrace, but they were shameless. But the Ji clan and the Pei clan had no choice, as nobody below great emperor could fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored Pei Donglai's challenge, it meant nothing to him. He had just started getting his revenge. In his spirit world, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, watching that sleeping beauty and smiling. He stretched out his hand and caressed her face, saying gently, "You, I'm not a saint emperor yet, but I'll destroy the Ji clan when I get there." Each time Lin Feng killed a member of the Ji clan, he thought of the saint emperor who had attacked Yu. He hated himself, he needed to reconcile that hate. "I know. I used to ignore you in the past. You sensed it, so you protected me in secret. You risked your life to save me. If you wake up, I will apologize." "You've always been in my heart," said Lin Feng, smiling and caressing her. At that moment, she moved her hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2067, A Sword from the Sky. Chapter 2067, A Sword from the Sky. Lin Feng didn't notice she had moved a few fingers, but suddenly, she emerged from her body. Lin Feng frowned. You. Lin Feng smiled and said, You heard me, right? Hurry up and wake up. We'll go to the Holy Spirit Dynasty together. We'll go see our child. I wonder how Qiong Sheng is doing. We are his parents, we should take care of him, he must be almost 2 years old. But when Yu heard Lin Feng, her chi became even more powerful. She moved her hand again. Lin Feng noticed it this time. She's going to wake up. Lin Feng was truly happy. The medicine the tribe had given them was incredible. Her organs were finally recovered. Lin Feng grabbed her hand and smiled. Yu, stop sleeping, it's been more than a year now. Her chi reached its limit and suddenly she opened her eyes. She looked so beautiful. She looked at him and blinked, so cute dash. Yu. Lin Feng was very happy, he jumped into her arms and kissed her on the lips. Yu's eyes twinkled shyly. Lin Feng, Tangy, you looked shy and cute, all at the same time. Lin Feng burst into laughter and said, You're still shy after all that happened. When she heard him, she blushed even more and pouted. She didn't dare look him in the eyes. "You're even avoiding my eyes," grinned Lin Feng. He was so happy he hugged her even tighter. He lowered his head and kissed her on the lips again. She tried to dodge though. "We have a baby, and you're acting like one," said Lin Feng, laughing and kissing her over and over again. Tang Yuyu was helpless. Lin Feng was very extroverted at this time. Tang Yuyu seemed to have forgotten that she was stronger than Lin Feng. However, when he hugged her, she felt powerless. Finally, he stopped kissing her and looked at her. She said, "What were you saying when I woke up?" Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. "Did I say anything? You said you wanted to tell me something," said Tang Yuyu. He had promised? "Alright, it doesn't matter." "Ha ha," said Lin Feng, laughing loudly. He put his hands under her clothes. She looked even more shy. "You bastard," said Yuyu. "You just learned about that?" said Lin Feng. Woo-woo, after a long time, no more sound spread through the air. Yuyu was lying in his arms. She looked like a flower and had a big smile on her face. "Little Yuyu, let's go and see my parents," smiled Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu still looked uncomfortable. "All right," said Yuyu, nodding nervously. Lin Feng took Tang Yuyu to meet Lin Hai and Yu Menghe. They knew Tang Yuyu. They had even seen her sleeping. They were happy she had woken up. "Mother, father," said Tang Yuyu. Even though she was shy, she had to control herself. "And after all these years?" "Alright, little Lin Feng was worried about you, and finally, you woke up. When little Lin Feng brings Meng Cheng back, we'll organize a big ceremony, with Wushang too," smiled Yu Menghe. Xiao Yuxian also arrived and said to Tang Yuyu, "Sister Yuyu, you finally woke up." "Sister Yuxian," said Tang Yuyu gently. Xiao Yuxian smiled and said, "Sister Yuyu, you know me." "Yes, I've been paying attention to all of you," Tang Yuyu smiled. When Lin Feng saw they got along well, he was happy. He still had to practice cultivation really hard to bring Meng Cheng and Xine back. He was definitely going to go to the Snow Clan. Lin Feng spent some time in his spirit world. He gave Tang Yuyu many powerful spells, skills, and techniques. He also spent some time with her, assuaging his guilt. She was extremely strong, so with the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and some other skills and techniques, she'd become even more terrifying. Every day, some members of the Pei clan and the Ji clan wanted to fight against Lin Feng. Pei Donglai was trying to provoke Lin Feng. He said he could kill Lin Feng easily. They made fun of him. They said he could only attack people by surprise. They were actually very nervous about Lin Feng. He had killed so many of their emperors and great emperors. However, if they had seen how happy Lin Feng looked these days, they would have been even more furious. "Lin Feng, when are we going to Chi Tian Holy Town?" asked Tang Yuyu. She wanted to see her baby, Lin Xiongshang. He was almost 2 years old now. "Let's relax, let's kill people of the Ji clan and the Pei clan, those two clans who attacked you back on that day. After that, we'll go back to Chi Tian Holy Town. There are still things going on with the historical remains. And I also need to settle accounts with the Tianxi dynasty and the ancient Jade dynasty," said Lin Feng. He was angry at the Ji clan and the Pei clan, but since he couldn't destroy them, he could at least continue killing the people he could kill. "Alright," agreed Tang Yuyu. "Yuyu, what will happen if you go back to the Holy Spirit dynasty?" asked Lin Feng. She couldn't leave the Holy Spirit dynasty, that's why she had acted as if she didn't know him. The Holy Spirit dynasty had saved her life and made her what she had become. "Lin Feng, what do you think?" asked Tang Yuyu. "We can transmit the Holy Spirit natural godly skill to the Holy Emperor, as well as a few ancient holy scriptures. They can raise Xiongshang, that way, they will feel grateful." "Alright, that's fine," said Tang Yuyu gently. They left Lin Feng's spirit's world, arriving in Tiantai. Tiantai was now as big as a sect. Everybody was busy doing things, practicing cultivation, traveling, and so on, so Lin Feng wasn't worried. Regarding becoming a champion, Lin Feng was even less interested. Like Chu Chunxiu, he hadn't become a champion, it was a useless title. Pei Donglai appeared at the Pathfinder stage every day. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Some people came every day and saw him each time. Time passed though and people understood that Lin Feng wouldn't come. The Ji clan and the Pei Donglai didn't dare ambush Lin Feng, so he didn't need to reply to Pei Donglai's provocations. This time, however, Pei Donglai was a bit surprised. In the distance, clouds appeared and a strong wind started blowing, sword energies. Pei Donglai's eyes twinkled. Purple chi appeared around him. He slowly rose into the air. Is he here? Many people sensed the terrifying sword intent, and were both astonished and wary. A sword was approaching the plaza. It turned into a light beam and moved towards Pei Donglai. Finally, you came, said Pei Donglai. Lightning chi surged out towards the gigantic sword. However, the gigantic sword destroyed the lightning chi and continued moving towards Pei Donglai. Humph! Pei Donglai grunted icily. The air hummed as his purple chi surged. He waved his hands and a gigantic purple hand appeared in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2068, Lin Xiongsheng's Spirit. Chapter 2068, Lin Xiongsheng's Spirit. The gigantic sword was vibrating loudly as it collided with the gigantic hand. Purple energies exploded, steel whined and shrieked. Pei Donglai's gigantic purple hand shook violently. His lightning energies turned into 8,000 sharp blades and moved towards the gigantic sword. What a terrifying attack, 8,000 purple lightning bolts, each as sharp as blades. That attack should kill any high-level emperor, thought the wondering crowd. Pei Donglai was furious. He knew who his enemy was when he saw the sword. When Pei Donglai was at the top of the Huang Qi layer, he was third on the ranking list. Even though it wasn't as good as Lin Feng, he's a great emperor now, so he should still be stronger than Lin Feng. How could he lose? The onlookers wondered. His 8,000 thunders streaked across the skies, blades of living lightning. The gigantic sword looked indestructible and unstoppable, and contained a foreboding strength that absorbed the force of the earth and sky. Nothing could stop it. Die! Shouted Pei Donglai explosively. His 8,000 threads of purple chi condensed and moved towards the gigantic sword. Thunder broke and shook everything as the point of collision exploded. The gigantic sword finally stopped moving forwards. Pei Donglai released more lightning energies, as he turned into a gigantic figure and shot towards Lin Feng. However, at the same time, a black cloak flickered and turned into 3,000 illusions. Pei Donglai had the sensation millions of people were attacking him. He felt great pressure. Pei Donglai's face stiffened. The gigantic man glanced around. That wasn't Lin Feng, it was a woman. Piss off! Shouted Pei Donglai explosively. Gigantic purple hands struck out all around him. However, they all exploded. A hand crashed onto his gigantic man and it exploded, forcing Pei Donglai to reappear as he was hurled back. However, the illusions surrounded him and punched him. His face turned deathly pale. When the strong cultivators of the Pei clan saw that, their faces changed drastically. Their saint emperors had surrounded Champion University and then had come back. Since that moment, their saint emperors hadn't shown up again. However, at this moment, the chi which was attacking Pei Donglai was a saint emperor's chi. No! The crowd heard someone scream. There was a massive explosion in the distance. The 3,000 illusions condensed, and Pei Donglai disappeared. He was dead. The faces of the members of the Pei clan turned deathly pale. They were staring at the woman and Lin Feng. He shouted furiously, "Lin Feng, Pei Donglai wanted a fair fight against you and you plotted against him, bastard. The Pei clan is really funny," retorted Lin Feng, glancing at those people. "How amusing. A great emperor fighting against an emperor is a fair fight? A saint emperor tried to kill me, that's also fine for the Pei clan. Emperors of the Pei clan don't even dare come out. Saint emperors come to find me, that's your concept of fairness?" said Lin Feng mockingly. He flitted away and smiled at Tang Yuyu. "When I become a saint emperor, I'll go to the Pei clan and we'll talk about fairness." His voice resonated far away. The crowd understood that Lin Feng wanted to destroy the Pei clan and the Ji clan. He wasn't playing. Fairness? The Pei clan had sent saint emperors to surround Champion University, and now the Pei clan's emperors didn't even dare come out anymore. Their words were ridiculous. Pei Donglai had been killed. The Pei clan was mortified. A high-level emperor was killing all the most talented cultivators of the Pei clan. It was a tragedy for the Pei clan. People like Pei Donglai were too rare. The Great Imperial Palace was also affected. Pei Donglai was a member of the Great Imperial Palace, but Lin Feng didn't think about the Great Imperial Palace at all. He didn't care about them and their list. However, Lin Feng didn't even think about the Great Imperial Palace, he only thought of the Pei clan. The Pei clan and the Ji clan were going to regret crossing him. Yu had almost been killed. Meng Qing had been taken away. Nobody could imagine how Lin Feng felt. He would never forget that they had surrounded him to kill him, including the Snow clan. 3 great emperors and 20 emperors of the Ji clan had fallen, and 2 great emperors and 7 emperors of the Pei clan had fallen in one day. Lin Feng had planned this massacre for a while. The Pei clan and the Ji clan were infuriated again. Lin Feng simply hid once more. At the same time, Champion University stopped recruiting people from the Pei clan and the Ji clan. If the Ji clan and the Pei clan dared attack a student of Champion University, the ancestors would personally punish them. The Holy City was astonished, while the Ji clan and the Pei clan remained silent. They were ancient holy clans, this was pouring salt on their wounds. Champion University had publicly announced that they would not recruit students from the Ji clan and the Pei clan anymore. How humiliating! The people of the Holy City understood that Champion University was on Lin Feng's side, and the 2 clans might even disappear from the Holy City someday if Lin Feng became extremely strong. The Ji clan and the Pei clan were being jointly humiliated by Champion University and Lin Feng. What could they do? And what if Lin Feng became extremely strong? They would be destroyed. However, Lin Feng didn't care about all those conjectures. After he left, he went to see the ancestors, and they talked about a few things nobody knew about. At Chi Tian Holy Town, even though the atmosphere was less lively, there were still some strong cultivators interested in the historical remains. People still wondered who the chained cultivators in the historical remains were. Lin Feng arrived back at the Holy Spirit Dynasty. When they saw Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu come back safe and sound, the dynasty were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng was the father of one of their future holy emperors, and Tang Yuyu was also an important person to them. Lin Feng was crouching down in a courtyard. In front of him was a cute little baby. He was 2 years old, and his eyes kept twinkling. He was wearing a little robe. He looked at Lin Feng and then at the holy emperor. "Xiong Shang, don't you want to see your parents? They're in front of you now," smiled the holy emperor. The little boy walked up to Lin Feng, pointed at him with his little finger, and asked, "You're my father?" "Yes," Lin Feng smiled. "Oh, if you're my father, then I must have inherited your spirit." "Show me your spirit," said the little boy, looking pensive. Lin Feng was a little surprised and smiled. "Show me your spirit first, and I'll show you mine." "All right," said the little boy. An endless number of little dragons appeared behind him. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. Xiong Shang was already a Tian-level cultivator. His spirit had awakened. Lin Feng had cold sweats. He was even embarrassed to show his spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2069, A Battle in Juetian Mountain. Chapter 2069, A Battle in Juetian Mountain. I released my spirit, show me yours, demanded the little boy. He looked very serious. All right, I will show you, Lin Feng smiled. A gigantic 9-headed dragon appeared behind him. When Tang Yuyu saw that, she smiled widely. The little boy smiled and said, Father, your spirit is the same as mine. But why do I have a whole bunch of dragons, and you don't? Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, you must be more talented than me. Lin Feng recalled his spirit, and the baby boy giggled and recalled his spirit too. He looked at his mother and said, maybe my spirit is different because of my mother. Xiong Shang, said Tang Yuyu, hugging the boy. Lin Xiong Shang looked curious and said, Mother, I inherited both your spirits, will I become extremely strong? Yes, you'll be the strongest one. Tang Yuyu smiled. The Holy Emperor told me that I would become a strong cultivator of the Holy Spirit dynasty. He's right, you'll become a Holy Emperor, said Tang Yuyu, caressing his head. All right, I'll become a Holy Emperor of the Holy Spirit dynasty, said the little boy. They were chatting happily. The little boy was happy to finally meet his father. He wanted to learn spells from his father, but Lin Feng deflected the requests. The dynasty knew how to raise children. They quickly gained power, but they retained the heart of a newborn. They practiced pure cultivation. The Holy Spirit dynasty did all they could to raise Lin Xiong Shang. He would learn the strongest spells of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Then, after breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, he would obtain powerful ancient holy scriptures. Lin Feng didn't hurry to transmit spells, skills, and techniques to Lin Xiong Shang. He had a terrifying spirit, and in the future, it would fuse together with his blood. He'd learn cosmic energies, and then he'd become like Chu Chunxiu, able to study the sky-absorbing scriptures and the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Ancient holy clans raised children the same way. Many geniuses only started practicing cultivation for real after having breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, when they started traveling and fighting. Many geniuses also knew secret skills and techniques, and hid their social status when traveling. They stopped being incognito after having become great emperors. Of course, truly incredible geniuses couldn't do that because they needed to battle a lot to become a great emperor, and if they were incredible, everybody noticed them. Lin Feng was extremely talented, but he was still only a high-level emperor. He had started practicing cultivation when he was 15, he hadn't been as lucky as these geniuses. He had always only relied on himself. Lin Feng spent some days with the baby, then he went to the Holy Emperor and transmitted the Holy Spirit natural godly skill to him. Of course, it was less perfect than when a saint transmitted them to people. They'd have to rely on themselves to study it. Lin Feng also gave him some powerful scriptures. Even though the Holy Spirit dynasty had existed for a very long time and didn't lack ancient scriptures, Lin Feng had obtained some great ones. He had too many though, so he transmitted those useless ones to the Holy Emperor. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't going to forget that the Holy Emperor had helped him. He hadn't just come for Xiong Shang. Lin Feng was lucky. The Holy Emperor told him some good news. 3 days from now, the Holy Jade Princess of the ancient Jade dynasty would fight against a talented woman. Many people wanted to watch. The Holy Jade Princess and her opponent were both incredible. Lin Feng knew that the Holy Jade Princess was extremely strong. She had some mysterious techniques, and also knew some incredible illusion techniques and spells. Among the 8 geniuses who had surrounded them, the Holy Jade Princess, Ji Chang, and Zhuo Qing were the strongest. This time, the Holy Jade Princess wanted to fight against that girl because they wanted to try and break through to the Di Qi layer. Lin Feng didn't care. He had killed Ji Chang even though he had broken through to the Di Qi layer. Even if the Holy Jade Princess was stronger than Ji Chang back then, after having broken through to the Di Qi layer, he had become stronger than her. Lin Feng knew there were going to be many strong cultivators at the battle, including many strong cultivators from the ancient Jade dynasty. If he killed a holy woman, the ancient Jade dynasty wouldn't forgive him. 3 days passed quickly. Lin Feng played with his son before finally leaving the Holy Spirit dynasty alone. He went to a mountain called Zhuetian Mountain, where the Holy Spirit dynasty had agreed to fight against the woman. Lin Feng understood that some strong cultivators of her dynasty were going to come too. He also knew that people from the Holy Spirit dynasty were going to come. He had decided to come alone though. Not many people knew he had returned to the Holy Spirit dynasty, as the Holy Emperor had concealed that from most of the people in Qi Tian Holy Town. Lin Feng had disappeared for a year, and the Holy Emperor didn't want anything to happen to him. Just like in the Holy City, many people in Qi Tian Holy Town thought Lin Feng was still dead. There were actually 2 peaks at Zhuetian Mountain, facing one another. A beautiful woman was standing on each peak. They both looked celestial and extraordinary. One of them was the Holy Jade Princess. The other one was a beautiful woman from Goblin Spirit University. The second woman had a genuine Phoenix bloodline, and was the strongest cultivator of her university. She was much stronger than Crazy Bull, and also a champion. Goblin University had 2 champions. It would have been the same at Champion University if Ji Chang hadn't died, both he and Lin Feng would have been champions. But Lin Feng didn't care about being a champion. Celestial Godly University also had 2 champions, Xu Chunxiu and Ying Chang. Such a thing hadn't happened in a very long time. Many strong cultivators were in attendance and watching the 2 women, the Holy Jade Princess and Tian Jiao, who was stronger. Lin Feng arrived and landed atop a mountain. There were many people around him. They were all staring at the 2 women, nobody paid attention to him. It seems that everyone is interested in this battle. Lin Feng glanced around, seeing strong cultivators everywhere. That was why they hadn't organized the battle on a battle stage, as there wouldn't have been enough space for the audience. "It's going to start," said someone next to Lin Feng. Everybody stared at the 2 fighters, remaining silent save for the soughing of the wind. That wind became stronger and stronger, and began to whistle. The Holy Jade Princess clothes fluttered about her. At the same time, a terrifying strength filled the air. A rosy mist appeared all around, containing a powerful intent. Scorching hot flames appeared inside. This was Tian Jiao's intent. "What a strong woman," said Lin Feng. Many geniuses could be jealous of that level of intent. Tian Jiao jumped into the air, and at the same time, a phoenix appeared, the air beginning to burn as embers appeared around her. The Holy Jade Princess and Tian Jiao will definitely become Saint Emperors someday. They will become symbols of their generation, whispered someone. These 2 women were extremely strong, it was a rare thing to see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2070, Wu Ju and Wu Qing. Chapter 2070, Wu Ju and Wu Qing. The 2 female cultivators started fighting, chi boiling around them. The 2 women's speed was incredible. The Holy Jade Princess controlled illusion Dao intent, and at that moment, she had the advantage. However, many people didn't see it that way. Even though Tian Jiao was being defensive, the crowd realized that she was releasing a terrifying phoenix, and a phoenix territory had appeared. Phoenixes could burn anything. Even the clothes of the Holy Jade Princess started burning. The Holy Jade Princess and Tian Jiao are extremely talented. They are among the strongest people of Chi Tian Holy Town. I wonder which one will become the most famous, someone wondered aloud. We'll see. Look, Wu Ju is here, said someone, pointing at a high mountain. There was someone wearing white clothes there, looking confident and at ease. He was alone, nobody around him, and cut quite an impressive figure. Wu Ju. Lin Feng knew many people in the holy city, but not in the other cities. When he heard them, it seemed that Wu Ju was even more impressive than Yi Tianjiao and the Holy Jade Princess. Wu Ju has the potential to become the first master of the Dark Night region. Apparently, he's going to start traveling. Saint Emperor Wu Ju only had one child. He hopes Wu Ju can have more children to keep the bloodline healthy. Maybe that he wants to have a child with one of those two girls, that's why he came here, conjectured someone near Lin Feng. However, nobody said how strong he was. Master Wu Qing was the first prince of the Dark Night region back in the days, thought Lin Feng. Prince, master, all those were respectful terms. Great emperors and emperors could be called prince or master, like Master Me back in the days. It could also mean anything, it depended on the region. In the Dark Night region, being the first master meant being the strongest cultivator. It was even better than being a champion. Champions had the potential to become celestial emperors, and maybe saint emperors if they didn't die. But in the region, only one person was called master. Wu Ju had the potential to replace Prince Wu Qing and become the first master. And the same existed for women, there was a first lady of the Dark Night region. Wu Ju had come to see the Holy Jade Princess and Yi Tianjiao. The competition will be fierce for Wu Ju. Lin Feng, and the 8 cultivators who fought against him, well, he killed 5 of them, but 3 are still left. Apart from Lin Feng, Xu Chunxiu could also be a competitor. Even though he's not famous in Chi Tian Holy Town, he also went onto the Holy Way stage. He didn't sit on the Holy Imperial throne though, which means Lin Feng has more potential than him. People kept chatting about the geniuses of the region. There could only be one master and one lady in the region. Everybody knew about that in the Dark Night region. At that moment, the Holy Jade Princess and Yi Tianjiao's battle was getting explosive. The Holy Jade Princess attacks were getting more and more terrifying. Her mysterious Tao power looked real, as did her illusions. Her powers were mysterious. Yi Tianjiao didn't change anything, her phoenix kept flickering. Finally, fissures appeared, explosion sounds spread in the air, an ocean of flames appeared. The atmosphere was filled with destructive qi. The Holy Jade Princess and Yi Tianjiao landed on the ground again and looked at each other. Their qi kept increasing. "You are both so beautiful, why fight?" said someone at that moment. The crowd was startled. Wu Ju had spoken. 9 broken illusions appeared in a whistle of movement, all Wu Ju's silhouettes, and very lifelike. He landed between the 2 women and smiled, "You are both so beautiful, come to my palace, we can learn from each other, but we can also chat about life." When the crowd heard Wu Ju, they thought he was very audacious, and also carefree. "Wu Ju, you want both of us to go to your palace?" asked the Holy Jade Princess, smiling icily. "Indeed." Wu Ju nodded. "You're not very lucky," said Yi Tianjiao icily. The atmosphere became much hotter. "Since I dared talk, I don't mind," Wu Ju smiled. The crowd frowned. That guy wanted both of those 2 incredible women? In 1 year, the Holy Jade Princess had become much stronger. Yi Tianjiao wasn't weak, either. "Thanks for coming," said the Holy Jade Princess smiling coldly. Then, she jumped away, her mysterious Tao strength rolling out provocatively. His soul started shaking. "Your understanding of deep abstruse Tao has increased," Wu Ju smiled indifferently. He waved his hand, and 81 gigantic hands appeared. They all contained a different type of explosive power, deadly, destructive. The Holy Jade Princess' deep abstruse Tao looked real. It looked terrifying. Wu Ju's strength is impressive, the crowd observed. Deep abstruse Dao power was incredible and destructive. But Wu Ju's attack was even more brutal. It could block the Jade Princess' deep abstruse Dao. He could kill people with invisible and intangible attacks. He could already easily kill ordinary high-level emperors. Yi Tianjiao also moved. She didn't mind joining hands with the Holy Jade Princess to fight against him. He was famous and was known as someone extremely strong. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. The two women released even more terrifying attacks. However, Wu Ju remained as motionless as a mountain, and the manifested hands didn't break. Finally, he smiled and said, "You are so beautiful. Don't be mean. Come and have a walk by the lake with me. We can talk about love." Wu Ju released even more aggressive energies, which bore down on Yi Tianjiao. "Since there are two beautiful women, you could give me one," said someone intervened at that moment. The crowd was astonished. Who else was provoking the two women? Lin Feng jumped forwards. The crowd frowned. Who was this guy? Lin Feng was incognito. He couldn't show himself, especially if he wanted to take the Holy Jade Princess away. Wu Ju and the two women saw someone arrive among them, Wu Ju the most surprised. He wasn't the only audacious man there, but if you want to talk about love with the Holy Jade Princess and Yi Tianjiao, you must be strong enough, Wu Ju smiled. A gigantic hand appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. All sorts of strength surrounded him. Of course. Lin Feng smiled back. He released deadly cosmic energies to counter Wu Ju's hand attack. Multiple explosions manifested before the hand was ripped completely apart. The gigantic explosion made everybody's hearts pound violently. Another beast had arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2071, Indecent Provocations. Chapter 2071, Indecent Provocations. Lin Feng's punch astonished the whole crowd. Wu Ju's attack was extremely explosive. He could resist both Yi Tianjiao and the Holy Jade Princess at the same time, meaning he was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared talk freely about romance with them. Lin Feng was still walking forward slowly. The sounds of their auras clashing kept exploding about him. The three fighters had already dispersed. Wu Ju studied Lin Feng as he smiled. "Which one do you like, Your Excellency?" "The Holy Jade Princess is pure as jade and clean as ice. She's noble and pure. I want to get on intimate terms with her," Lin Feng smiled back. The Holy Jade Princess smiled icily. These two men were truly indecent. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" "You want to get on intimate terms with me, but I am afraid it won't be possible," the Holy Jade Princess said icily. "Holy Princess, you're amusing," Lin Feng smiled. He continued walking towards her. Wu Ju's silhouette flickered, and he landed before Lin Feng, saying, "Since you don't want to give me the two women, let me see if you are eligible to get intimate with the Holy Princess." Dao power swelled and surrounded Lin Feng, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The wind reached every single part of his body. Wu Ju was bald and his head polished shiny as he smiled broadly. He jumped forward and raised his fists. Lin Feng looked confident and at ease, and didn't stop. He condensed cosmic energies into empty space energy and moved towards the punches. Lin Feng's fist was dazzling as he kept countering Wu Ju's attacks. 5 gigantic fingers appeared. They looked as hard as mountains and oppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to collapse. Lin Feng's physical strength was incredible, but those energies were really oppressive, and could easily destroy an ordinary high-level emperor. Wu Ju had the potential to become the first master of the region. He was extremely strong without a doubt. Lin Feng raised his hand and a sword streaked across the sky. It cut apart the gigantic hand, shattering it loudly. In one strike, Lin Feng had destroyed it. Wu Ju was now standing in front of Lin Feng, his strength condensing with terrible power that was making the air vibrate. A moment before, when Wu Ju had fought against the Holy Jade Princess and Tianjiao, he hadn't used his full strength. He was even stronger than the Watchers had believed. However, Lin Feng also released and condensed strength. His cosmic energies erupted in pulses of power. At the same time, Lin Feng released ancient imprints, and a word appeared, mourn. The power shook the earth and heavens. Ancient words, is that an incantation? The Watchers were astonished. What kind of strength was that? Surprisingly, Lin Feng dared use that kind of strength against Wu Ju's explosive attacks. Among people of his generation, few people dared fight against Wu Ju, and right now Lin Feng hadn't even used Dao power yet. When Lin Feng and Wu Ju's powers collided, some parts of Juetian Mountain exploded. Clouds of smoke and dust appeared, forcing some people to fly away coughing. The Holy Jade Princess and Tianjiao both looked astonished. Lin Feng and Wu Ju were both emperors, like them, but the two women had no choice but to admit the two men were much stronger than they were. Initially, people had come here to watch the Holy Jade Princess and Tianjiao's battle, but now Wu Ju and that stranger were drawing all the attention. Wu Ju and Lin Feng separated, both somewhat surprised. Wu Ju was the most surprised, amazed that someone could compete with him. Lin Feng's cosmic energies were near unstoppable, and his punches were as heavy as mountains. It was difficult to defend against them. Lin Feng was also astonished, because he knew how strong he was. He had incredible cosmic energies and an incredible physical strength, and at the same level, not many people could compete with him, but Wu Ju was one who could. His Dao power made even Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Unfortunately for Wu Ju, Lin Feng's physical strength was simply too incredible. He had to withdraw. Lin Feng understood that Wu Ju didn't have an undeserved reputation now, and definitely had the potential to become the master of the region. He could compete with the strongest geniuses of the Huang Qi layer. Wu Ju looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. I really want to know who my enemy was? You know it's me, so it's good. You don't need to know my name. Lin Feng smiled back. Wu Ju's eyes twinkled and he nodded. You are strong enough to get intimate with the Holy Princess. She's yours. Wu Ju is insolent, he dares say the princess is that guy's, as if she were his property. Who does he think the Holy Jade Princess is? Said someone speechlessly when they heard Wu Ju. Wu Ju is free and unrestrained. He doesn't want elders to follow him, or maybe Wu Ju's holy palace doesn't want the elders to influence him while he's traveling. At that moment, Wu Ju looked at Tianjiao and smiled, since the Holy Jade Princess is his, you are mine. Let's go to the Holy Palace together. We'll consummate our love. I'm not interested, said Tianjiao icily. Wu Ju had no respect for her. Consummate their love? How insolent. Was he talking about having a child? I will definitely take you to my holy palace, Wu Ju said calmly. He sounded firm and stubborn. Lin Feng landed before the Holy Jade Princess and smiled, you're so beautiful. I've always loved you. Finally, we're going to be on intimate terms. You can't refuse. People were sweating coldly. Those two geniuses had come to the mountain, disturbed the two beautiful women while they were battling, and now they were making indecent remarks. It was difficult to imagine. The Holy Jade Princess smiled coldly. Don't worry. I don't harm women, Lin Feng told her, smiling indulgently. He looked aloof and arrogant. The Holy Jade Princess released her deep abstruse Dao power in an instant. An illusion appeared in his mind as the energies were reaching for him. She was so fast, pissed off at his sexual harassment. A gigantic mourn word appeared, Lin Feng closed his eyes and struck out with both hands. Powerful destructive energies rolled out, and the deep abstruse Dao power broke apart. The Holy Jade Princess was still moving towards him, however. Lin Feng sensed the strong winds surround him. Her deep abstruse Dao power was terrifying. Even with his eyes closed, the illusions didn't disperse. The holy princess attack messed with his perceptions. Lin Feng continued moving and punched out again with thunderous force. He used his full strength, and the holy jade princess was driven backwards. She wanted to escape, but Lin Feng raised his hand again and a golden web appeared around her. Her expression changed, and she desperately started releasing as much strength as she could to break the web. However, Lin Feng moved faster than the eye could follow. He was even faster than her. "Holy princess, don't abandon me." Lin Feng smiled. The holy jade princess' cold smile had already disappeared as she shouted furiously, "You're insolent." She released her deep abstruse Tao strength again, but a gigantic hand appeared and an implacable strength surrounded her. She couldn't move fast enough. Lin Feng landed in front of her again and grabbed her hand with one hand and her waist with the other, stunning everyone with his audacity. Lin Feng lowered his head, his lips moving towards hers. Her face turned deathly pale. This man dared assault her sexually in front of so many people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2072, Capture the Holy Woman. Chapter 2072, Capture the Holy Woman. "Let me go!" shouted the holy jade princess icily. At that moment, Lin Feng's left arm was around her waist, his hand was on her bottom. He moved his right hand to her breasts. If he wanted to, he could easily kill her. "You're in my arms, how could I abandon you?" Lin Feng smiled. He started walking away, intending to leave with her. What an incredible guy! Wu Ju was stupefied when he saw Lin Feng's uninhibited actions. "Insolent!" shouted someone icily. Some of the bystanders rose up into the air. The Holy Jade Princess and Etian Zhao both had terrifying backgrounds. Lin Feng and Wu Ju were harassing the two women, and initially, their people hadn't gotten involved. Such things were unavoidable on the path of cultivation and they had to deal with such things themselves. But now the two women had lost control over the situation and these men were humiliating them. A few great emperors appeared in front of Lin Feng and ordered him icily, "Let her go." Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He was holding the holy jade princess firmly. She felt humiliated, her face was deathly pale. "If you don't want her to die, let me pass," replied Lin Feng indifferently, then continued walking forward. Everybody was startled at his insane actions. Surprisingly, he dared despise the strong cultivators of the ancient Jade dynasty? What an insolent bastard! A great emperor released his qi, the wind began to whistle around him. However, Lin Feng grunted icily, raised his hand and bombarded the holy Jade princess body with cosmic energies. She groaned with pain and coughed up blood, her face paling. When the crowd saw that, many shuddered in fear. This guy was decisive and cruel. He even dared attack a beautiful woman. The holy Jade princess is pure as jade and clean as ice, flawless and noble. "If I can't get on intimate terms with her, then I'll destroy her," Lin Feng said to those ancient jade cultivators with a careless smile. The strong cultivators of the ancient Jade dynasty were flummoxed. They had thought that just showing up would be enough for him to give up. When they heard his reply, they were really shocked. How come this guy was so insolent? "You want to die?" swore the leader of the group icily. "I don't mind dying with the holy princess." Lin Feng smiled broadly. He continued moving forwards. The ancient Jade cultivators looked glum. They chased after Lin Feng, wanting to see who dared act this insolently and kidnap the holy Jade princess. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill her?" asked Lin Feng, turning his head to glance back at them. "If you dare kill her, you'll die too." Those people couldn't listen to Lin Feng without doing anything, so of course they wanted to chase him. "Alright, follow me then," Lin Feng smiled. He continued flying away. When the crowd saw that, they were amused despite themselves. This day had been even more fun than they had thought it'd be. Wu Ju didn't act insolently, he really wants a child with Tian Zhao. He can't go too far. That guy though, he's cruel and crazy. He kidnapped her. The gossips began to wag their tongues. Who was he? He could compete with Wu Ju in terms of strength, and he was dauntless. He had even kidnapped the Holy Jade Princess. Even Wu Ju didn't dare act that insolently, but this guy had. Was he simply too self-confident? Lin Feng flew at full speed, the air shrieking about him. However, the group of great emperors chasing him wasn't any slower than he was. Lin Feng saw a lake appear in front of him, and smiled icily. Lin Feng accelerated and dove into the lake. At the same time, he released a special kind of qi, his spirit world qi. The great emperors following him frowned and accelerated. They released their godly awarenesses and smiled coldly. Did Lin Feng think he could escape by entering the lake? There was a flurry of popping sound. Lin Feng had cloned himself, hundreds of his silhouettes appeared. The great emperors saw it all with their godly awareness. More clones continued appearing. The clones surrounding him started moving in every direction. The ancient jade strong cultivators above the lake were stunned. Did Lin Feng think he could escape? Ridiculous. One of them released a terrifying qi. However, a great imperial weapon appeared in Lin Feng's hand, blocking her power with an explosive force. The clones didn't vanish. Humph. One of the women cultivators of the ancient Jade dynasty released even more strength. Her attack had been the one blocked by the great imperial weapon. Waves of water crashed in every direction, and clones exploded one after another. When they all disappeared, the strong cultivators of the ancient Jade dynasty swallowed. How had he done that? They had watched him with their godly awareness, and yet the princess and Lin Feng had disappeared. Disperse. Let's check the surrounding area, said the leader of the group, pulling a long face. They separated quickly. Very quickly, they chased after the clones who had fled in every direction. They destroyed them easily, but quickly realized that they were all clones. What's going on? One of them asked feebly. They had already chased all the clones who were outside, destroying dozens of them easily, so where was he? How had he disappeared? After a short time, the ancient jade cultivators came back and looked down at the lake, glancing at one another and grimaced as their faces paled. Had they lost their holy princess? What do we do? Asked one of them. They were panicking. They would have never thought they would lose their holy princess, especially in front of the whole crowd of them. She had been kidnapped before their own eyes by a cultivator of the Huangqi layer. Nobody replied. They were terrified of the consequences. At the same time, Lin Feng had changed his clothes and mask, and now reappeared in Chi Tian Holy Town. He looked relaxed. Those people from Chi Tian Holy Town were too self-confident. He had just used an ordinary great imperial weapon to get rid of them. In other words, he hadn't lost anything. Lin Feng had returned to the dynasty already. He was in his own courtyard and entered his spirit world. The Holy Jade Princess was still there. There was no portal in or out, and Lin Feng could appear there as he wished. She was shocked as she asked, "Who are you? Where are we? Holy woman, don't you remember me anymore?" Lin Feng replied emotionlessly, walking over to her. Her face stiffened and she blurted out, "If you dare rape me, the ancient Jade dynasty won't let you off. You really think you're pure as jade and clean as ice, pure and noble?" Lin Feng smiled mockingly. He raised his hand and took off his mask. The Holy Jade Princess' face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng. The Holy Jade Princess was horrified. Lin Feng. A pervert would have raped her. Lin Feng wanted to kill her. However, she tried to remain calm as she swiftly said, "Lin Feng, no matter what you want, I will give it to you." You can even make love to me if you want. We can cooperate. I can even become your wife. What do you think, Dot? She was smart. She knew she wasn't strong enough to compete with Lin Feng and she didn't want to die, so she tried everything she could. Nah, too troublesome. I'll use you as a demon puppet. That way, I'll make love to you if I want to. I will even be able to control the ancient Jade dynasty using you. You'll become my slave, Lin Feng said icily. The holy Jade princess grimaced horribly. A demon puppet. When she heard that, she realized her life was going to become a nightmare. You prefer making me turn into a walking corpse than deflowering me? The holy Jade princess smiled seductively. An illusion appeared, she lifted her dress, her white thighs appeared. Lin Feng remained stoic. She was staring at him, she even opened her cleavage. A terrifying demon light penetrated into her brain, and her face turned even paler. Lin Feng wasn't going to let her off. He was extremely determined, she couldn't tempt him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2073, Newborn. Chapter 2073, Newborn. The Holy Jade Princess had disappeared. Many people in Chi Tian Holy Town were astonished. There was an undercurrent in Chi Tian Holy Town related to her vanishing. People were chatting in a restaurant. A young master disappeared, that girl disappeared. How many people have disappeared in Chi Tian Holy Town? I don't know exactly anymore. Between 80 and 90 people, I guess? All those people have something in common, they are all talented, and they're all high-level emperors. I wonder who dares act that arrogantly. They're all specially related to some geniuses of powerful groups. The leaders of those groups are all, at least, celestial emperors, some of them even have saint emperors. The ancient Jade dynasty's princess was kidnapped in front of many people by a perverted young man. Maybe nobody had thought an emperor would be able to kidnap her in front of everyone. They don't even know who it was. Everybody kept chatting. If Lin Feng knew what they were talking about, he would be extremely surprised. There were members of the dynasties of Chi Tian Holy Town, and from some universities. They were from the most powerful groups of the Dark Knight region. However, there were more ancient holy clans in the Dark Knight region than dynasties. Ancient holy clans weren't at the top of the region. Recently, many young people from ancient clans had disappeared. Many people started thinking that Lin Feng had captured the Holy Jade Princess. As all those people were chatting, Qin Gan, the Tianxi Holy Emperor, and other people were gathered before an altar. There were gigantic pillars around the altar, a black mist surrounding them. Atop each pillar was a high-level emperor, soul strength emerging from their third eyes and moving towards the person standing in the center of the room. He looked bestial, his face extremely white and small flames around him. The terrifying soul strength surrounded him. After a short time, the faces of the younger people present distorted. When they released their last threads of soul strength, they died. Their souls were destroyed. The bestial young man on the altar opened his mouth and absorbed their strength, looking drunk. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a gloomy chi invaded the atmosphere. Even though he was just a high-level emperor, he didn't look at even saint emperors respectfully. 81 of them, how's your soul now? Qin Gan asked the young man. That young man was the saint they had brought from the saint's world, Saint Tianhun. They were feeding his soul with high-level emperors' souls, sacrificing the young people to him. His body and soul were improving. Nobody would have thought that all the young people from ancient holy clans who had disappeared had been kidnapped by these holy emperors. Not bad. It's the only way, replied Saint Tianhun calmly. The lives of 81 geniuses had been used to feed him. As long as it was useful for him, they would keep sacrificing others to him. So, master, said Qin Gan. Don't worry, I will do what you've asked me. You may all choose 9 people and I'll transmit some powerful ancient techniques to them. You may also choose 1 person and I'll transmit holy techniques to them. Regarding you guys, we'll see about that in the future, Saint Tianhun said indifferently. They were all cooperating with him. Saint Tianhun wouldn't transmit all he had to these people, though. Otherwise, he'd be useless. The dynasties understood that, so they cooperated step by step. Who is the strongest shrine these days in the continent of the 9 clouds? Asked Saint Tianhun, as if he had thought of something. The Fortune Shrine, I guess? Replied Qin Gong calmly. Saint Tianhun's eyes twinkled. The Fortune Shrine? He hoped they could help him, using a misfortune soul or the godly medicine of the immortals. In the Dark Night region, are there powerful enemies? Asked Saint Tianhun. The strongest person should be the first master of the Dark Night region, Prince Wu Qing. Besides him, there are some other very powerful cultivators who are extraordinary and have potential, such as Wu Ju, and the one who kidnapped the Holy Jade Princess, are also extremely strong. And there are some people who have king-type bodies, said Qin Gong looking pensive. He continued, by the way, I have the feeling that the one who got onto the Holy Way stage, Chu Chunxiu, is very dangerous. I think he might become a new King Chu. King Chu? Asked Saint Tianhun expressionlessly. You're from the ancient days, you don't know King Chu. However, many years ago, when I was young, King Chu was like a god in the Dark Night region, he feared nobody, replied Qin Gong. Saint Tianhun didn't really care, he just nodded. His only goal was to stabilize his cultivation once more. He asked, what about the one I saw before, the one whose body I wanted? Qin Gong and the others remained silent for a few seconds. They naturally all remembered Lin Feng. He had had 2 incredible battles in Qi Tian Holy Town, holy emperors had even fallen because of him. They hadn't forgotten about him. And now many people had forgotten about him, they all thought he was dead. Back then, he had a great battle, we all think he died. What a pity, his physical body was perfect, said Saint Tianhun. He regretted that he had not obtained that body. The body he had now wasn't nearly as good. Master, we're going to select some people, said Qin Gong before leaving. The rest all followed. The ancient Jade Dynasty's princess had disappeared. The leader of the ancient Jade Dynasty was starting to have doubts about them, they had been forced to explain to her that they had nothing to do with that. Otherwise, it would have led to big problems. They didn't want to offend the Death Fairy. Besides, the animal clan had remained silent for such a long time. But since the ancient clans and the animal clans hadn't shown up for a long time, they didn't need to worry. There were animal districts in all 18 main cities of the Dark Night region. They were all places where enlightened animals gathered. Humans ruled over the region, but they still coexisted with the animal clans. Qi Tian Holy Town was the same, they also had an animal district. They were much stronger than ancient holy clans. The animal district in Qi Tian Holy Town had some truly formidable creatures living there. Such creatures were also extremely conceited. They had dominated humans ages ago, but then the different human groups had joined hands and now the animal clans hadn't shown up for thousands of years. Nobody really knew what they were doing or how strong they had become, they had been hidden for too long. Things had changed with time. Some groups fell, some groups rose, they all had their own stories. Some stories were boring where nothing changed, and some stories were astonishing. However, only a few people could stand out because of their own story. The world was very big, and there were many small worlds, some of them as big as the continent of the 9 clouds, and there were many geniuses everywhere. Staying at the top was extremely complicated, and everyone there had their own stories too. The only way to stand at the top was to progress all the time. Saint Tianhun was making efforts, the animal clans were making efforts, Tianjia was making efforts, Zhuoqing was making efforts, Wuju was making efforts, everybody, all the geniuses of the continent of the 9 clouds, were making efforts. Lin Feng was also making efforts. They all had different lives, but they all had the same thought: reach the clouds. They all wanted to rule over the world someday and transmit their legacy onwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2074, Movement in the Animal District. Chapter 2074, Movement in the Animal District. Millennia ago, the Animal District ruled over Chi Tian Holy Town. They acted independently and defiantly, standing up to others as equals aggressively. Many animal clans from elsewhere used to come to Chi Tian Holy Town back then to join the Animal District. However, at some point, the ancient holy clans and dynasties of Chi Tian Holy Town joined hands and started a great war against them. Chi Tian Holy Town had turned into a field littered with corpses. Many strong cultivators had fallen, and many small worlds of the Animal District had been destroyed. Humanity had also paid the price, but finally the Animal District had fallen and lost their influence. They couldn't afford to act arrogantly now. They weren't as imposing and awe-inspiring as before, even before they had disappeared. However, some news had started spreading through Chi Tian Holy Town. The members of the Animal District had apparently been traveling to gain experience discreetly. The denizens of the Animal District had disappeared for a very long time into one of their sealed worlds, a place now filled with a brutal bestial chi. It was extremely thick in one particular location. There was blood everywhere. There were hundreds of thousands of beasts, rocks, apes, bulls, rhinos, pythons. It was astonishing. They were all alive, but they seemed to be suffering, their blood dripping everywhere. They looked desperate and hopeless. There was a lake made from their blood. There were some terrifying and ferocious beasts within that lake, greedily absorbing the other beasts' blood. The hundreds of thousands of beasts had been offered to them as a sacrifice. If the dynasties of Chi Tian Holy Town had seen that, they would have been astonished and troubled by the implications. However, the people outside didn't know about that. This continued for 3 full years. Within those 3 years, Chi Tian Holy Town had changed too, but there were some strange things going on, too. More and more people had kept arriving. If it had only been like that, it wouldn't have drawn people's attention, but the thing was that many beasts had been taken there and everything was done discreetly. Their target destination was the Animal Mountain, which hadn't been active for a long time. Finally, the strong cultivators of the dynasties investigated that location, and they all noticed the bestial chi. People rose up in the air, not trying to hide their anger. On the ground, they saw people enter the Animal Mountain and disappear. "Something serious is going on," commented someone. All the dynasties were astonished. They had the impression something terrifying was going to happen. The Holy Spirit Dynasty's Holy Emperor was with Lin Feng. Someone came up to the Holy Emperor and said, "Holy Emperor, the Animal District has been active recently. They kidnapped many animals and took them to the Animal District, but they didn't hide." "Animal District?" Lin Feng was startled. Lin Feng, the Animal District acted independently and defiantly in the past, but they couldn't compete with humanity. They were the strongest animal force of the Dark Night region. They've been silent for thousands of years now, though, the Holy Emperor informed Lin Feng. Then, he looked at the strong cultivators and asked, "Is there anything else?" "No, they've been silent for thousands of years, we can't get inside, so we couldn't learn anything," replied the strong cultivator. The Holy Emperor nodded and said, "Let's go to Animal Mountain and see." "Holy Emperor, I'm coming with you," said Lin Feng. He wanted to see the Animal District. "All right, you can watch. But we can only stay outside, we can't get in." "Nobody from Chi Tian Holy Town dares go in," said the Holy Emperor calmly. Lin Feng shivered. He understood the Animal District was extremely strong. They headed to a location near to the Animal Mountain. Lin Feng could sense the bestial chi, but he didn't mind, he had studied animal cultivation too. The Holy Emperor and Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Some strong cultivators were chained and taken forwards. There were dozens of people in that group, all of them emperors. There are some there too, said Lin Feng. And there, said the Holy Emperor, pointing at another place. He whispered, the animal district has captured many beasts, they can't hide it, so they didn't even try. They just tried to do it as quickly as possible. I wonder what they're doing. Why does the animal district need so many beasts? Asked Lin Feng. I'm not sure. In this world, there are many mysteries. Who knows what secret powers they have? It's difficult to imagine, replied the Holy Emperor. Lin Feng nodded. The world was big, there were many different methods of gaining power. At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly became dark. More bestial chi covered everything, and suddenly rose up to blot out the sky. There was no light anymore. Lin Feng was startled at the strength of the chi. Surprisingly, they couldn't see the sun anymore. You really want to die? Someone swore suddenly. The strong cultivator who was dragging the chained beast cultivators had shouted. He had been harassed a few times, he hadn't thought anyone would dare provoke him. How insolent! When he said that, he entered the darkness. A gigantic fire appeared, the flames looked like claws. Interesting. Surprisingly, more and more humans dare come to the animal district. The one who controls the darkness probably controls genuine darkness Tao, said the Holy Emperor. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, glancing at the chained people. Suddenly, Lin Feng released some ice-cold chi. Lin Feng, what's going on? Asked the Holy Emperor when he saw Lin Feng. He was surprised. What was going on with Lin Feng? However, Lin Feng already started forwards, releasing death intent. Many people noticed him and were startled. Uncle Xinyu! Shouted Lin Feng. Emperor Xinyu frowned when he heard that familiar voice. He turned around and saw a stranger's face. Uncle Xinyu, it's me, said Lin Feng, as wearing a mask. At that moment, Emperor Xinyu looked startled and shaken. It was Lin Feng. High-level emperor. Emperor Xinyu realized that Lin Feng was a high-level emperor. He was astonished. He had been right, Lin Feng was extremely talented. He had become a high-level emperor so quickly. However, Emperor Xinyu quickly realized something and said to Lin Feng, hurry up and run, leave. Many times, His Highness the Beast of the Night had come back empty-handed. Even though Lin Feng was talented, he was just a high-level emperor. Among the people who were chained, apart from the one who had fought against His Highness the Beast of the Night, there was a great imperial beast too. Lin Feng couldn't compete with them. He couldn't save Xinyu. Uncle Xinyu, did they attack Yaoyi Island? Asked Lin Feng. He wouldn't have thought that the animal district would go so far to kidnap beasts. Yes, they want to capture all the beasts. Lin Feng, hurry up and leave! Shouted Emperor Xinyu to Lin Feng explosively telepathically. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's death intent was even colder. How could he abandon the people from Yaoyi Island? They had saved him. They were the first people who had helped him in the great world. There were many elders whom he cared about in Yaoyi Island, the Wind Elder, Uncle Xinyu, Huyu, the cute Great Earth Demon Ape. Had they all been captured? In the distance, the Holy Emperor hadn't thought Lin Feng would be friends with some beasts which had been captured. He was startled and found himself smiling wryly. What was going to happen? You want to die. Bestial light streaked across the sky and shot towards Lin Feng. Gigantic claws appeared and converged on him. The atmosphere became oppressive. That chi was far more fearsome than a human's chi. Lin Feng, go! Said Emperor Xinyu. His face stiffened. Even though Lin Feng was talented, he couldn't be stronger than a beast. There was a crackling sound, as if bones were being broken. Emperor Xinyu looked extremely worried, but suddenly, he saw the body of the beast who was attacking Lin Feng explode, blood splashing everywhere. Lin Feng was motionless. He just glanced around icily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2075, Young Beast Master. Chapter 2075, Young Beast Master. When Emperor Xinyu saw that, he was astonished, and his heart started racing. He took a deep breath and realized that Lin Feng had changed a lot since the last time he had met him. He wasn't a baby anymore. One punch, and he could crush a high-level imperial beast. When he thought about that, he had hope again. He had been practicing cultivation for so many years and he was still only a high-level emperor. He used to protect Lin Feng, a talented Zun cultivator. Maybe Lin Feng had become famous in the main cities now. The chained beasts looked at Lin Feng, all of them angry and depressed. The one who was holding the chains and dragging them had pitch-black eyes, and looked gloomy suddenly. Lin Feng, that's a Maharaga python, his poison is terrifying. You're talented, don't risk your life here, escape now, said Emperor Xinyu to Lin Feng telepathically. The Maharaga python was a great emperor, Lin Feng couldn't compete with him. Uncle Xinyu, he will die, said Lin Feng icily. The Maharaga python smiled icily. This little boy is audacious, die? The snake's red tongue whipped out towards Lin Feng, the snake spat out poison at him. A high-level emperor dared threaten him. However, a terrifying and thick strength appeared around Lin Feng, dense waves of energies gathering. He raised his fist and punched out hard enough to make the air howl. The poison exploded with a rumble and boom. The snake put his tongue back in his mouth and spun around, turning into a gigantic snake hundreds of meters long. The snake opened his mouth again. He could easily swallow a dozen people. At the same time, he kept spitting out poison at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the snake icily, a terrifying strength surrounding his body. He condensed aggressive demon cosmic energies in his right hand and condensed incantation words in his other hand. Mourn, weapon, battle, the words resonated in his grip. Lin Feng's strength was blending with the earth and sky. A terrifying chi surged up around him. Lin Feng punched out once again, before condensing Kulpa strength and jumping forwards. He raised his fist, aiming at the snake's mouth. His strength bore down on everyone, shaking their souls. The Maharaga python looked abruptly scared. An incantation, his poison was entirely destroyed? However, the Maharaga python continued moving towards Lin Feng, as he had no choice. He had to kill Lin Feng. There was an explosive impact. The confrontation was fast, precise, and cruel. The snake wanted to impale Lin Feng with his great fangs. However, Lin Feng burst forward instead. He penetrated into the gigantic snake's mouth, and at that moment, an explosive strength flared and spread through the snake's body. The Maharaga snake's body was filled with poison, and even emperors could die in there. However, the Maharaga python instead started shaking violently. Even his poison couldn't destroy that strength. The Maharaga python screamed, just before it suddenly exploded into tiny pieces of flesh raining down from the sky. The snake's soul started flying away, staring at Lin Feng icily. How strong, thought Emperor Xinyu. His heart was pounding. Lin Feng could kill great imperial beasts. He has become so strong. His heart kept pounding. He was speechless. As an emperor, Lin Feng could kill great emperors, it was astonishing. The python's soul hissed and flashed towards Lin Feng, turning into illusionary lights. He wanted to get into Lin Feng's brain to destroy his soul. However, Lin Feng merely grunted icily and condensed death strength. Then, he slapped out, his hand turning into millions of death imprints. They crashed onto the snake's soul, who cried out helplessly. But his soul had been stamped, he couldn't do anything anymore. Finally his soul turned gray and dispersed. He's dead. The crowd was astonished. An human emperor had killed a beast great emperor. Roar! The beasts of the ground roared in a thundering rage. The great emperor who had kidnapped them was dead. They wanted to break free from the chains, and at the same time attack their remaining enemies, who all had ugly expressions. The slavers wanted to escape, but Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He raised his fist and attacked them one by one. Very quickly, he had killed all of them. Lin Feng's sword destroyed the chains. The beasts from Yaoyi Island all looked at Lin Feng, stunned and speechless. Lin Feng was an emperor, and surprisingly, he had become so strong that Uncle Xinyu, where is Sister Hu Yu? Asked Lin Feng, glancing at the beasts he knew. He couldn't see Hu Yu in the group. Two different groups kidnapped us. There was a celestial emperor. I hope Hu Yu isn't in danger, said Emperor Xinyu. His face stiffened as he remembered. Being kidnapped was horrible, especially as a beast high-level emperor. The celestial imperial beast had tried to capture the great imperial beasts, but he had failed. As Xinyu had said, in another place, there were two great imperial beasts and a few imperial beasts. They were dragging some enlightened animals. The passage of the animal district was open, and a group of people came out. The leader of the group was a terrifying young man. His eyes were bloodshot. Greetings, young beast master, said the two great imperial beasts respectfully when they saw that young man. He was one of the 13 people they had chosen in the animal district to receive the sacrificial legacies of hundreds of thousands of beasts. Those people would become the future of the animal district and Chi Tian Holy Town. They were doing all this to regain their power and station. Apart from that, they also hoping to bring their ancestor back to life, a beast saint. If they succeeded, they were soon going to become unprecedentedly strong again. Hey, said the young master, nodding at those people. He said indifferently, those chained creatures are all new slaves, I see. Indeed. Give me that girl, said the young man, pointing at Hu Yu. The great imperial beast smiled. Their young beast master liked females. And that one was very beautiful, so his actions were normal. Hu Yu pulled a long face. She didn't look happy like in the past. Was she going to become a sex slave? What was the life of a slave? Hu Yu looked extremely unhappy as the young man walked up to her and grabbed her chin. He then slapped her and said, "Have you ever had sex with anyone else?" Pa! She spat at him, but the young man moved his head aside and dodged. He was extremely quick. The young man then smiled in a strange way and tapped her cheeks. He smiled and said, "If you have ever had sex with another beast, I'll fuck you and then I'll kill you long and painfully." Then, he walked to the big gate and smiled evilly. Hu Yu grimaced. Was she going to become a sex slave? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2076, Ancient Beast. Chapter 2076, Ancient Beast. The beasts of Yaoyi had started fighting against the great imperial beasts of the animal district. The atmosphere was dark. Qi was boiling. Lin Feng had already saved Emperor Xinyu but was still furious. The animal district was going to kill Hu Yu. Lin Feng was extremely worried for her. The Holy Emperor had told Lin Feng a lot about the animal district. He knew they were terrifyingly strong. They had a sealed world, and not even a Holy Emperor dared go there. Nobody even knew how strong they had become. But even if a Saint Emperor went there, they might die. Lin Feng looked thoughtful. In the distance, a new group of people had appeared. Lin Feng saw the leader of the group, a young man whose eyes were bloodshot. He looked ferocious. Even when animals of the animal district turned into human form, their bestial qi was still terrifying. Their qi was thicker than the qi of the beasts of the vast celestial ancient city's animal world. Even Wu's bestial qi wasn't that thick. The young man frowned when he saw Lin Feng and the others. His qi spilled out towards them. Surprisingly, a human had dared save their beast slaves just outside their territory. How insolent! They had been discreet for such a long time, and now some human already dared provoke them. The young man turned into a beam of red light and shot towards Lin Feng. His speed made Lin Feng shudder with dread. He suddenly raised his fist and released his strength, his fist colliding with the enemy's claws. The claws crashed onto Lin Feng's fist, blood splashed and Lin Feng was driven back. Lin Feng lowered his head and sought his own blood before he raised his head again. The strange young man continued releasing a terrifying bestial qi. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated the young man would be so strong. Lin Feng knew how strong he was himself. He could easily destroy ordinary great emperors. However, if Lin Feng had known who this enemy was, he wouldn't have been surprised. This person had been in the sealed animal world for thousands of years and had received hundreds of thousands of beasts' blood as a sacrifice. They were about to raise 13 incredible geniuses. This young man was one of them, a terrifying descendant of the animal district. The young beast master stopped moving. He put his hands behind his back and shook them out secretly. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so strong. "You still want to try?" said Lin Feng icily. The young beast master grunted coldly and retorted, "How reckless." "Is that so?" Lin Feng released deathlights and suddenly jumped away. The air began to shake and erupt from the conflict of energies as dazzling purple lights exploded. The thunderclaps made the sky shake violently. The strong cultivators behind the young beast master glanced at one another and one of them said telepathically, "Young beast master, back. His cosmic energies are terrifying." However, the young beast master acted as if he hadn't heard them, stretching out his hands, which turned into sturdy blood-red claws. One glance sufficed to understand how terrifying those claws were. "Assassinate!" The sharp claws turned into a curtain of 81 murderous heavy claws. They collided with the thunders. Even the great imperial beasts were speechless. Surprisingly, a human was so strong, he could surprisingly compete with their young beast master's assassination claws. Emperor Xinyu and the others were completely stunned. Lin Feng was so strong. How fearsome! In such a short time, Lin Feng had become astonishingly strong. They couldn't believe their eyes. How talented! Emperor Xinyu had never thought Lin Feng would become so strong. Lin Feng and the young man separated. Lin Feng's hair was fluttering in the wind, death intent rolled around him. There was lightning crackling in his hands. His enemy's arm had exploded from the lightning, his face had turned deathly pale. The young man was staring at Lin Feng. He had never lost a battle, except against the other 12 young masters of the animal district, and now a human could easily oppress him. "What's your name?" the young man demanded of Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng walked towards him, and the young man shuddered in fear. He sensed an invisible and intangible strength surround him. "I'm one of the 13 young masters of the animal district. I'll become a leader someday. How can I fear a human? He should die." After thinking about that, the young beast master released an even more terrifying bestial qi. He raised his other arm, struggling because it was almost paralyzed, and his claws became gigantic again. He looked both hideous and ferocious. A killing wind started blowing. Lin Feng charged ahead as fast as lightning. He rose up in the air and punched out again, and the sky followed behind his blow. There was a crash of impact, and the young beast master was smashed away. He coughed up blood a few times, his face even paler. At his back, the great imperial beast stared at Lin Feng, and started releasing deadly energies. "Move away!" The young man glanced at Lin Feng icily. He wiped off the blood around his mouth and looked at Lin Feng ferociously. The great imperial beasts he had made move away were staring at him. "It's been a long time since someone made me bleed." "It's a pleasant feeling," said the young beast master, looking even more bloodthirsty. "Piss off or I'll kick you away." Lin Feng just stared at him. This young man gave orders to great imperial beasts. He had to have a very high social status within the animal district. If Hu Yu had been captured, he needed to act quickly. When Lin Feng thought about that, he looked at Holy Emperor Ling and nodded. He said telepathically, "Holy Emperor, I need to capture him, help me." "All right," replied Holy Emperor Ling, moving towards the beasts. The great imperial beasts sensed that the Holy Emperor coming. They instantly released energies to surround their young beast master. Blood shield. Lin Feng frowned. Holy Emperor Ling was extremely fast, and had already arrived, but it wasn't quick enough. "Surprisingly, you want to capture me. I'm sure we'll meet again," said the young beast master as he turned into an illusion. He quickly disappeared from Lin Feng's field of vision. Lin Feng's face stiffened, and he shouted explosively, "If you want to fight again, remember to keep a beautiful female beast for me. Her name is Hu Yu." "All right, I'll find her." "Wait for me," called back the voice. Lin Feng's face was grim. As the young man disappeared, the other beasts of the animal district who were fighting against the beasts from Yaoyi also stopped and rapidly fled. Emperor Xinyu and the others looked at Lin Feng and the Holy Emperor next to him. How incredible! Lin Feng even knew such a terrifying cultivator. They had never seen such an oppressive strength, even from His Highness the Beast of the Night. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed into the distance and noticed a dark silhouette. He was startled. That was the leader of Yaoyi Island, a mysterious creature. It was impossible to see his real body, even from a short distance. He just looked like a shadow. "Let's leave. Animal Mountain is the animal district's periphery. Some strong cultivators could come out any time," said the Holy Emperor to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng didn't feel like leaving, but he had no choice. He hoped the young beast master wouldn't kill Sister Hu Yu. Lin Feng didn't know whether she was there already or not. The young beast master is proud. If he finds Hu Yu, he will not kill her, he will use her to attract you," said the dark shadow. "I hope so," Lin Feng nodded. Their silhouettes flickered as everyone withdrew from the area. Surprisingly, the mysterious animal district had even chased after people as far away as Yaoyi Island. What was their plan? After they left, a group of terrifying beasts came out of the mountain, their bestial chi terrifying. The crowd watched them from afar, deeply cautious. "We can wait a few more days. When we're done with the sacrifices, it will be the beginning of a new era," said a strong cultivator of the animal district icily. His chi rolled far away in the distance. He wasn't afraid of being seen by humans anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2077, Animal District's Agitation. Chapter 2077, Animal District's Agitation. The animal district of Chi Tian Holy Town had been hiding for thousands of years. Finally, they had reappeared. All the powerful groups of Chi Tian Holy Town knew that the animal district was preparing something. They were going to flip things over and rise again. At the same time, the elders of the different dynasties told their young people about the animal district's legends, which astonished everyone. At the same time, Lin Feng brought Emperor Xinyu and some other people from Yaoyi Island to the Holy Spirit dynasty. The prisoners who weren't from Yaoyi Island left. "Where will His Highness the Beast of the Night go?" asked Lin Feng to Emperor Xinyu. "You don't need to worry about him. It won't be easy for the animal district to capture him, he's strong," said Emperor Xinyu. His Highness the Beast of the Night was a mysterious being, a lord of darkness. It's a catastrophe for Yaoyi Island though. 2 celestial emperor and 2 great imperial beasts went there, it was impossible to resist them. His Highness the Beast of the Night took everyone away, but so many of our friends have been captured or killed. The real target of the animal district were the high-level emperors though, and then medium-level emperors, said Xinyu pulling a long face. He hadn't thought Yaoyi Island would ever face such a calamity. The animal district didn't only attack you, they attacked many animal groups in the Dark Night region. They just didn't dare attack the strongest animal groups of the main cities, said the Holy Emperor. Emperor Xinyu looked at him and sighed. He knew that this person was the Holy Emperor of a dynasty. Lin Feng had already become powerful and influential. He could chat freely with holy emperors. Such a thing would have been unthinkable years before. The current Great Emperor Qing had oppressed Lin Feng in the past, but in the Holy Emperor's eyes, Great Emperor Qing was a nobody. Yes, all we can do is wait. I hope Hu Yu will be fine, said Lin Feng coldly. If anything happened to her, he'd have to destroy those responsible as well. Even though all the dynasties in Qi Tian Holy Town knew that the animal district was plotting, nobody dared go there. Even though back when the dynasties had joined hands to fight against them, they couldn't go to their sealed world. In the animal district, the young beast master who had fought against Lin Feng glanced at Hu Yu in a strange way. Are you really Hu Yu? Asked the young beast master. After his battle against Lin Feng, he had gone back to the animal district and had started looking for Hu Yu. He hadn't thought it was the female he had chosen. Hu Yu's beautiful eyes twinkled. Why was he asking? Indeed. What do you want? Replied Hu Yu icily. The young beast master slowly drew his lips into an evil rictus grin, put his hand on her lips, and said, I initially wanted to have fun with you, but since he wants you too, I'll first defeat him and then I'll have fun with you. When Hu Yu heard that, she frowned and asked, Someone is looking for me? Indeed, he's very strong. He's stronger than me now. Maybe he's your boyfriend, but after the sacrifice, I'll kill him, said the young beast master, chortling in anticipation. He took back his hand and smiled icily, I'll kill him in front of you. I'll tell him that from now on, you're my war trophy. I'll show him. After that, the young beast master left. The sacrifice was almost over. After that, he'd break through and become much stronger. At the sight of the sacrifice, all the beasts had been chained and cut so their blood would flow. The blood lake was floating, blood kept dripping down and turning into a scarlet lake. The blood of all the beasts began to condense. Some skeletons walked over. They might be dead, but they had terrifying eyes. Those people used to be leaders of the animals long ago, all of them terrifying creatures. At that moment, a group of formidable old beasts appeared, their chi daunting. They looked at the skeletons and said, Dear animal leaders, please take care of the end of the sacrifice. All right, the animal district is going to rise once more, said the animal leaders hoarsely. The old beasts in the sky looked solemn and respectful. They were going to reclaim their place. The beasts which had been captured for the sacrifice were still bleeding out their essence. The skeleton leaders entered the blood lake and bathed in it. They were returning to life. For the 13 young beast masters, said someone loudly. The 13 young men were also in the lake of blood. Those people were almost all high-level emperors. They had perpetrated this slaughter for the future of the animal district in the continent of the Nine Clouds. At that moment, the 13 cultivators looked solemn as they enjoyed the blood of the mass sacrifice. They were going to rise and control the animal district in the future. The blood was thoroughly red. The sky in the animal district had turned red too. The hundreds of thousands of resident beasts were shouting furiously. Their chi was getting stronger and stronger, and so was their vitality. Flesh started appearing on the 13 skeletons. The slave beasts kept roaring in pain. Their blood kept dripping and gushing into the pool. However, that was just the beginning. A gigantic silhouette descended from the sky, its chi terrifying. It was an animal saint's body. His wings blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Suddenly, the blood moved towards that old body. The resident beasts looked solemn and respectful. An infinite amount of blood appeared in the sky. The 13 beasts looked touched and moved. They had summoned the ancient beast saint to receive his legacy, and then they'd rise again. They'd go and travel around the world, they'd become much stronger. Nobody would be able to compete with them anymore. But now it was time for the sacrifice. On that day, blood flowed unceasingly. Beasts roared furiously as their chi invaded the whole region. That small world was seething with excitement and bloody anticipation. In the outside world, nobody knew what was going on there. They just guessed that the animal district was preparing something. They didn't know that the animal district had been getting ready for a very long time. 7 days later, outside of the animal district in the mountains, many beasts appeared and walked into Chi Tian Holy Town. They didn't slaughter people carelessly, they had learned from past mistakes. They didn't want to be enemies with the dynasties anymore. However, many people noticed them on the streets because they were terrifyingly strong. Everybody understood what it meant. The animal district was back. During those days, the news spread that an emperor from an ancient holy clan had been punched by a member of the animal district and hadn't withstood a single attack, dying instantly. The news also spread that a young man of the animal district had killed a potential champion of Goblin Spirit University and eaten him. The news spread that the animal district had come back to life and was relentless. Finally, some members of the animal district were in the central part of Chi Tian Holy Town where the Chi Tian battle stage was, and had started confronting young people of all the dynasties and ancient holy clans. At the same time, Hu would appear there too, but many people didn't understand what that meant because they had never heard of Hu. They didn't even know what it meant. Of course, Lin Feng did know what it meant. It meant that Hu was safe, which relieved him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2078, Arrogant Beast. Chapter 2078, Arrogant Beast. The news shook the whole town. The Chi Tian battle stage was a special place. Only very important battles occurred there, hence its location in the very center of Chi Tian Holy Town. The animal district was challenging all the young people of all the dynasties and all the ancient holy clans. They wanted to show everyone they were back. People quickly forgot about the historical remains. The animal district had come back to life and was caused trouble. Everybody was only talking about the animal district. How strong had they become? Did they want to be enemies with all the dynasties? Impossible. They had probably learned from their previous mistakes. In the Qin dynasty at the sacrificial altar, Saint Tianhun looked perplexed. Those people from the animal district are all descendants. Surprisingly, they dare act that arrogantly. Master Tianhun, the animal district keeps causing trouble in town, especially a few young people who are extremely strong. They can kill some geniuses from ancient holy clans with one punch. One of them even devoured a champion. I don't know what's going on. Surprisingly, they raised such strong cultivators, said the Qin Holy Emperor. The Qin Holy Emperor wasn't happy at all. Back in the saints' world, Lin Feng had benefited the most. He had obtained their ancestor, the Qin clan had sent a few geniuses there and obtained nothing. Now there was Saint Tianhun, they had chosen some extremely strong and talented young people to sacrifice to him, just as the animal district was rising. He had the feeling they wouldn't be able to deal with the animal district. Perfect. I'll go and practice. Since they took the initiative to come and provoke us, I'll teach them a good lesson. Wonderful, said Saint Tianhun, smiling evilly. He said to the holy emperors, "You can all go and rest. I need to practice cultivation for a few days and then I'll come out." All right. The holy emperors all nodded and left. Saint Tianhun had absorbed 81 emperors' souls, but he didn't know that the animal district had done even worse. Their new young masters had absorbed hundreds of thousands of souls. 3 days passed in a flash. The central part of Chi Tian Holy Town was vast. There were 8 palaces around it used to challenge people. At this time, nobody was inside. There were many people at the foot of the buildings, though. In the middle, a battle stage had appeared indistinctly. It was in suspension and contained a terrifying chi. The Chi Tian battle stage was from ancient times, created by a peerless cultivator. Even when Saint Emperors fought on it, their energies didn't spill over. It was a very safe battle stage. At that moment, an endless number of people were standing around it. They all looked excited. In the sky, a strong wind started blowing. Strong cultivators from the ancient clans descended from the sky and landed on the top of the buildings. They looked both sullen and respectful. Those people are strong cultivators from Goblin Spirit University. They actually arrived first. They all have beast spirits. When their spirit fuses together with their blood, they become half-beasts, a specialty of Goblin Spirit University. Their students are extremely talented. The crowd watched those strong cultivators descend from the sky and kept talking. More and more strong cultivators descended from the sky. There were so many strong cultivators, it was like a dynasty had descended from the sky. The ancient Jade Dynasty's people are here, too. The Holy Jade Princess has disappeared. We don't know who kidnapped her. It's funny though, the person who kidnapped her must be extremely strong. Surprisingly, he kidnapped the Holy Jade Princess in front of everybody. The members of the Great Desert Dynasty are all here, too. So many strong cultivators. All the Holy Emperors are here, too. They all attach importance to the Animal District. The crowd chattered. They all feared the Animal District, it seemed. Look, Qin Dynasty. Surprisingly, someone is sitting next to the Holy Emperor. That person is just an emperor, though. Is he a new genius of the dynasty? He looks evil and sly. I've heard that there is no prince in the Qin Dynasty. Even if he were a prince, he wouldn't be sitting next to the Holy Emperor anyway. He must be incredibly strong and talented. The Holy Emperor must respect that person, observed some people. The person next to Qin Gong was Saint Tianhun, but he had a new body. Apart from a few Holy Emperors, nobody knew who he was. Saint Tianhun naturally wasn't going to say anything either, or it would cause trouble. As people were talking, red lights appeared in the distance. They looked like blood. People raised their heads and sensed bestial chi approaching them. The Animal District is here. The crowd shivered. They understood who these people were. Silhouettes descended from the sky one after another. The chi of the 9 people in the front was fearsome. What a powerful bestial chi. They must be leaders, like holy emperors in dynasties. Exclaimed a few members of the crowd when they saw the 9 leaders. They all shuddered with fear. The holy emperors frowned. They were astonished. It was them, they were surprisingly still alive? They looked even slyer than they had before. The young people behind the leaders are impressive too, keen eyes from the crowd noticed. Those young people had been raised by the strongest cultivators of the Animal District. Dear friends, long time no see, said one of the beasts icily. They landed on a palace higher up in the air than everybody else. The Animal District hasn't shown up for thousands of years. Indeed, long time no see. You're all safe and sound. Good for you, said an old man of the Great Desert Dynasty. However, the beast smiled in a cold and evil way. Indeed, so much time, I wonder how everyone is doing in Chi Tian Holy Town nowadays. Therefore, I decided to take some young people out. When he said that, he pointed at the young people behind him. They all looked astonishingly strong. They had been traveling for a long time, it seemed. Lin Feng looked at the Animal District's people icily. He could see Hu Yu and 2 guards at her sides. Hu Yu was a high-level emperor, but she looked weak in comparison to all those people. They could all kill her if they wanted to. She was scared, especially since the animal district's people had taken her out because someone wanted to see her. She didn't know who though. It had to be someone extremely strong, otherwise, the animal district's young master wouldn't have obeyed. At that moment, Yu had the impression someone was staring at her. She glanced around and gazed into the distance. She noticed someone was looking at her. He had a familiar chi, but she had never seen that face. Is it him? When she saw those eyes, Yu, who was usually insensitive and rough, suddenly looked touched. Someone cared about her that much? It wasn't Xingyu, that was certain. Thousands of years have passed and now he came back out. Let's see how strong the young people of Qitian Holy Town have become in comparison with ours, stated a beast aggressively. The crowd was shuddering with fear. He was challenging all the dynasties, ancient holy clans, and universities. Nobody could refuse. It would be a humiliation, and it would also mean that they surrendered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2079, Animals' Explosive Power. Chapter 2079, Animals' Explosive Power. The animal district was showing up after thousands of years. The first thing they did was challenge all the powerful groups of Qitian Holy Town to fight on the Qitian battle stage. The animal district didn't choose to make their elders fight. If their leaders fought against the holy emperors, the consequences would have been tragic. Making young people fight was more appropriate. The animal leader's voice seemed to linger in the silent atmosphere. Since you're not saying anything, I suppose you agree, said the animal leader indifferently. A silhouette sprang out and landed on the Qitian battle stage. He glanced around in a sharp way. His eyes were bloodshot. Anyone from a dynasty, an ancient holy clan, or a university, please go and exchange views on cultivation, said the animal leader. Then he looked at the strong cultivator on the Qitian battle stage and said, he's a young man from the animal district. He's the ninth one. He has no name. You can just call him Ninth Beast. The animal district had managed to make 13 cultivators strong again, 2 great emperors, 7 high-level emperors, 3 medium-level emperors and 1 low-level emperor. The ninth beast was one of the 7 high-level imperial beasts. Of course, people from Qitian Holy Town didn't know how strong he was. They just knew that only a high-level emperor could fight against him. The atmosphere remained eerily silent, and then at some point, a young man slowly walked towards the stage. He released bestial chi. A genius from Goblin Spirit University, Ling Chang. He has a great rock of darkness spirit. He's extremely strong. He's good in both defense and offense. Everybody recognized him. The animal district had sent a very strong cultivator, so Goblin Spirit University had to send someone strong as well. Ling Chang released bestial chi in waves. His blood also started boiling. A dark great rock appeared, his hands turned into sharp claws and he started flapping his black wings. The crowd was amazed. A strong wind was blowing. Ling Chang flapped his wings above the Qitian battle stage. Dark lights condensed around him, and he charged towards Ninth Beast while brandishing his sharp claws. Goblin Spirit University's students all have a beast spirit, and they all control animal cultivation. They are even more terrifying than ordinary cultivators. It's the case for Ling Chang as well. His attacks are terrifying. He can even compete with Crazy Bull. The crowd frowned when they saw the dark silhouette because the ninth beast remaining motionless. He looked extremely strong and conceited. Ling Chang was as fast as lightning. However, when he appeared above the ninth beast, he looked him in the eyes. Suddenly, a massacre appeared in Ling Chang's brain. He had the sensation he was going to collapse and faint. His eyes even started bleeding. The crowd finally saw the ninth beast move. He stretched out his hands, the crowd saw some blood, and then the ninth beast appeared behind Ling Chang and blood sprayed. The crowd was stupefied. Ling Chang's head flew away. He had been beheaded. The ninth beast didn't even look at Ling Chang. He chopped down, and red lights surrounded Ling Chang's body, which disappeared. The young cultivators of Goblin Spirit University all stood up. They looked furious and astonished. Even the older strong cultivators of Goblin Spirit University were astonished and staring at the ninth beast. This young man was so strong. Everybody was speechless. Ling Chang was so strong, and surprisingly he hadn't withstood a single attack. The ninth beast was too strong, it was too shocking. Animal District. The crowd was speechless. Even the strongest cultivators were speechless and thought, how did the Animal District raise such strong cultivators? And apart from the ninth beast, how strong are the others? Saint Tianhun was startled and smiled coldly. Interesting. Indeed, this was interesting to him. He used to be a saint, and now he had captured a body. Theoretically, he was invincible at the same cultivation level. Now that the Animal District had appeared, he realized those people could compete with him. He hadn't thought he'd see cultivators who could compete with geniuses of the old days during the first battle, though. In the Dark Night region, there were 18 cities and 3 main celestial cities. Not many people had the potential to become champions. Champions were already geniuses amongst geniuses, and very rare. There were only a few people like Prince Wu Qing or Wu Ju. Usually, only a very few people had the potential to become peerless cultivators, but this generation was different. They were so strong, there were so many strong cultivators. In the Holy City, Ying Chang and Ji Chang used to be champions, and now Chu Chunxiu was more talented than Ying Chang. Lin Feng used to be even more talented. He used to be a beast, but he had died during that great battle. Now the Animal District had come back to life, and their first fighter was astonishingly strong. It was difficult to imagine how much effort the Animal District had made to raise those beasts. A short time before, their strongest cultivators only had the potential of champions, but they had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of their own kind for them, and now they were terrifyingly strong. The only people who weren't surprised were the Animal District's members. For them, this was natural and obvious. They had made so much blood flow, they hadn't done it to waste resources, they had done it to win. They wanted everybody to understand that the Animal District was terrifyingly strong, but the Animal District's strong cultivators remained calm, which made the crowd feel even more pressure. The ninth beast was so strong, who could defeat him? The dynasties, ancient holy clans, and universities remained silent. That silence meant something. The Animal District is incredibly strong. With the ninth beast's strength, if I don't intervene, nobody will be able to defeat him. And the others must be even stronger than him, said Saint Tianhun calmly. The people next to him were silent. They thought the same. The ninth beast is the ninth cultivator. And among high-level emperors, they have 7 people. The ninth beast must be the weakest high-level emperor, analyzed Saint Tianhun indifferently. People next to him shuddered with dread. And what about those who have received your legacy, Master? Can't they defeat the ninth beast? Qin Gan asked Saint Tianhun telepathically. They received my legacy a few days ago only. They can't compete with him. Their 13 cultivators have probably received terrifying legacies as well, replied Saint Tianhun. Qin Gan nodded slow agreement. Saint Tianhuan's arguments were well grounded. I'm going. After having remained silent for a few seconds, someone spoke up on the side of Goblin Spirit University, Crazy Bull, the champion. When the elders of Goblin Spirit University saw Crazy Bull stand up, they looked extremely nervous. They didn't know what the Animal District had done to make the ninth beast so strong, but it was going to be very difficult for Crazy Bull to win. If they lost their champion, it would be a tragedy. A champion is fearless. A champion is destined to become a king, said Crazy Bull. He looked wild and manic. Ling Cheng had been killed. He knew that the ninth beast was terrifying, as he had fought against Ling Cheng before. Since he was a champion, he couldn't fear to battle. He had to be insane if he wanted to become a king in the Dark Knight region someday. He had to take risks. Crazy Bull jumped ahead. He looked solemn and heroic. The eyes of the elders of Goblin Spirit University glittered. They didn't prevent the fearless Crazy Bull from fighting. Lin Feng was there, his heartbeat racing. Crazy Bull was brave. Lin Feng realized that the ninth beast was abnormally strong. He also saw the young man who he had fought on the other day, standing in the seventh position in the line. Was he the seventh beast? Just like Lin Feng had expected, that person was the seventh beast indeed. He walked to Huyu, his eyes still bloodshot, and said, "You overestimate yourself, little boy. If you don't come out for your sweetie, I'll humiliate you." Huyu looked at him icily. She had a secret lover? She didn't know who it was, though. Was it the young man the seventh beast was pointing at? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2080, Without the Slightest Scruple. Chapter 2080, Without the Slightest Scruple. When Crazy Bull landed on the Chi Tian battle stage, his blood started boiling. He looked like a terrifying ancient bull as he released a sturdy and powerful strength in waves. His attack was terrifying. A path appeared between the ninth beast and him, like a herd of beasts were running towards the ninth beast. The ninth beast grunted icily. He stared at Crazy Bull with his bloodshot eyes, releasing Dao power which penetrated into Crazy Bull's brain. Patterns appeared again, the terrifying strength flowing throughout Crazy Bull's brain. At the same time, he raised his hand and roared in a thundering rage. The earth and sky kept shaking, his energies sending the wind howling. In his energies, people could see the ninth beast's totems. There were rumblings as Crazy Bull's Dao power slowly broke apart. The ninth beast rose up in the air and the path between them turned into a gigantic great rock, and then an eagle. It opened its wings, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Blood-red lights glittered. "Die!" shouted the ninth beast furiously. The scene of the massacre kept appearing in Crazy Bull's brain. At the same time, a terrifying Dao power continued oppressing Crazy Bull. His face turned deathly pale, and he could only grimace. He remained determined, even as his spirit shook. He shouted furiously, and the ground shook under his feet before he jumped forwards. His attack looked indestructible. The ninth beast looked at him in a disdainful way. He bombarded Crazy Bull's horn violently, and the horn exploded. At the same time, the strength continued penetrating into his body. He was driven backwards and his face became even paler, his mouth bleeding. As the crowd had expected, Crazy Bull the champion couldn't compete with the ninth beast. Nobody knew how the animal district had done this, but if the others were stronger than him, then it was really terrifying. The ninth beast kept assaulting Crazy Bull. Crazy Bull's had the impression his body was going to be crushed. He was a champion, he was really strong and looked crazed at this point. He turned into a gigantic ancient bull, covered all over with cuts and bruises. But he didn't care, he didn't want to give up. Even the ninth beast was surprised and a bit scared by his frenzy. Goblin Spirit University's strong cultivators stood up and stared at the Chi Tian battle stage. One of them said, "That's enough, no need to fight anymore." Crazy Bull and the ninth beast collided once more. Crazy Bull was thrown off the Chi Tian battle stage. The ninth beast jumped and chased Crazy Bull. "He's away from the Chi Tian battle stage now, why chase him?" shouted a strong cultivator from Goblin Spirit University. He jumped forwards and landed before Crazy Bull, catching him and taking him away. The ninth beast could only watch him gloomily and sinisterly. Since he came onto the Chi Tian battle stage and lost, why drift and live without purpose? Spat the ninth beast icily, then jumped back onto the Chi Tian battle stage. He calmed down. A champion had just been defeated. How terrifying. The animal district are too powerful, nobody can compete with them, sighed the crowd. They were staring at the strong cultivators of the animal district. They still looked aloof and composed. They had everything under control. Anyone else? Asked the ninth beast, glancing around at the members of the dynasties, ancient holy clans, and universities. He looked extremely evil. He looked like a bloodthirsty beast which wanted to devour its prey. He had even tried to kill Crazy Bull after he had already won. There was an eerie silence. Even though there were many geniuses in the Dark Knight region, champions were rare. Not many people were as strong as Crazy Bull. There were only a few people like Chu Chunxiu, and a few other people who were at the top of the Huang Qi layer, as well as people who had king-type bodies. Nobody had thought the animal district would have such strong cultivators. That's ridiculous. Qi Tian Holy Town is so big and nobody dares fight, jeered someone at that moment, jumping forwards. It was the eighth beast. He glanced at the crowd and said icily, even if nobody wants to fight, I still want to ask everyone to prove that their high-level emperors are strong. He started flapping his gigantic wings. He suddenly rose high up in the air. He landed in front of the crowd of people from an ancient holy clan and looked at a high-level emperor. He shouted furiously, a horrible shriek splitting the air as the eighth beast grabbed him with his claws and instantly killed him by slicing apart his skull. How insolent! A strong cultivator of that ancient holy clan rose up into the air and pulled a long face. The eighth beast dared kill their people in front of them. The eighth beast didn't stop. His silhouette streaked across the sky and blood gushed. He killed another person from another ancient holy clan. The crowd was astonished. The eighth beast was stronger than the ninth beast. How terrible! And what about the other ones? The crowd couldn't imagine. Be careful, everyone said to their young people. The eighth beast was a high-level emperor and he only killed people of the same level, so people who were stronger couldn't attack him. If their high-level emperors were getting killed by the eighth beast, it just meant that their people weren't strong enough. Die. The eighth beast killed someone else. His wings were extremely sharp and covered with blood. Another head flew away as the atmosphere became oppressive. The eighth beast was too fast. The animal district's strong cultivators just watched at all the high-level emperors of the different dynasties, ancient holy clans and universities disdainfully. Be careful. Move back if you aren't sure you can resist. All the strong cultivators warned the people of their groups. The eighth beast was too fast. In a flash, he had killed a few strong cultivators already. High-level emperors couldn't compete with him. The eighth beast was too terrifying. Everybody was astonished. How had the animal district done this? Simple, they had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of their fellow beasts to allow 13 people to become extremely strong. There were sudden explosions. The crowd realized someone had just blocked the eighth beast. When the crowd saw him, they were astonished. That young man looked confident and at ease, no wonder, since he was so strong. People gulped, it was him, Wu Ju. He had the potential to become the first master of the Dark Knight region. Wu Ju can compete with him, but then, how many members of the animal district have the potential to become first master of the Dark Knight region? The crowd shuddered with dread when they realized that. The thought was dreadful. The eighth beast stopped moving and smiled evilly, not bad. You're the only one. He continued flapping his wings, and at that moment, people didn't dare block him, moving away to avoid him. When the eighth beast arrived in front of the members of the Qin dynasty, Saint Tianhuan's gray eyes twinkled, filled with lightning. Insolent, said Saint Tianhuan icily, and jumped forwards. Gray lights emerged from his eyes. Red lights emerged from the eighth beast's eyes, both colliding. The eighth beast had the impression his soul was going to explode. How strong! The eighth beast was stupefied. He closed his eyes and swiftly flew back, saying icily, "You're very strong." The crowd looked at Saint Tianhun. Who was this person? Surprisingly, the eighth beast said he was very strong. He was a stranger to everyone, however. At that moment, Saint Tianhuan's eyes glittered. "I understood something," said Saint Tianhun icily. The animal district was indeed sly. Surprisingly, they had used a terrifying sacrificial ritual. How mad! Editor's note: of course, the fact he had done the same thing he completely ignores, of course. The eighth beast continued killing people around. When he landed in front of the Holy Spirit Dynasty, he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng condensed terrifying cosmic energies, lightning gathered around him as his eyes turned as gray as thunderclouds. The eighth beast flashed towards him. Lin Feng jumped forwards in response, staring the eighth beast in the eyes. Those eyes were filled with flames of fury. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched out against the eighth beast's claws. "It's you," said the seventh beast. He grabbed Huyu with his claws and jumped onto the stage. The eighth beast stopped and looked at him icily. Lin Feng looked at the seventh beast and said indifferently, "It's me." The seventh beast sneered when Lin Feng admitted it was him. Then he glanced at Huyu. Huyu studied Lin Feng. She didn't understand, why was this person trying to save her? Lin Feng took a step forwards. He looked at the seventh beast and said icily, "Let her go and I won't fight today." The seventh beast sneered, his eyes bloodshot, and said, "You're not fighting today? Then I'll kill her on the spot." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2081, Capturing a Beast. Chapter 2081, Capturing a Beast. When Lin Feng heard the seventh beast, he remained silent and released even more terrifying energies. His chi began to spread out slowly, but it was explosive. His chi had completely changed. He looked like an insane demon. "Will you let her go?" repeated Lin Feng icily. He looked emotionless, like a waiting god of death. "Is she your sweetheart?" spat the seventh beast, moving his claws closer to her face. His eyes were bloodshot and looked terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng jumped forwards. He didn't jump towards the seventh beast, however, he jumped towards the eighth beast. The eighth beast smiled evilly as he and Lin Feng collided again. He wanted to see how strong Lin Feng was. "Die!" He stared at Lin Feng with his bloodthirsty eyes. Lin Feng saw a massacre in his brain and a terrifying strength started flowing throughout his mind. Lin Feng saw many bleeding beasts, his soul was being attacked. The eighth beast was cruel, brutal, and violent. They had all come back to power after the sacrifices and they had become much stronger. Then they had received the ancient beast saint's legacy, and reached the top of their cultivation layer. Even Lin Feng, who had a powerful soul, had the impression his soul was going to be crushed. A golden palace appeared in Lin Feng's mind and protected him. At the same time, his gray eyes became pitch black, black water appeared in them and collided with the red lights of his enemy's eyes, while in his black ocean, death strength emerged and protected his soul. In the outside world, the eighth beast brandished his sharp claws. He wanted to cut Lin Feng apart. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He raised his fist and punched the claws, destroying them. Lin Feng then moved into the wind, the crowd could barely see him. Surprisingly, someone can resist the eighth beast, and he even took the initiative to fight against him. He's terrifyingly strong. Where is that man from? Wondered everyone. The eighth beast had amazed everyone. He was aggressive and terrifying, killing cultivators from the ancient holy clans and dynasties a moment before. The strange person who was with the members of the Qin dynasty and this person were the only ones who could resist the eighth beast. Humph! The eighth beast grunted icily. His bloodshot eyes glittered. Lin Feng started shaking violently as the air started to hum. He had the impression his body was going to explode. It wasn't the eighth beast's main attack though. He threw himself at Lin Feng and clawed at him again. The animal district didn't focus on only one person, thought the crowd. They were astonished. However, Lin Feng just looked solemn and wary. Many invisible and intangible threads of sound energy appeared behind him. The two fighters got closer and closer. However, at that moment, Lin Feng cloned himself, and a dozen Lin Fengs appeared all around and moved towards the eighth beast. The terrifying invisible and intangible soundwave strength dispersed. The crowd was astonished as the buzzing sounds stopped. Soundwave attack, what a terrifying soundwave cosmic energy! Invisible and powerful. You can't even hear it, but each soundwave is as sharp as a sword. How deadly! Someone blurted out. As expected, the eighth beast's sharp claws collided with the soundwaves and a hurricane appeared. At the same time, the crowd saw Lin Feng move his hand towards the eighth beast. The eighth beast had the impression a mountain had fallen onto his back. He released as much strength as he could, but he still felt oppressed. The two fighters were drawing closer and closer to one another. Die! Shouted the eighth beast furiously. His claws became dazzling and golden. They were great oriental greenfinchrock's claws, but there were dragon scales on them, forming a terrifying defense. He was a mixed breed. Lin Feng's clothes were ripped apart by the claws. The strength almost pierced through his skin, his hair bristled. The attack hadn't even reached him, and he was already having a hard time. However, at the same time, he condensed Demon Culpa strength, then moved faster than they could see. Demon lights pulsed out. People's hearts were pounding. Two of his clones also released strength. The eighth beast was stupefied. The clones also have strength? He didn't have time to think too much. He attacked Lin Feng's real body in front of him, the collision raising a strong wind. Red lights and demon lights exploded together. The two clones also attacked. The eighth beast shouted explosively as their energies collided explosively. He blocked one clone, but not the other one. At the same time, Lin Feng's real body came back to him. Lin Feng raised his demon hands, aimed at the eighth beast's head, and there was a crack of impact that astonished those watching. Blood splashed, but the beast didn't escape from Lin Feng. He resisted so many attacks. Murmured those watching. Their hearts twitched. He seemed like he wanted to capture the eighth beast? How strong? Who is he? The crowd was astonished. Since when was there such a strong cultivator in the Holy Spirit dynasty? Who are you? Asked someone at that moment. It was a member of the ancient Jade dynasty. She looked furious and she was staring at Lin Feng. The members of the Tianxi dynasty also stood up. Their holy emperor even stood up and stared at Lin Feng. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. Who am I? Repeated Lin Feng, smiling icily. He looked at the seventh beast and said icily, let her go. Continue fighting. It's not over, replied the seventh beast disdainfully. He hadn't used his full strength yet. I told you to release her, said Lin Feng icily. He condensed strength in his hands again. Many strong cultivators of the animal district finally stood up and pulled a long face. They had raised their 13 geniuses. These people were the future of the animal district. The eighth beast and ninth beast had already amazed everybody, but now that person had captured one of them. They looked at the seventh beast as a sign he had to release that woman. Her life couldn't be compared with the eighth beast's life. Who you looked at Lin Feng, her eyes twinkling. How strong. But why did he want to save her? Who was he? The strong cultivators of the ancient Jade dynasty condensed their strength to bear down on Lin Feng, demanding icily, who are you? Lin Feng looked at them and smiled coldly, what do you think? He took off his mask and his real face appeared, with a dark smile on his face. I'm Lin Feng. When he said that, everybody went silent. Hu Yu was astonished. Suddenly, she smiled broadly, like she had in the past. So that little boy had finally grown up and could take care of his sister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2082, Decisive Battle. Chapter 2082, Decisive Battle. Hu Yu was astonished. She hadn't thought that little boy would become this strong. Back in the days, she was the one who had to protect him. She remembered back then when she used to take him to all her friends to teach. Back then, emperors could bully Lin Feng easily. Now, he was here and he had captured the 8th beast, just so the animal district would release her. Little boy, Hu Yu smiled. She had the impression she was in a dream. When the 7th beast had told her someone wanted to save her, she would have never thought it would be Lin Feng. Sister Hu Yu, replied Lin Feng, smiling back at her in greeting. At that moment, everybody was staring at Lin Feng. The atmosphere became oppressive. Lin Feng, he didn't die back then during that battle. No wonder he has become so much stronger. It's Lin Feng. No wonder. Back then, Lin Feng fought against 8 geniuses and killed 5. Now, even though the 8th beast is much stronger than those people back then, he can still compete with him. It's not surprising since it's Lin Feng. The crowd was staring at him. Had the animal district captured one of his women? But that woman had to be a beast. The holy emperors of the Qin dynasty and the ancient Jade dynasty had all stood up. They released a terrifying qi towards Lin Feng. He wasn't dead yet. Back then, the ancient holy clans and dynasties wanted to kill Lin Feng and had joined hands. Their 8 geniuses had fought against him and failed. Now, Lin Feng was back and he had shown up without the slightest scruple. Lin Feng, a strong cultivator from the ancient Jade dynasty, spoke up. She asked icily, "You captured our holy princess, right?" They immediately thought of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was wearing a mask just now, and he also used clones. He was extremely good at fighting, and he hated the holy princess. Everything seemed to lead to Lin Feng. The holy Jade princess is so beautiful. After sleeping with her, I made her leave. Hasn't she come back to the ancient Jade dynasty yet? Asked Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. When he said that, everybody was astonished. Lin Feng had raped the holy Jade princess? The members of the ancient Jade dynasty all had unsightly expressions. All the ancient Jade dynasty's beautiful women wanted to kill me back then. However, I don't mind. I love beautiful women. I wish I could deflower all of you. I just had sex with her, anyway. I hope you don't mind, continued Lin Feng, smiling dismissively. The members of the ancient Jade dynasty were furious and released even more energies. But they couldn't say anything. They had joined hands to fight against Lin Feng and they had failed. Now he was back and the Snow Clan wasn't there to help. Could they still kill him? Lin Feng was backed up by Shizhu Laoxian. Lin Feng also controlled the saint's body. They couldn't do anything to him. They hadn't forgotten what Shizhu Laoxian had told them back then. When the crowd remembered those things, they looked amused. Lin Feng could beat the animal district's strong cultivators. He had a powerful background. He was a good fighter. He could compete with the 8th beast and 9th beast. How strong was he in comparison with the other young beast masters? You want your woman to die? Ice-cold bestial chi invaded the atmosphere and the 7th beast grabbed Hu Yu's head. Lin Feng punched out in the 8th beast's direction and shouted explosively, "If you touch her again, I'll kill him." "Will you dare?" shouted someone from the animal district icily. "Of course I'll dare," replied Lin Feng. Bestial chi surrounded Lin Feng, but he looked incongruently calm as he looked back at them. He said grimly, "If you don't believe me, try and you'll see." The members of the animal district remained silent. A strong cultivator of the animal district looked at Lin Feng calmly, and said to the 7th beast, "Release her," but For the animal district, Hu Yu's life was far less important than the 8th beast's. They had spent so many resources on these people. They had done all they could, using a special technique to raise them. Therefore, the 13 young masters couldn't die. The 7th beast was speechless, but he released Hu Yu, sneering piss off. Hu Yu didn't look at the 7th beast and flashed over to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was still holding the 8th beast. We released her already. What are you waiting for? Demanded the 7th beast icily. Patience, my friend, said Lin Feng smiling. He said to Hu Yu, Sister Hu Yu, follow me. Lin Feng grabbed her and flew over to the Holy Spirit Dynasty's Holy Emperor and said to the 8th beast, You go back, but. A strong wind crashed onto the 8th beast and flung him away. The 7th beast jumped up to catch the 8th beast and glared at Lin Feng icily. However, Lin Feng was looking at Hu Yu and asked, Sister Hu Yu, they didn't do anything to you, right? They didn't. Little boy, you progressed so quickly, answered Hu Yu. She still looked sexy in her red robe, and put her arms around him, smiling. Sister Hu Yu, you haven't changed, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Hu Yu was so close to him, her beautiful eyes kept twinkling. I saw you grow up, you don't need to hide anything from me, said Lin Feng, shrugging. He smiled and said, Anyway, I need to solve this issue. Hu Yu looked at the members of the animal district and then let go of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 7th beast and 8th beast, they also looked back at him ferociously. You want to play so bad? Lin Feng looked at the 2 young beast masters, he wanted to fight. These young beast masters were terrifyingly strong. They wanted to show everyone how strong they were. Of course, we all do. Wu Ju jumped up, his face surrounded by a halo. In his white robe, he looked elegant, confident, and at ease. He smiled at Lin Feng, I would have never thought you were Lin Feng. You captured the Holy Jade Princess and raped her, you're really audacious. You're as brave as me, if not more so. Lin Feng replied to Wu Ju. Wu Ju had provoked the Holy Jade Princess and Tian Jiao at the same time. He was as strong as he was audacious. Therefore, together, said Wu Ju with a smile. He slowly walked up to the Qi Tian battle stage, the one on the battle stage was still the 9th beast. Since you want to play, I'll play with you, said the 9th beast scornfully. Since you want to play, all together, said Wu Ju indifferently. The 8th beast and 7th beast's bodies turned into red light beams. They both jumped onto the Qi Tian battle stage at the same time and released bestial qi. If you want to fight, I'd love to, said Lin Feng indifferently. He also jumped onto the Qi Tian battle stage, 5 incredible emperors on the battle stage at the same time. Who else wants to play? Wu Ju looked at the people from the dynasties and the holy clans. Actually, he was mainly looking at Saint Tianhun, who was with the members of the Qin dynasty. A moment before, he had been the only one, along with Lin Feng, who had managed to compete with the 8th beast. He was very strong. Saint Tianhuan's eyes glittered darkly. After that, he slowly stood up, moving as if he had had no bones, and quickly landed on the Qi Tian battle stage. There were now 6 people on the battle stage, all geniuses among emperors. Ordinary emperors couldn't compete with such people. Only people who were extremely talented, good at fighting, and determined could normally become like that, but there were exceptions, Saint Tianhun the body stealer, and the 13 young beast masters. Die! Shouted the beasts as they released bestial qi, bursting into motion. The 7th beast threw himself at Lin Feng. The 8th beast attacked Wu Ju. The 9th beast charged Saint Tianhun. The 3 beasts had a single common point, their bestial qi was explosive. A bunch of deadly fighters, murmured those watching. No wonder that only 3 people could compete with those beasts. But what about the 10 other beasts? How strong were they? The 7th beast turned into a terrifying red beam of light. It was like an ocean of blood was flooding towards Lin Feng. That blood contained endless skeletons who wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. The terrifying ocean surged closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could tell the ocean of blood was much more powerful than his previous opponent's energies. Lin Feng stretched out his hands, fissures appeared, and the ocean of blood divided into two. At the same time, he ran forwards as sound waves destroyed the skeletons in the ocean of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2083, Venerable Sacrificial Soul Fire. Chapter 2083, Venerable Sacrificial Soul Fire. Lin Feng and the seventh beast fought for the second time. The ocean of blood kept rolling and splashing around them. However, Lin Feng condensed ancient imprints, ancient words appeared around him, resonating with the earth and sky. At the same time, he also released sword energies to surround his body. The sword curtain and the earth and sky became one, and everything in their way broke apart, the ocean of blood turning into endless tiny drops. The seventh beast, who had turned into a blood light, withdrew quickly. He looked at Lin Feng ferociously. The seventh beast's eyes were so bloodshot, it was like wanted to stab Lin Feng with them. He was excited. He had thought he'd kill Lin Feng easily after the sacrifice, but realizing it wasn't the case made him happy. He still had a rictus grin warping one side of his face. At the same time, the eighth beast and Wuju were fighting, and the ninth beast and Saint Tianhan were dueling. The battles were dreadful. The three beasts had similar attacks, explosive, brutal, violent. Wuju condensed all sorts of strength in his punches, they seemed indestructible. The ninth beast in Saint Tianhuan's battle looked less violent and brutal than the two other groups. However, the ninth beast felt different. He was astonished at the saint's strength. It was like Saint Tianhan wanted to absorb his soul. Everybody was astonished and blankly staring at the battle. Those three young beast masters were dreadful foes. They could compete with all the geniuses of Qi Tian Holy Town, no wonder they had challenged everyone. But now there were three people who could match them. At that moment, the seventh beast stretched out his hands and a gigantic weapon appeared. Those watching shuddered with dread. There were bestial marks on it, and its chi was ominous. Animal world brutal weapon, bestial marks axe. Some strong cultivators' eyes glittered when they saw it. That weapon was extremely rare. Ordinary beasts couldn't use and control such weapons. It required many beasts to be sealed inside it. The more beasts, the more explosive the weapon was. The seventh beast had probably sacrificed many beasts to create that weapon. The bestial marks axe is terrifying. Lin Feng is extremely strong, but it's getting dangerous for him. Can he compete with the seventh beast? Someone wondered aloud. The seventh beast roared in a thundering rage and jumped forwards. You're quite talented, but now I'm going to offer your blood to my weapon. The seventh beast's axe descended from the sky, fissures in space following it. A terrifying amount of strength fell on Lin Feng. It felt like millions of bloodthirsty beasts were attacking him. Even his godly awareness shook. Lin Feng had a hallucination that he really was surrounded by millions of beasts. Lin Feng raised his hands and condensed more ancient imprints as quickly as possible. The words of his incantation all appeared and surrounded him as he steadfastly stood his ground. At the same time, a holy spirit appeared around him, a demon king or god of death surrounded by death chi. Everything began to rot around him. Lin Feng ran towards the seventh beast, the words from the incantation rotating around him like dark hymns. At the same time, his blood was boiling as he turned into a gigantic axe. Strength pulsed all around him. The bestial axe was a beast's weapon, aggressive and explosive. Swords were sharp and swift. Axes were heavy, so Lin Feng couldn't really use a sword to destroy that axe, so in the end he also used an axe. It was heavier and more aggressive, more appropriate. Lin Feng the axe charged to meet his enemy's weapon. Both were releasing terrifying amounts of chi. They were both using their blood spirit strength. That's how these weapons were made. A terrifying chi bore down on the seventh beast. The seventh beast had the impression he was going to be crushed. The seventh beast raised his axe higher up, strength condensing. The earth and sky kept shaking violently. His blood strength was rising with the beast axe to an astonishing level. The axe tore apart the air, chi filled the air above the Chi Tian battle stage. Axes were explosive weapons, and the seventh beast attacked 9 times in a row, each time shaking the earth and sky. The strength of the axe was monstrous as it collided with Lin Feng's. Dreadful energies exploded unceasingly and made the Chi Tian battle stage shake violently. Crackling sounds sounded as the bestial axe began to crack. It was going to break apart. Lin Feng's gigantic axe relentlessly pressed forwards, and the seventh beast felt pressured. The seventh beast spat out blood. He turned into a red beam of light and retreated as fast as he could. The gigantic axe turned back into Lin Feng. Saint's technique, ancient holy technique. It can oppress anything, as expected. Even the seventh beast was forced to move away. However, he's really extremely strong. He managed to protect himself, and probably wants to continue fighting. Murmured the crowd when they saw that. Lin Feng was terrifying, but the young beast masters were also fearsome, especially as they became stronger. On the other side, the battle between the eighth beast and Wu Ju was also becoming more and more dangerous, explosions ringing out about them. Saint Tianhun, at that moment, was surrounded by 81 flames. The ninth beast was astonished at the sight. The seventh beast attacked again, too. He flew towards Lin Feng at full speed, but Lin Feng was charging him, too. Aggressive demon energies swept out. Dozens of swords kept appearing behind him. Lin Feng pointed his finger at the seventh beast and a sword shot out. Saint Tianhun also moved, turning into a shadow, his silhouette becoming blurry. The ninth beast looked ready to battle. However, at that moment, Lin Feng frowned and suddenly turned around. He saw a silhouette moving towards him. The 81 flames were attacking him. Everybody was completely astonished. That person, who had come with the members of the Qin dynasty, was attacking Lin Feng. Even the beasts of the animal district were astonished. The ninth beast released even more qi and ran towards Lin Feng. Qin gone. Holy Emperor Ling suddenly stood up and shouted furiously, "Lin Feng and the 2 others are fighting against the animal district, and now your guest is backstabbing Lin Feng. It's the Chi Tian battle stage, anyone can fight against anyone as long as they agree," said Qin Gong calmly. He didn't control Saint Tianhun. He didn't know why Saint Tianhun would suddenly attack Lin Feng, either. But when he saw that, he shuddered with fear. What did Saint Tianhun intend to do? He felt responsible for both Lin Feng and Saint Tianhun. With the other holy emperors, he had managed to convince Saint Tianhun to join them. It was good for them, but they couldn't control him. As for Lin Feng, he still had their ancestor's body. The members of the ancient Jade dynasty and the Great Desert dynasty remained silent too, naturally. They even looked amused. Even if Saint Tianhun failed, it didn't have anything to do with them. They just knew that Saint Tianhuan's strength was terrifying. They couldn't know what spells, techniques and skills he knew though. He was a saint, after all. Lin Feng sensed the 81 flames move towards him, his spirit shaking violently. He grimaced, knowing that fire was dangerous. It was a sacrificial fire, its purpose was to burn his soul. He suddenly released even more death energies. He wanted to extinguish the fire, however, the fire seemed indestructible. Saint Tianhun said telepathically, "Venerable sacrificial soul fire, you can't destroy it, but..." Then, the fire pierced through Lin Feng's death Dao strength and shot towards his soul. Lin Feng's face twisted. He hadn't thought such a terrifying cultivator would attack him. It was definitely a holy technique. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2084, Battle to Death? Chapter 2084, Battle to Death? He practices soul cultivation and he has studied some saints' techniques. It was the first time Lin Feng had to deal with such terrifying cultivators. People who practiced soul cultivation were rare. The first person he had met who did was Mu Chen, and the second one was this opponent. His attack was some kind of sacrificial fire. Apparently, the ninth beast wasn't his main target was Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng's soul. If this man managed to succeed, Lin Feng guessed the consequences would be horrible. Lin Feng couldn't let him win. He had to kill him. Lin Feng suddenly sat down cross-legged and dozens of gigantic swords rotated around him and protected him. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng surprisingly sat down cross-legged before his enemy. Lin Feng had no choice but to use his full strength to protect himself. The ninth beast stopped, wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth. The seventh beast also looked at Lin Feng, a red light emerging from his third eye and shooting towards Lin Feng. But when it penetrated into Lin Feng's third eye, he was stupefied and his face stiffened. Dazzling lights flashed in his eyes and he looked at Saint Tianhun deeply. What a powerful soul attack! His thread of soul had been instantly destroyed. Some people practice soul cultivation, I understand why they are considered terrifying now, sighed the seventh beast. He didn't continue attacking Lin Feng. Even Wu Ju and the eighth beast stopped fighting. Wu Ju's silhouette flickered, he landed next to Lin Feng and looked at him. Then he looked at Saint Tianhun, who was seated cross-legged as well. He was using his venerable sacrificial soul fire attack. He had to use his full strength to succeed, otherwise, stealing Lin Feng's soul wouldn't be easy at all. The previous time, he had failed to steal Lin Feng's body, but now he had another opportunity and he couldn't let it slip. Lin Feng had the Qin Saint's body, but Saint Tianhun didn't care, as without a soul, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to use it anymore. He was a soul cultivator. Saint Tianhun understood how Lin Feng controlled the saint's body better than anyone. Of course, he wasn't going to tell anyone else about those things. At that moment, Lin Feng used all the Wisdom Kings to protect himself. He had to destroy that damn fire. However, the 81 flames surrounded the 5 Wisdom Kings. They were about to collapse. However, they managed to destroy the flames. One flame was left, but instantly 81 flames appeared again. As long as one flame was left, the other flames could reappear. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng's soul suddenly turned into a sharp black sword. It was dark. It emerged from his third eye, and the 81 flames followed as well. At the same time, on the Qi Tian battle stage, Lin Feng's sword and the venerable sacrificial soul fire appeared outside above the Qi Tian battle stage. The darkness of the sword made everything look pale on the Qi Tian battle stage below. Lin Feng also released glittering Devamara Culpa strength. Lin Feng's soul had been cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength many times. The 81 flames looked pure and pale. It had been purified many times. Tianhun had used it to burn millions of souls in his life and carry out sacrifices. Then, apart from his soul sword, Lin Feng also released a golden palace. It was dazzling. There were millions of marks on it, marks of the great Tao. Then, the palace surrounded the soul sword. The sword is made of Lin Feng's soul, the palace is made of his godly awareness palace. Lin Feng is worried. Those watching could see. The terrifying 81 flames oppressed Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, Lin Feng's body was just a shell. His psychic essences were outside. At the same time, a gray strength emerged from Saint Tianhun and moved towards Lin Feng. It turned into a gray cloud. At the same time, in front of the gray cloud, a pitch-black light appeared and condensed into a long spear which thrust out towards Lin Feng at full speed. However, Saint Tianhuan's real body was still seated cross-legged. He wants Lin Feng's physical body? Body capture. Initially, he was fighting against the ninth beast and suddenly he attacked Lin Feng. Is it because of his body? At that moment, the crowd remembered that Lin Feng had an incredible body. He had been on the Holy Way stage and had many secrets. He also had possession of a saint's body. However, this guy wanted to steal Lin Feng's body? What about his current body? Wasn't it his? When the crowd thought about that, they shivered. The animal district had come back to life and now a terrifying cultivator had appeared. Wu Ju moved in front of Lin Feng and looked at the spear moving towards him. Wu Ju looked confident and at ease. This was a soul attack. Ancient imprints emerged from his third eye and turned into a destructive punch. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, the long spear broke apart. However, the great chi penetrated into Lin Feng's third eye. People's faces stiffened. Lin Feng's soul is still there, it hasn't been destroyed, and that guy is trying to steal Lin Feng's body anyway, which means that he perfectly controls his soul strength. The crowd was staring at Lin Feng. The animal district's strong cultivators just watched, including the three young beast masters. They had retreated to the edge of the battle stage and were watching. Lin Feng. Who you looked extremely nervous. Saint Tianhun was evil and cruel. Lin Feng was in danger. At that moment, a terrifying sword determination exploded. Great chi splashed out of Lin Feng's third eye. Dual soul. The great chi hurriedly retreated to Saint Tianhuan's third eye. He opened his eyes and looked at the sword spirit in disbelief. What kind of spell had Lin Feng learned? Surprisingly, he had two souls, and one of them was indestructible. Soul sacrifice. Saint Tianhun raised a finger and the venerable sacrificial soul fire moved towards Lin Feng's godly awareness palace. However, the godly awareness palace became dazzling and turned into a hall. Lin Feng's soul strength was being cleansed. He was using lots of godly awareness strength, but Saint Tianhun was still astonished. Lin Feng's defenses were astonishing. Tianhun made some hand seals. White flames appeared that seemed like they could destroy anything. The air above the Qi Tian battle stage turned white with heat. That fire was astonishing. The godly awareness palace was burning. The flames then started attacking Lin Feng's soul sword. The sword of darkness kept glittering, and demon Kulpa strength destroyed the fire. The white fire and the darkness kept intertwining. Everybody understood that this was a battle to the death. Lin Feng might get killed. Even if he has two souls, if his soul sword is destroyed, he'll die. The crowd looked at Lin Feng, who was bleeding. He was having a hard time. Of course, Saint Tianhun was also sweating, his soul strength pulsing around him. He would have never thought an emperor could be so strong. He had done so much to become so strong, and now it had become difficult. Lin Feng released cosmic energies which turned into a sharp sword, and then multiplied. They started fusing together, his body changing, and people's hearts started pounding. Everybody's expressions changed as they stared at Lin Feng. He can still move? Wu Ju was amazed. Lin Feng released ancient imprints, a word appeared, and he used the power of his incantation. When he used his incantation attack, his strength became explosive. His real body turned into a sharp sword and streaked across the sky, shooting towards Saint Tianhun. Saint Tianhuan's face turned deathly pale as he grimaced. He had thought he had almost succeeded, and yet Lin Feng still had strength to counterattack. He had been waiting for such a moment the whole time. Saint Tianhun was also exhausted. He had done all he could using the venerable sacrificial soul fire. Saint Tianhun waved his hand and many spears shot towards Lin Feng's gigantic sword, exploding against it. At the same time, he looked unhappy and recalled his fire. The 81 flames moved back into his third eye. A gigantic black fist appeared in the air and blocked the gigantic sword and pushed it away. Phew, Saint Tianhun opened his eyes, he was shaking. He didn't look calm and poised anymore. Lin Feng's real body reappeared, his face deathly pale. Nobody could imagine how he felt, but the pressure was incredible. "You're that damn saint," said Lin Feng to Saint Tianhun icily. Everybody's heart started pounding again. A saint? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2085, Animal District's Announcement. Chapter 2085, Animal District's Announcement. Lin Feng had already had to deal with Saint Tianhun in the saint's world at the altar. He had used his soul strength to attack Lin Feng there. Now he had a new body, but still wanted Lin Feng's body. Venerable sacrificial soul fire, holy technique strength, this guy controlled so many saints' spells, skills, and techniques. Even the Qin dynasty didn't have such things. He was definitely a saint. When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they looked at Saint Tianhun sharply. A saint? In the crowd, apart from holy emperors, nobody knew the truth, so they were astonished, especially since Saint Tianhun had just tried to steal Lin Feng's body. It meant that it was indeed possible. When stealing someone's body, it was impossible to recover one's own strength completely, so the best thing was still to grow up and become stronger step by step. Therefore, unless they had been killed, cultivators never tried to steal people's bodies. And on top of that, only extremely strong cultivators usually learned the technique. This guy who was extremely strong wanted to give up his body to steal Lin Feng's. It probably meant that the body he had wasn't his own body, but... I don't know what you mean, replied Saint Tianhun. He naturally wasn't going to admit Lin Feng was right. He hadn't thought that someone would be able to compete with him at the same cultivation level after coming back to life. Perhaps his cultivation level hadn't completely stabilized, otherwise, nobody would have been able to compete with him, including Lin Feng. Back then in the spirit world, you wanted to steal my body. Now the Qin dynasty hid you and helped you come back to life. But you haven't changed, because you're still not satisfied. Master Tianhun, for my body, you're really ready to do anything. Spat Lin Feng icily. He was quite strong and still Saint Tianhun had posed a threat to him. At the same cultivation level, a saint who had come back to life was stronger than anyone else with a few exceptions, especially if the body he had captured wasn't powerful enough. He needed time to become really strong again. I'll be merciful this time, said Saint Tianhun, staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was really strong, killing him was difficult, his soul and his new body had to fuse together better for him to be strong enough. He needed to become stronger, then he'd be able to burn Lin Feng's soul with his venerable sacrificial soul fire and be able to capture his body. Saint Tianhun jumped off the Qi Tian battle stage. He had used too much strength against Lin Feng, and couldn't continue fighting. He was a saint, his goal wasn't to defeat the animal district's cultivators, but to become stronger and then become one of the strongest cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds once again. He was convinced that the members of the animal district had the same goal. Lin Feng ignored Saint Tianhun. Since he was a saint who had come back to life, Lin Feng couldn't kill him easily. He felt under pressure though, the saint would progress quickly, and the saint's memories were precious treasures. At that moment, Lin Feng nodded at Wu Ju. He smiled and said, "Why did you help me?" "I helped you," replied Wu Ju airily, which naturally made Lin Feng smile. He didn't say anything else. Wu Ju was an interesting guy and a strong fighter. Lin Feng looked at the seventh beast and said indifferently, "You're still not strong enough." He jumped off the Qi Tian battle stage. Like Saint Tianhun, he had used too much strength and felt tired. That soul fire technique was too powerful, he was injured. "Everybody, come back," said a strong cultivator of the animal district calmly. The three young beast masters also withdrew. Thousands of years have passed, there are still some geniuses in Qi Tian Holy Town. However, they are disappointing. Almost nobody has the potential to become a peerless cultivator someday, said the strong cultivator of the animal district calmly. He remained seated. Lin Feng and the two others were exceptions, they were geniuses and it was normal, but that one who was staying with the members of the Qi Tian Holy Town was a saint, so he didn't even count if that was the case. When the crowd heard him, they were speechless. The animal district had come back to life and those battles were a way to show it to everyone. At that moment, a strong wind started blowing. The crowd saw a young beast master rise up in the air. It was the first one, a great emperor. He glanced at all the strong cultivators of Chi Tian Holy Town. Suddenly, he waved his hands, and in a flash, bestial chi rose up in the air. A dragon, a unicorn, a turtle, and a wind beast streaked across the sky, and 2 gigantic words appeared in the sky: Animal District. Then, the first beast master said indifferently, "From today, humans are prohibited from going to the Animal District in a circumference of 3,000 li. The Animal District is back in town." Then, he returned to his place. People's hearts started pounding violently. The first young beast master was terrifyingly strong. They hadn't seen how strong he was, but he was probably as strong as Shui Ao from the Snow Clan. Lin Feng went back to the group of people from the Holy Spirit Dynasty and looked at the 2 gigantic words in the sky. He was impressed. The Animal District had just come back to life, and they were astonishingly strong. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that he didn't belong to the same world as before anymore. He was already starting to fight against the strongest cultivators of his generation. He had started in a small world, then he had gone to the 9 great celestial castles, traveled around in the great world, gone to the vast celestial ancient city, then to the holy city in Chi Tian Holy Town, and now his activities involved the whole Dark Night region. It all would have been unthinkable many years before. You would have never thought it was possible for him to progress so fast, for example. Lin Feng was so strong that almost no emperor could fight against him anymore. You understood that there was a huge difference between people who had reached the top of the Huang Qi layer, and people who had the potential to become peerless cultivators and were at the top of the Huang Qi layer. Many people could reach the top of the Huang Qi layer, but few people had the potential to become peerless cultivators someday. Someday, they'd have no enemies at all. At that moment, the strong cultivators of the Animal District stood up and left without saying any more. Their bestial chi dispersed as they disappeared from people's field of vision. The Animal District has announced they have come back. In the future, they'll probably become the strongest cultivators in town, someone murmured. They were worried. "Everybody, go back," said Qingan indifferently after standing up. Everybody remained silent. This battle had been too shocking, and the dynasties had lost face. "Lin Feng," said someone from the ancient Jade Dynasty's side, "where's the Holy Jade Princess? Maybe that she didn't want to go back to the ancient Jade Dynasty after we had sex. How could I know where she is or what she thinks?" "Go and ask her," replied Lin Feng, waving his hand dismissively. Would the ancient Jade Dynasty have to choose a new holy woman? The ancient Jade Dynasty had no solution. After the crowd left, the battle stage was still floating in the air. It had witnessed countless battles in history. Now the Animal District had oppressed all the dynasties on it, and they had announced nobody could go into their territory anymore. Perhaps other beasts would come to Chi Tian Holy Town to join them in the future. From one day to the next, things had changed in Chi Tian Holy Town. After that, Lin Feng waited outside the Holy Spirit Dynasty and received some guests, mostly Tiantai strong cultivators, Ho Changlin, Tianqi, Ruoxie, Tantai, Huang Fulong, and the others. They had all come. There were many other cultivators from Tiantai, including people who had joined after them. Lin Feng was happy to see them. Holy Dynasty Prince. They walked on the Holy Dynasty Prince's territory and realized everyone was bowing before Lin Feng respectfully. He was their Holy Dynasty Prince. Lin Feng had been one of 3 people who had been able to compete with the Beast Masters of the Animal District. The Holy Spirit Dynasty was quite happy about that. Lin Feng nodded at everyone. Tantai smiled. "Lin Feng, you have a high position here. The Holy Spirit Dynasty and I have excellent relations. Why did you come here, guys?" asked Lin Feng to his friends. "We need to travel to become stronger at our cultivation level. Many people from Tiantai are already high-level emperors. We want to travel in the Dark Night region. We want to try and become great emperors," said Ho Qinglin calmly. Lin Feng nodded agreement. Traveling and seeing many strong cultivators was a good way to become stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2086, Mu Chen's News. Chapter 2086, Mu Chen's News. Lin Feng took them to a palace. Holy Emperor Ling welcomed them personally. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, these young people are all outstanding. Are they our friends? They're all from Champion University, and some of them come from the small world like me. We're like brothers and sisters," Lin Feng said to Holy Emperor Ling. Holy Emperor Ling nodded and smiled. "Your friends are outstanding and extraordinary. In a few years, they'll amaze the whole region. Naturally. I hope they will all reach the maximum level on the path of cultivation and become peerless cultivators," Lin Feng said calmly. He sounded incredibly confident. He had faith in himself, but also in Ho Qing Lin and the others. They had all received the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, as well as many other precious treasures. If they were determined enough, they could all become peerless cultivators. They just needed to practice, to be determined, and to give all they could. Back then, Ho Qing Lin and Jian Mang had tried to go onto the Holy Way stage. 2 more steps, their blood and body as well as potential needed to be improved, but their determination was not a problem at all. Lin Feng's Culpa Indestructible Devamara skill and his Devamara Culpa Strength Cleansing technique were perfect for him, so in terms of body, there was no problem, but might not be good enough for them. When Holy Emperor Ling heard Lin Feng, he smiled to himself. Lin Feng was young and arrogant sometimes, but he could be that way because he was strong enough. When the Beast Masters had shown up, Lin Feng had remained fearless. He had even made the 7th beast flinch. The saint had even attacked him by surprise, but had failed. Holy Emperor Ling was convinced that if Lin Feng didn't die, he'd become a peerless cultivator sooner or later. "Since they're your friends, they can come in," Holy Emperor Ling said cheerfully, nodding at everyone. He organized a banquet for them. Everyone sat down and Holy Emperor Ling asked, "Lin Feng, the animal district came back, do you know why? There's something secret going on?" asked Lin Feng, intrigued. Maybe that they're not only interested in Chi Tian Holy Town, maybe they want the Beast Masters to get ready for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, proposed Holy Emperor Ling calmly. Lin Feng frowned, not understanding. The continent of the 9 clouds is divided into several regions: godly clouds, dark clouds, green jade clouds, red clouds, bright clouds, jade clouds, blue pale clouds, purple clouds, supreme clouds. People rarely travel between the different regions because there are only 2 ways of traveling between regions. The first one is to cross the celestial country, and the second way is to use an empty space tunnel. People who have the strength of the Huang Qi layer and under can cross the celestial country, but great emperors have no choice but to use an empty space tunnel. Therefore, people rarely have news about the other regions, Holy Emperor Ling said calmly. He had lived for many years, and he had been to another region only once. Do cultivators practice cultivation the same way as we do in other regions? Lin Feng asked him. We can all reach the same goal by different routes. All roads lead to the capital. They are cultivators like us, but they have different methods. I've heard that in red clouds, people are incredible doctors. I've heard that in blue pale clouds, there are many terrifying sword cultivators. People practice cultivation differently depending on where they're from. Godly clouds is the central part of the continent of the 9 clouds, and it's also the strongest region. All the schools of thought contend there. Many geniuses like you, who have the potential to become peerless cultivators, want to go there to see the strongest geniuses of the world. What is that meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds? Where is it and who can go? Asked Lin Feng. He had heard of the regions of the continent of the 9 clouds, 9 regions, 1 in the middle, 8 around it. Godly clouds was the only region which had a border with the other 8 regions. The other 8 regions only had 3 borders with other regions, and they all shared a border with godly clouds. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds takes place every 100 years. The shrines organize it. This time, I think Destiny Shrine is in charge of the next one. The different shrines handle the event once every 1,000 years. This time, it's Destiny Shrine's turn again. I wonder who will be fortunate this time, said Holy Emperor Ling. When Lin Feng heard that, his heart started pounding. So does that mean the Destiny Shrine will recruit people? Asked Ho Ching Lin, also remembering the Destiny Shrine, unable to restrain himself. Indeed, the Destiny Shrine will recruit people. The lucky ones will reach the apex in terms of power, a shrine, replied Holy Emperor Ling. The shrines recruited people based on two kinds of circumstances: when they attached importance to someone they bumped into, mostly people who had king-type bodies, or people who proved they were strong during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Therefore, people who came from shrines were all terrifyingly strong, and it was extremely beneficial for their families, like the He clan from Tian Yuan ancient city. They had some disciples in the Destiny Shrine. Because Godly Clouds was a region well connected to the shrines, many people wanted to go there. It was also why Godly Clouds was the strongest region. So the Animal District raised those 13 young beast masters to enable them to go to Godly Clouds? Murmured Lin Feng. Holy Emperor Ling nodded. Indeed, they want their young masters to go to the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. There are also ones who want to become the first master of our region, the Dark Night region. Wuju is an example, and that's why the Wuju Holy Palace wants Wuju to have children before leaving. If Wuju dies abroad, then they won't have any more descendants. When Lin Feng heard that, he smiled. Wuju really did want to have children with Tian Jiao. The fact made Lin Feng laugh. He had thought the other was joking. Anyway, the strongest cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds were progressing quickly. They had to, for the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and to be the foremost cultivators of the region, too. Who would come back safe and sound, though? Only the strongest cultivators. We don't have geniuses in the Holy Spirit dynasty. Lin Feng, don't miss this opportunity. The meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds is not just about being recruited as a disciple by a shrine, it's also an incredible opportunity to receive priceless treasures, Holy Emperor Ling told Lin Feng. Lin Feng was only one step away from reaching the top of the Huangqi layer. At that level, Lin Feng would become terrifyingly strong. Even though Lin Feng was still unable to dazzle at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, he had time to progress, but Lin Feng muttered to himself irresolutely, saying nothing. He didn't want to miss the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, obviously. At that moment, Lin Feng looked over at Ho Ching Lin. They lowered their heads and remained silent. They looked unhappy. Second fellow disciple, third fellow disciple, Ruoxia, Xingzhan, Ban Ruo, didn't you all come out just to practice cultivation? Lin Feng's eyes glittered. If they had just come out to practice, why would they stay in such a big group? Brother, has anything happened? Asked Lin Feng. Ho Ching Lin was stupefied. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. Then, he looked at Holy Emperor Ling. Holy Emperor Ling smiled and said, I'm off. If you need me, please ask for me, all of you. The Holy Emperor left. Lin Feng was sure there was a problem now. Brother, what's going on? Asked Lin Feng again. Ho Ching Lin raised his head again, looked at Lin Feng, took a deep breath and said, Brother, we have news from Mu Chen. Mu Chen. Lin Feng's eyes glittered and he asked, where is he? I didn't want to tell you at first, but since you want to leave for Godly Clouds, I have no choice but to tell you. When we left the small world back then, Mu Chen and Emperor Yu were connected by a thread of soul, and they had also exchanged jade talismans. Mu Chen's soul jade talisman is cracking, said Ho Ching Lin. Lin Feng's heart twitched and his face turned deathly pale. He clenched his fists. Is it broken? He asked. It's not. It's strange. It's all cracked, it looks like a spider web. But it's not broken. He must be in danger. And Emperor Yu has received some news from him through a thread of soul. said Ho Ching Lin. He looked extremely nervous as he ground his teeth. He continued, he told Emperor Yu that if he reincarnated, they'd still be like brothers. He also said that godly clouds would be his burial site, and that he had had a worthy life. He doesn't want his death to be avenged, and he asked Emperor Yu not to tell us about it. Mu Chen went to godly clouds. Lin Feng's face stiffened. In the dark night region, it would have been okay, but godly clouds was another story. How could they find him there? And from the message he had passed on, he had encountered a terrifying enemy. Otherwise, he would have never told them not to avenge his death. But why is his talisman only fissured and not broken? Yes, we don't know how, when, or why. Emperor Yu wanted to go and find him alone, but we stopped him. Then we decided to go and look for him ourselves, and asked the university to look after him. Brother, how could you hide the truth from me? Shouted Lin Feng furiously. It was the first time he was angry at Ho Ching Lin. How could they want to go to godly clouds without him? Lin Feng, sure Zhu Lao Xian, and you have an agreement. Meng Qing is pregnant, we wanted to protect you. And if anything happens to us in godly clouds, at least you'll be able to avenge our deaths. After all, you are the most talented of all of us, sighed Ruo Xia. But since you also want to go to godly clouds, then we can go together, Lin Feng tried to calm down, but it was difficult. He said, Tiantai's disciples, all like brothers and sisters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2087, Judgment Day City. Chapter 2087, Judgment Day City. The members of Tiantai remained silent for a few seconds and then nodded. Tiantai's disciples, all like brothers and sisters. Even if we find godly clouds, how will we find our brother? Asked Lin Feng. They had to find him quickly, but it was easier said than done. The ancestors of the university can help. They prepared some great imperial weapons for us, including some soul-locking bells. Emperor Yu put Mu Chen's soul thread in the soul-locking bells. It can help us find him. Therefore, if we find godly clouds, we can find where he is. Of course, as long as Ho Ching Lin trailed off. Mu Chen wasn't dead yet, but his talisman was cracked. The matter should not be delayed. Let's get ready to leave, said Lin Feng. They had to rescue Mu Chen. Lin Feng revered his dear teacher Mu Chen. All right, good. We have a map. The border city between godly clouds and the dark night region is Judgment Day City. It's also one of the 18 main cities of the region. It's on the edge of the region. We should go to Judgment Day City first, and then we'll use an empty space tunnel to travel to godly clouds. Judgment Day City was the most special town in the Dark Night region, due to its location as a border city with godly clouds. Some extremely strong cultivators sometimes used the empty space tunnel and went there. It was quite chaotic there sometimes. Sometimes extremely strong cultivators killed people to steal their treasures. Hence the name, Judgment Day City. I need to go and see my son first, said Lin Feng to Ho Ching Lin. Ho Ching Lin and the others were astonished. Child? Lin Feng, you. Lin Feng smiled and said, you don't know yet, right? I have a son in the Holy Spirit dynasty too. His name is Lin Xiongshang. Is it Meng Qing's dash? No, Lin Feng interrupted him and said, come with me. His friends followed him to a courtyard. Yu was playing with Lin Xiongshang, and when the child saw those people, he was curious. Brothers, that's my wife, Tang Yu, said Lin Feng, pointing at Tang Yu. Ho Ching Lin and the others were astonished. They had all heard Tiantai talk about that battle when all the dynasties had surrounded Lin Feng back then. A beautiful woman had almost died in Lin Feng's arms. That had been Tang Yu. They hadn't thought Lin Feng would have a child with her. Xiongshang, come, greet your uncles and aunts, said Lin Feng, grabbing Lin Xiongshang's hand. The little boy looked at the crowd and said, uncles and aunties. Good little boy. He is already a Tian level cultivator. Ho Chang Lin hugged Lin Xiongsheng and lifted him, smiling and saying, "Lin Feng, that little boy is already much stronger than us back in the days. He's growing up in an adequate environment." "Indeed. When he's older, we'll make him go through some hardships," said Lin Feng smiled. "Cultivation couldn't be easy. Lin Feng, you should bring him to my tribe, but as a Tian-level cultivator, it's already a pity," said Tantai looking at the child. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Tantai's tribe raised young people differently. They didn't let them break through too quickly. They suddenly became much stronger after many years. "Yu, I'm going to Godly Clouds with my friends. Please stay here," Lin Feng said to Tang Yu. "I'll come with you. The Holy Spirit Dynasty will take care of Xiongsheng," Tang Yu said to Lin Feng. "Alright, you can stay in that world then," said Lin Feng, caressing Tang Yu's cheeks. She understood and nodded. "How cool," said Tantai. Everybody burst into laughter. Lin Feng turned around and punched Tantai's shoulder. Lin Feng prepared some things for the trip. He also said goodbye to the Holy Spirit Dynasty's cultivators. They weren't going to prevent Yu and him from leaving. As long as Lin Xiongsheng stayed with them, it was fine. Lin Feng and the others left for Judgment Day City. On the same day, 13 cultivators from the Animal Dynasty left, as well. When the strong cultivators of the different dynasties saw them, they were startled. The 13 strong cultivators were going to try their luck abroad. These days, the Animal District had proved they were stable and extremely strong. Nobody would dare attack them. The 13 strong cultivators had to rise. In Wuju's holy palace, Wuju was lying in bed with a beautiful woman and said, "Wait for me, I'll come back." Yi Tianjiao looked at him furiously, wanting to kill him. Her lips bled. She still had mixed feelings. Wuju was a bastard, but he had managed to bring her back to have a child. "I know you'll miss me," said Wuju smiling. He kissed her on the lips and said, "I'll come back as a hero and we'll have a real wedding ceremony." "You think I'll raise your child?" spat Yi Tianjiao icily. "We've been together for a few days already, why act like that? Wait for me, I'll come back." Wuju caressed her cheeks and left. Then, he rose up in the air and left. He looked confident and at ease. Yi Tianjiao's face was deathly pale. She was furious, that bastard. During those days, another group of strong cultivators, including Saint Tianhun, left. There were many people from different dynasties, including a lot of great emperors. They all had one goal: Judgment Day City. Every 100 years, Judgment Day City hosted many strong cultivators. It was a very ancient city. Every 100 years, the atmosphere became chaotic. The price to go to Godly Clouds was more expensive each time. The people who controlled the empty space tunnel kept increasing the price. Because of that, many people killed other people to steal their treasures to pay for the trip. Many strong cultivators from remote places went there and realized that they still didn't have enough precious items to pay for a trip, even though some of them took everything their family owned. Most grew desperate. Going to Godly Clouds wasn't easy. Apart from that, the economic competition was also fierce. But doing business in Judgment Day City was a flourishing activity since it was a border city. Besides, every 100 years, many people also realized, when arriving, that the tickets for the empty space tunnel were sold out, fully booked. However, some people who had bought them in advance sold them at terrifying prices. The people who controlled the empty space tunnel formed an alliance. 7 ancient holy clans had joined hands to control it, and had a great deal of power in Judgment Day City. Nobody dared attack them, so they were very rich. Otherwise, people would have destroyed them. They owned such a terrifyingly profitable business. At that moment, outside of the station, Lin Feng and the others asked some people about how to go to Godly Clouds. They were stunned. They learned that special boats were required to use the empty space tunnel, and they were extremely rare. Only one boat left every 3 months, and a boat could only accommodate 100 people. It was far from enough. Therefore, people were sometimes here for years before going to Godly Clouds. Now, even though they were near godly clouds, it would be difficult for them to get tickets, especially since it was a peak period. What bastards! There aren't any tickets left for the boat in 3 months, and since you can buy tickets for a later date, because of them, we can't go to godly clouds, swore Tantai angrily. He was even wondering whether they were doing such a thing on purpose. It's normal. That way, if you really want to buy a ticket, you must buy it at 10 times the price, said Ho Ching Lin. He remained calm. They needed to find another way, and in any case, Ho Ching Lin would have bought tickets if possible and sold them at a much higher price. He would have been a good businessman. So should we wait for 3 months? Asked Tantai. You can't get a ticket even if you wait, you'll just wait in vain. You won't get a ticket, said Lin Feng. We need to find another way to get tickets. Alright, let's go and see the auction house, said Ho Ching Lin. The group had heard that Doomsday Auction House was the biggest auction house of Judgment Day City. 3 tickets were sold there every day. Lin Feng and the others were furious. Who would wait for so long? There were more and more people every day in Judgment Day City, which meant that if you waited, it got more and more difficult to get a ticket. For example, on the first day, there were 1,000 people for 3 tickets, on the second day, there were 2,000 people for 3 tickets, and so on. How cruel! Apart from Doomsday Auction House, the other auction houses had even less tickets, 1 every day. Getting tickets wasn't easy at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2088, Auctions. Chapter 2088, Auctions. The Doomsday Auction House was an imposing auction house. Nobody had the advantage there, everybody was treated equally. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, they were stunned and speechless. It was incredible, there were so many people. If someone obtained a precious treasure in front of everyone, wouldn't the strongest cultivators want to steal it from them? Lin Feng and the others didn't know what to think. At that moment, there were many people already. They had been waiting since the beginning. Lin Feng and the others joined the crowd and sat down high up in the bleachers. Since there were only 3 tickets every day, they wanted to obtain the first one at least. They couldn't waste time. Brother, you have the soul-locking bells, how's Mu Chen? Asked Lin Feng to Ho Ching Lin. He must be fine. We need to hurry, said Ho Ching Lin, nodding while inspecting the soul-locking bells. Yes, I'll sit elsewhere, we can't show everyone we know one another, it's safer, said Lin Feng. He stood up and went down the bleachers. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived at the front lines. He saw a row where only 1 woman was seated. Some people waved at Lin Feng and said, Your Excellency, please go elsewhere. Are there private rows in the auction house? Asked Lin Feng with a caustic smile, but he didn't insist. He just sat down in the 3rd row, the auctions were going to start. That woman is protected by great emperors, she must be from an ancient clan, thought Lin Feng. He didn't mind though. He didn't need to. Ho Ching Lin and the others didn't show they knew Lin Feng. If Lin Feng got a ticket, it wouldn't be easy to find him. 1 person was more difficult to find than a group of people. More and more people arrived. The place was vast, but it was comparatively silent. Nobody talked, and when they did, they just whispered. Finally, some people from the auction house appeared at the same time. They carried all sorts of boxes and chests. They didn't put anything in rings. The manager was a middle-aged man. He had an imposing appearance, and was a great emperor. Same old rules, offer a good price, there is no base price, said the middle-aged man, showing off a box. Everybody heard him clearly. We have to choose without seeing the item? Lin Feng was stupefied. The Doomsday Auction House was strange. Someone next to Lin Feng whispered, Doomsday Auction House's rules, you can't see the first 3 items, it's all luck. What if it's a bad item? Asked Lin Feng. Well then, you have no choice but to accept your fate, replied the person. Lin Feng was speechless. Then the person continued, of course, sometimes items are sold at a very low price and in the end were very precious, in which case many people regret not having bought it. Of course, the auctions are about luck too, you can't get all the items, there are so many people. Lin Feng understood. Only big auction houses could do such a thing because they constantly had many people. Maybe it was good, maybe not. So the first 3 items always belonged to the Doomsday Auction House? Wrong. All the items belong to them. If you want to sell your things here, you can't. If you want to sell something here, they buy it from you at a price which corresponds to your expectations and their calculations, and then when it's theirs, they sell it. Of course, if your item is incredible, the Doomsday Auction House will be fair. The price at which they sell items you sold them has nothing to do with you anymore, even if they get an incredible price for it. Interesting. Lin Feng smiled. Many people started shouting prices. They didn't know what the item was, so nobody proposed a terrifying price. Most people were proposing imperial weapons or ordinary scriptures, and sometimes some strange things. Great imperial scriptures, rotten hell ocean, rotting strength, it makes people's blood rot instantly, it's perfect for people who control death cosmic energies, said Lin Feng calmly at that moment. Instantly, many people looked at him, great imperial scriptures? And it was a very rare book. For an unknown item, it was a bit too much. The middle-aged man on stage looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Anyone else? Nobody said anything. Rare great imperial scriptures were already too much. Alright, congratulations, you obtained the first item. When the third item is sold, you can come and pick up your item, said the middle-aged man, nodding calmly. He took out a second box and lifted it without saying anything. He had nothing to say, so he remained silent. It seemed even more mysterious. Yellow Spirit's Great Imperial Scriptures, they teach you how to condense yellow springs in your fingers and kill people, it makes them fall into the yellow springs, said Lin Feng again. The crowd frowned. An eerie silence took over. However, at that moment, Lin Feng looked calm and serene as if he hadn't been proposing great imperial scriptures. Lin Feng had spent much time in the celestial country, and had killed so many people, obtaining many ancient scriptures. All the books he had obtained were perfect for people who controlled death strength. He had obtained so many great imperial scriptures from hell. He had lots of books and all of them were precious, why not exchange them if he didn't need them? Nobody tried to get the second item. When the man took out the third box, and Lin Feng proposed another great imperial scripture from hell, everyone was staring at him. That guy had so many ancient scriptures. He had just decided to exchange 3 great imperial scriptures against 3 unknown items. For Lin Feng, it didn't matter, he didn't care about those great imperial scriptures. He hoped he'd get something great, though. Your Excellency, please come and get your items, said the middle-aged man, nodding at Lin Feng. Lin Feng rose up in the air. However, at that moment, people in front of him suddenly turned around and shouted furiously, "How insolent! Get down to go out!" If Lin Feng wanted to fly, he had to fly above that woman's head. He glanced at them unhappily. They had prevented him from sitting where he wanted and now they didn't want to let him fly. What was wrong with them? Who was being insolent? Lin Feng ignored them and continued flying forwards. He looked at the woman and said, "Miss." The woman looked wealthy and noble. She just waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just obtained 3 precious treasures, but she didn't even look at him. Lin Feng exchanged his scriptures against the 3 items, then he looked at the woman and said, "You want me to fly or walk?" "Sit here," said the woman, pointing at the seat next to her and smiling. Lin Feng was surprised and nodded. "If they hadn't stopped me, I would have sat here with you earlier." He calmly sat down next to her. Her guards looked at him icily. The middle-aged man of the auction house looked at Lin Feng in a strange way, but quickly returned to normal and smiled. "All right, the next item is a great imperial talisman. It doesn't contain a deployment spell anymore, but there are still traces inside. Powerful deployment spellcasters can benefit from it because it'll be easier to carve great imperial deployment spells on it, and you can use it several times. Please bid. Lin Feng's heart twitched. He had carved many deployment talismans before coming to Judgment Day City. He hadn't thought he'd see a great imperial talisman here. He really wanted to obtain it. Great imperial scriptures, huge vigorous lion chi, extremely powerful, increases a cultivator's strength, gives a cultivator the power of a great imperial beast. One roar can crush a cultivator's heart, said the woman next to Lin Feng calmly. She immediately proposed great imperial scriptures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2089, Immortal Body. Chapter 2089, Immortal Body. Most people didn't bid when they heard the woman. It was just a great imperial talisman, only deployment spellcasters could benefit from it. The price was already too high for them. However, it was a priceless item for strong deployment spellcasters. As it contained deployment spell traces, it was very helpful for an army, as it could also be used as a body protection deployment spell. It was a priceless treasure. Great imperial scriptures, indestructible mountains and rivers like body imprints technique, perfect for gold cultivators. It allows a cultivator to have an indestructible golden body. It's powerful, spoke up an old man calmly. The crowd looked at him, a great emperor wearing an ordinary gray robe. He looked like a deployment spellcaster, actually. I'll add a level 2 great imperial weapon, said the woman calmly, without turning around. She was from a powerful deployment spellcaster family. She had come precisely to find items related to deployment spells. The old man frowned when he heard the woman and said, I'll also add a level 2 great imperial weapon. Great imperial weapons and imperial weapons were divided into 9 levels. Great imperial weapons were much more difficult to make than imperial weapons, however. I'll add a level 3 great imperial weapon, said the woman calmly. The great emperor was stupefied. A level 3 great imperial weapon? Level 3 great imperial weapons were priceless. Even level 4 great imperial weapons were strong enough to fight against celestial emperors. He couldn't trade any, he had only one and it was too important to him. She's from a rich family, she can afford it, whispered the crowd. The old man sighed. Even though he was from a good family, he was old, his clan didn't spend resources on him anymore. Powerful groups spent time and resources on young people. Old people had to rely on themselves. The price was too high, it seemed nobody wanted to get the item for such a price. Great imperial scriptures, mountain and river illusion, when you practice it, a million illusionary clones appear, but they look real. You can trick the enemy. It's from the ancient Jade dynasty in Chi Tian Holy Town. Besides, I'll also add some more great imperial scriptures, the 7 deep abstruse Dao technique, you can attack 7 times with it, the attacks are powerful. It is also from the ancient Jade dynasty, but it is a little bit less powerful than the great deep abstruse Dao. Lin Feng spoke up evenly at that moment. Everybody was astonished. This guy was wealthy. That guy has so many rare great imperial scriptures. He even has great imperial scriptures from the ancient Jade dynasty? Was he from the ancient Jade dynasty? But the ancient Jade dynasty only recruits women. People whispered curiously. The woman next to Lin Feng looked at him, her beautiful eyes glittered. She smiled indifferently. For ordinary people, that talisman is useless. Why do you want it? The woman thought Lin Feng was trying to provoke her. He was very young, he couldn't be an incredible deployment spellcaster. Why did he want that talisman? Lin Feng looked at her, he knew she thought he was trying to provoke her. He didn't have time to waste doing such things though, so he didn't explain anything, he just smiled thinly without saying anything. The woman looked at Lin Feng and smiled, since you like it, you can have it. You won't have it easy, though. She stopped bidding and nobody else rose to contest him. Lin Feng obtained the talisman. he gave the 2 books from the ancient Jade dynasty in exchange. If the members of the ancient Jade dynasty had known about that, they would have been furious. After that, more treasures were traded, great imperial scriptures, great imperial weapons, pellets. Some people also sold items they had to other people in the crowd directly. Lin Feng had many great imperial scriptures, but he didn't need all of them, so he could sell them to other people. Many people were there only for ship tickets. Lin Feng didn't participate in the auctions for a few rounds, and finally the first ticket appeared. It was for the boat a month from now. Lin Feng gave up, he couldn't wait for 1 month. When he saw the price for which it was sold, he was astonished. Many strong cultivators had come for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. Finally, the first ticket was exchanged against some powerful great imperial scriptures and a level 4 great imperial weapon. It was very expensive. In normal times, a ship ticket could be sold for 1 level 1 great imperial weapon or some powerful great imperial scriptures, especially for a boat which was a month from now. The second ticket was for 15 days from now. Lin Feng's heart twitched. How could he obtain more tickets? He didn't know, so he had to get that one. Not everyone would be able to get tickets, so how could they do it? Use their spirits? Lin Feng really needed that 1 ticket. Many people wanted it. Many of them were great emperors, even some celestial emperors tried to bid. Obtaining 1 ticket was extremely complicated. Very quickly, the price of the second ticket exceeded that of the first one. Someone proposed a level 5 great imperial weapon. For a great emperor, that was a terrifying price. With such a weapon, they could pose a threat to a celestial emperor. Ancient holy scriptures from the ancient Jade dynasty, great deep abstruse Tao, for 2 tickets, said Lin Feng at that moment. Everybody suddenly became silent. He was trying to exchange ancient holy scriptures against ship tickets? On top of that from the ancient Jade dynasty? The great deep abstruse Tao? How crazy! If the ancient Jade dynasty knew about it, they would have tried to kill him instantly. Of course, Lin Feng didn't mind, the ancient Jade dynasty already wanted to kill him. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Feng and said indifferently, "It's against the rules, you can only get that one first." "What's the date of the second ticket?" asked Lin Feng. "Which one do you want to buy?" asked the middle-aged man. "If you can't tell me the details, I'll just cancel my offer and leave." "I'm sure anyone else would be happy to obtain the ancient Jade dynasty's ancient holy scriptures against a ship ticket," said Lin Feng calmly. The middle-aged man remained silent. "How cunning. All right, I'll tell you now. The next one is for this month, 13th day, it's in 5 days. Will you give me the next ticket for the great deep abstruse Tao?" asked Lin Feng calmly. The 2 other tickets' date was too far away in time. Lin Feng needed to leave as soon as possible. "Anyone else for that ticket then?" asked the middle-aged man glancing around. However, only people from terrifyingly powerful clans had ancient holy scriptures, and they didn't want to exchange them. Ancient scriptures were no problem, but not ancient holy scriptures. Their families wouldn't agree with that at all. Besides, Lin Feng wanted the second ticket. He couldn't possibly exchange ancient holy scriptures for the previous one. "All right, it's a deal," said the middle-aged man smiling indifferently. A ship ticket against ancient holy scriptures, that was a very profitable deal for the auction house. "I hope you didn't make a mistake," said the middle-aged man calmly. That person was trading the ancient Jade dynasty's ancient holy scriptures against ship tickets. He probably had an extremely high social status. "I hope you will be able to benefit from the ancient holy scriptures," Lin Feng smiled. If the ancient Jade dynasty learned about this, they might put pressure on the Doomsday auction house, depending on their backing. "Don't worry about that," replied the middle-aged man without talking too much, and went back to the second ticket. The woman next to Lin Feng looked at him and said, "The Doomsday auction house doesn't protect people who buy here. You're pretty audacious." That an emperor was taking out ancient holy scriptures in the open? Lin Feng's ticket was for 5 days from now, and many people were now paying attention to him. He was pretty brave. Many people were already staring at him. However, he already knew things were going to happen that way, so he preferred doing it anyways. The second ticket was finally sold for a level 6 grade Imperial weapon. Lin Feng started thinking that the alliance who controlled the boat company probably cooperated with the auction house. It was logical, it was the best way for them to benefit and rip people off. Then, the man took out a black box. It was pitch black, as if a terrifying strength had been sealed inside. The middle-aged man said to the crowd with a smile, "It's the last item, an immortal body, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2090, Who's Stupid? Chapter 2090, Who's Stupid? An immortal body? The crowd was shocked. Emperors' bodies could remain intact for many years, and great emperors' bodies, when intact, never decomposed. Those were normal bodies, but what the Doomsday Auction House was proposing seemed like an extraordinary cultivator. The crowd looked at the long box. The middle-aged man put it on the ground with the greatest care. A few ancient imprints appeared and the gigantic box slowly opened itself. The crowd saw the body within. It had no chi, it just looked intact. "What kind of body is that?" asked someone. Lin Feng was curious too. He had the saint's feet and he had sensed a terrifying strength emerge from them. However, that body just looked like an ordinary corpse. What a strange corpse. It was the first time that the woman next to Lin Feng sounded surprised. She whispered, "It has no chi at all, it's like an ordinary body, but it's immortal." What kind of cultivation level did that person have? Everybody was thinking the same. This body has been checked, he was over 100,000 years old or more. It's completely intact. It was a strong cultivator in the ancient times. However, it has no chi at all, like an ordinary person, said the middle-aged man when he saw everybody was curious. 100,000 years old or more? Of course, if you don't believe me, I can show you, said the middle-aged man smiling. An ice-cold blade appeared, it contained gloomy chi, everybody sensed it clearly. The middle-aged man's hand streaked across the sky, people were all startled. What a terrifying blade, it's a level 4 or more great imperial weapon. A terrifying strength attacked the immortal body. The crowd's face stiffened. There was a metallic clank, and everybody was astonished because the blade didn't do anything to the corpse. This blade is extremely powerful, as everyone has seen, but nothing works on it. According to our quality testers, it might be a saint's body, said the middle-aged man indifferently. The crowd burst into an uproar, others remained silent. A saint's body in an auction house, Maybe that you doubt about my words, but I can tell everyone that that body has no chi and doesn't deteriorate, it's a terrifying physical body. Even though we think it's a saint, we can't do much with it. We tried to modify it but we can't. That's why we're selling it. Of course, if the price isn't high enough, we won't sell it either, said the middle-aged calmly. The Doomsday Auction House was different from other auction houses. If they weren't happy with the price, they kept the items. If you can't use it, why could we? Said someone who didn't intend to bid. Why don't you tell us a base price then? Asked someone else. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, if you want to bid, just bid, otherwise, don't bid. But if they proposed a base price, people wouldn't take any initiative. Lin Feng shook his head, he wasn't interested in a body he didn't understand, but at that moment, his expression slightly changed. Something was telling him he had to obtain that body. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he were possessed. Lin Feng was suddenly excited. A level 2 Great Imperial Scripture in one tome of Great Imperial Scriptures, what do you think, Your Excellency? Asked Lin Feng. The middle-aged man just smiled and said nothing. Lin Feng's price wasn't enough. A level 4 great imperial weapon for the body, proposed a strong cultivator indifferently. Level 5 armor, said the woman next to Lin Feng calmly. She looked interested now. Many people were surprised. A level 5 great imperial item, even defensive, was expensive. She was definitely rich. The woman ground her teeth too. She had proposed a high price. She only had one item like that, but a great imperial item couldn't be compared with a saint's body. If she managed to understand it, she'd probably become extremely powerful. She would be able to inspect it back in her clan. Since you don't want to buy that weapon in front of everybody, I'll tell you something personally, said Lin Feng indifferently. He talked to the middle-aged man indifferently. The man was astonished and frowned. People were surprised. What had Lin Feng proposed? More ancient holy scriptures? Deal, said the middle-aged man without hesitating. Lin Feng smiled and stood up. His silhouette flickered. He jumped onto the stage, said something to the man using his godly awareness, and took the immortal body. Who's that guy? He bought so many things, exclaimed quite a few people. The woman next to Lin Feng was stupefied. She realized that this young man who hadn't even reached the top of the Huang Qi layer had so many things. She found herself curious. Some clans loved ancient scriptures. That wasn't surprising, especially scholars since they had studied at university. However, this Lin Feng seemed stupid. He had shown too much. Did he think he'd manage to leave safely? So many people were staring at him. When Lin Feng came back, the woman stood up and said to Lin Feng, "When you leave, many people will surround you. The Doomsday Auction House won't help you. They're not responsible for you. Give me the talisman and I'll help you. Otherwise, you will die before being able to go to godly clouds." "Thank you for proposing your help," replied Lin Feng indifferently. The woman frowned and asked, "Why?" "That talisman is useless for you. I'm a deployment spellcaster. I really need it." "Miss, if you need," said someone next to her at that moment, releasing icy energies. "My ticket is for the boat in 5 days as well, that's why I want to help you." "I hope you understand," said the woman to Lin Feng. "Thank you very much, you're too kind," said Lin Feng, nodding to her, and then he ran into the crowd. Many people released qi around Lin Feng. He frowned and accelerated. When the woman saw Lin Feng, she frowned and stared at him. "Miss." The woman remained silent for a few seconds and shook her head. "He's just stupid. Forget about it." Lin Feng was in the middle of the crowd and suddenly a strong wind brushed against him. Many people grunted icily. Many people were propelled away. Some people staggered. The atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. "Insolent!" shouted a strong cultivator furiously, before punching out. However, at that moment, the strong wind moved towards the clouds. Many people chased him, but after a short time the wind disappeared. Lin Feng appeared and turned around, looking back at the crowd. "You think you can just leave?" said an old man in gray clothes. He was the one who had wanted the talisman. "Give me the item. You're just an emperor. You're acting recklessly. I wonder where that moron studies." The crowd had just left the Doomsday Auction House and they were all baring their fangs. They were fearless and didn't even try to hide their desire to steal his treasures. "I haven't seen someone so ridiculous in a long time," said a young man with his arms crossed before his chest. Great emperors were at his sides protecting him. Lin Feng didn't continue running. He just stood there and said nothing. He smiled mockingly. "A bunch of morons." People's expressions slightly changed. One of them realized something and punched at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dodge. There was a rumble and explosion. The body exploded and disappeared. When they thought about his mocking smile a moment ago, they all pulled long faces. Who was a moron? It was just a clone. Lin Feng had already left. But why hadn't they been able to follow him with their godly awareness? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2091, Another Saint's Body. Chapter 2091, Another Saint's Body. He's gone? The woman was also stupefied when she arrived. She smiled thinly. No wonder he dared act so insolently. He had a way to escape. As Lin Feng had moved through the wind, he had actually changed his mask and clothes. When the crowd penetrated into the wind, he left the strong wind, and that wind had moved forwards, taking his clones along. At that moment, Lin Feng was back with Ho Qing Lin and the others. They were calmly watching the scene. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, and they got up to leave. "Brothers, we are many people. Even if we get as many tickets, we also need to get tickets for the same day, and that will be very difficult. We'll need too much time," Lin Feng said to Ho Qing Lin. After all, they couldn't get many tickets for the ship, which was 5 days later. There were many auction houses, but for a dozen people, it would still be difficult to get so many tickets. "So what do you want to do?" asked Ho Qing Lin to Lin Feng. "I can bring everyone along, but the problem is you won't be able to enjoy and learn from the empty space tunnel," explained Lin Feng. "Learning from the empty space tunnel is less important than gaining time to find Mu Qin. When we come back from Godly Clouds, we'll all be able to learn from it," replied Ho Qing Lin. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right. In 5 days, we will go to Godly Clouds. Let's relax for the next few days. Don't offend anyone. When we come back, we'll enjoy ourselves a bit here." Everybody understood. They were in a rush. Mu Qin used to be a friend and a teacher, so if Lin Feng could take them along for free, it was the best solution. Everybody cared about Mu Qin greatly. As Lin Feng had said, the best thing to do was not to offend anyone and relax for a few days. Lin Feng found a tranquil place and took out his new talisman. He opened the talisman and a beam of light emerged from it. Lin Feng put his godly awareness inside and sensed some deployment spell essence. This kind of talisman was perfect for carving deployment spells. "Even though I am strong in comparison to people of the same cultivation level, I can't compete with great emperors. If I carve some great deployment spells inside this talisman, I will be able to use it if I face a great danger. That way, I won't need to use the saint's body," he said to himself. He extended his hand out and condensed all sorts of cosmic energies. At the same time, his heavenly grace godly would appeared indistinctly behind his body, a hurricane made of cosmic energies gathering around it. Then, those cosmic energies condensed down into his finger. He couldn't use such powerful cosmic energies on an ordinary talisman, or it would break. Lin Feng started carving on the great imperial talisman. Cosmic strength spread around him. Lin Feng hadn't carved deployment spells this seriously for a long time, and was extremely focused. The deployment marks were being carved with single-hearted devotion and without distracting thoughts, glittering as they formed. After a long time, Lin Feng finished carving the deployment marks and put his talisman away. He was happy and smiled. He took out the 3 boxes he had obtained without knowing what they were. 2 ordinary great imperial weapons and an imperial weapon. I lost. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't mind. The ancient scriptures he had traded weren't useful to him. As long as he had the ship ticket, he was satisfied. After that, Lin Feng went into his spirit's world. The saint's body was there, dead and inert. No qi emerged from it. Lin Feng walked over to Qin Shan and put his soul strength into Qin Shan's brain. After a short time, Lin Feng's soul arrived in front of a dazzling light. Qin Shan was awake already, but he hadn't recovered. He still needed godly medicine to recover. "Master, can you help me check that body?" asked Lin Feng to the saint. "Saint's body," declared Qin Shan. Lin Feng shivered. It was really a saint's body. Why didn't it have qi though? Even the strong cultivators of the Doomsday auction house couldn't use it, so they had sold it. Make it fuse together with my consciousness and I'll see whether it still has a thread of consciousness or not," said Qin Shan. Lin Feng fused his soul together with the saint's consciousness. Qin Shan walked over to the saint and his eyes twinkled. Dazzling lights emerged from the Qin Shan's eyes and penetrated into the saint's body. However, Lin Feng saw no consciousness at all, as if the saint was really dead. Lin Feng and Qin Shan's consciousness flew throughout that body. They realized that some kind of strength was blocking them, as they couldn't explore the saint's body thoroughly. Qin Shan used more of his will to pierce through the strength and penetrate into the body thoroughly. Lin Feng saw a golden empty space world within, but it seemed broken. A terrifying strength flowed towards them from the body. Qin Shan sensed a terrible power collide with his own. Golden lights bombarded his body with a crash and explosion of force. The saint was propelled away 1,000 meters and crashed onto the ground. He recalled his consciousness. Lin Feng was astonished. That body, which hadn't moved for a very long time, had attacked Qin Shan. "What's that?" A voice resonated inside Qin Shan's body and made him shake. "Master, his body, that's," Lin Feng was shaking. "Even though it's golden, it doesn't have any cosmic energy inside. It's as if his own strength has been broken, a golden empty space, a broken world. It's definitely a saint, but something catastrophic must have happened to him." Lin Feng and Qin Shan's consciousness had fused together. They could communicate directly without speaking. "But he attacked our power?" For him, everybody else is a nobody, an insignificant tiny little insect. "He despises heaven and earth," murmured Qin Shan. He was a saint too, but he had never seen such a saint's body. "That obstructive strength is formidable, it could destroy my consciousness. However, why could my consciousness pierce through the obstructive energy and penetrate into his body?" wondered Qin Shan, seemingly talking to himself. "Master," said Lin Feng at that moment. My soul can get into it," whispered Lin Feng. Qin Shan remained silent for a few seconds. If he had a real body, it would have been perfect. "I'll transmit an ancient technique to you, try and control that body," said Qin Shan after remaining silent for a few seconds. He relayed an ancient technique to Lin Feng, and their minds separated. Lin Feng recalled his soul strength and studied the ancient technique. After a short time, he opened his eyes with a glitter. He stared at the saint's body as his soul came out of his body and moved into the saint's body. He inspected the broken golden world, with neither strength nor chi in it. Lin Feng had the impression that he was back in hell. It was the same kind of feeling. After a long time, the body finally moved and opened his eyes. "It works!" Lin Feng was stupefied. It was starting to work. Then, Lin Feng moved his arm, and then his legs. After a very long time, the body stood up. "Master!" Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was moving. Could he really control this body? "Don't get too excited. You've just started. It's a dead body, you can control it, but because it's a saint's body, it's not that easy either, as you can't use a saint's strength. In that body, there is absolutely no thread of consciousness. So you can use the body, but regarding the strength you can deploy with it, I guess it depends on how familiar you are with it," Qin Shan said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I understand. It's a dead body. I can control it, but it has no strength. But this body, as a shell, is quite powerful. I'll do all I can to practice the ancient technique you transmitted to me." Then, Lin Feng started walking around with a body that wasn't his own. At Lin Feng's cultivation level, his soul could easily move away from his body. Controlling a dead body wasn't difficult. The real difficulty was in controlling a dead saint's body. Even thought it was just a shell, not everyone could easily defeat such a body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2092, Deadly Tunnel. Chapter 2092, Deadly Tunnel. Time passed quickly without Lin Feng realizing it. He still hadn't managed to control the saint's body, but it was time to go to the empty space tunnel. The tunnel was a golden gate. It contained a deadly golden wind, strong enough to easily defeat a cultivator. Nature's strength could be dreadful sometimes, especially in the empty space tunnels which connected the different parts of the continent. A ship had stopped at the gateway. It looked like a gigantic and terrifying warship, and seemed to be made of pure gold. That kind of empty spaceship can easily cross the empty space tunnel. It's not actually made of gold, powerful cultivators make them using cosmic energies. There are dangerous marks on it, and Tao essence. Lin Feng shivered when he saw the ship, wondering at the cost. Even though the ship was gigantic, there weren't many seats in it, because most of the ship components were there for defensive purposes to cross the empty space tunnels. It was said that saints could cross the tunnels relying on their own strength. Great emperors, however, could not. The alliance who controlled the empty space tunnels was very strict when it came to migration flows. There were many strong cultivators at the entrance who checked everyone. There was even a terrifying cultivator in charge of the team. They had to guarantee proper operation of the ships or their business could crash. There were many people there today. They were walking up the flight of stairs which led to the ship. Lin Feng gave his ticket to the guards and entered the ship. There were many people already present. The crew made full use of the ship. It was packed with 100 people, the maximum number of people who could be accommodated. The ship was surrounded by a curtain of dazzling lights, but one could still see the landscape outside. In the distance was the deadly golden wind. Lin Feng couldn't imagine what would happen if someone went into it. He remembered back when in the small world when he had fallen into fissures and had ended up in the terrifying passage. The empty space tunnel was even scarier. "It's you," said someone. Lin Feng turned around and saw the woman he had seen the other day at the auction house. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and answered, "It's me." The woman smiled too and looked him over. "You're strong. You used a special method to escape." Lin Feng shrugged, but didn't say much. He just sat down. He only wanted to get to godly clouds. Finally, the 100 ticket holders had arrived and the gigantic ship started moving. It was still surrounded by formidable golden lights, and a very powerful cultivator was driving the ship. When the ship left, there was a boom of imploding air, and then the ship disappeared into the distance. What a terrifying speed! "Are we traveling through time?" thought Lin Feng, gasping with amazement. The landscape through the windows was incredible, it was like a golden ocean. Suddenly, some people fell down as an incredible gravitational pressure slammed down on Lin Feng. He had the impression his body was going to be crushed. The air was vibrating from the pressure. "What kind of strength is this?" wondered Lin Feng. He had the impression he was going to suffocate, the air felt too heavy to breathe. The vibration in the air was making his blood bubble. Lin Feng was shocked and sat down carefully again. What kind of strength was this? Something rang in the air. The terrifying strength kept pressing down on the crowd. Many people coughed up blood. Lin Feng groaned with pain. The golden strength was too brutal. "Miss, the turbulences are terrifying today," one of her guards said to the woman, pulling a long face. "It happens sometimes. I hope it'll get better later," she murmured back. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Is this the first time you've taken the empty space tunnel?" Lin Feng nodded. The most terrifying kinds of strength of the earth and sky are condensed inside the empty space tunnel. Only saints can cross it freely. Sometimes, the strength in the empty space tunnel has the power of a saint. The ship is hard, but it can't stop all the threads of strength. If the strength in the tunnel is too powerful, then it spreads to the passengers, the ship can't take all the damage. "Some people can die," said the woman. Lin Feng nodded. He hadn't thought it would be like this. Therefore, you have to be at least a high-level emperor to take it. Weaker people will get crushed instantly. Lin Feng nodded again. He looked at the beautiful golden landscape passing by on both sides of the ship. He couldn't imagine how fast they were traveling. He had the impression they were traveling sideways through time. The strength wasn't destructive, it was oppressive and made Lin Feng's blood boil. Some time passed, people's faces stayed red. The atmosphere was so still, it was almost scary. Everybody remained silent. Time seemed to be passing very slowly. Even after a very long time, everybody still felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, the atmosphere became dark. People's faces changed drastically, some of the passengers turned deathly pale, like sheets of paper. Oh no! Deadly tunnel. How can we cross the deadly tunnel? Deadly tunnel? Lin Feng didn't understand and looked at the dark hurricane outside. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. The strong cultivator who was outside leading the ship came into the ship, a grimace on his face. Master? The woman asked the strong cultivator. Her face turned deathly pale. She had come to the Dark Night region because she had heard that a collection of great deployment spells illustrative plates had been sold to the Doomsday Auction House. Her clan had sent her there hoping she could buy it. However, they hadn't thought she'd run into a dark death tunnel. Nobody can predict a death tunnel. I hope it won't be too scary, otherwise, the ship will not be able to endure it and we will all die. That would be horrible, especially since we're almost there, said the strong cultivator glumly. Everybody, release your strength. Rely on yourselves to survive. Then, the man closed his eyes, looking ready to do battle. Nobody knew how strong the destructive death tunnel strength would be. Were they going to be lucky or not? Lin Feng pulled a long face. The captain looked extremely strong, but at that moment he was talking in a grave and sullen way, which meant the situation was really dangerous. Demon and Earth Tao strength surrounded his body, everybody was releasing energies to protect themselves at that moment. Nobody could care about others. When the strength collided with the ship, it shook violently. Some people's defensive energies crackled. Was this their judgment day? Lin Feng kept releasing life cosmic energies. There. Lin Feng saw the woman, dazzling lights were surrounding her and her people. Lin Feng suddenly jumped forwards as the ship shook even more violently. Many people could barely stand steadily. A terrifying strength streaked across the sky again. Lin Feng ran towards the woman and took her in his arms. She frowned darkly, but did nothing. She couldn't take care of herself, so she couldn't take care of anything else. Lin Feng lost consciousness. Godly clouds, Fengzhou City, exit of the empty space tunnel. The waiting crowd saw a ship come out. When they saw all those people lying down on the ship, they were astonished. They had probably run into a death tunnel. Many people are dead or injured. Someone's eyes twinkled, he got closer, there were many corpses on the ship. Since they were dead already, their items weren't theirs anymore. Move away, ordered someone icily. A group of strong cultivators arrived in front of the ship. Miss is there, said someone. The group of strong cultivators all grimaced. Surprisingly, so many people were dead. She still has chi. Someone slowly walked up to her. A young man was holding her in his arms. When the crowd saw that, they looked at him icily, especially the young men around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2093, Qingshan City. Chapter 2093, Qingshan City. Does anyone know him? Asked that strong cultivator. Everybody shook their heads, they looked furious. Uncle, should we kill him? Asked someone. Their leader muttered to himself irresolutely and said, We don't know if he knows Miss Yi, let's bring him back. All right. The crowd nodded and started picking up things from the ship. The captain of the ship and some great emperors started waking up. The others were either dead or injured. Lin Feng was lucky, he was injured, but not dead due to his incredibly powerful soul and body. Godly Clouds was in the very center of the continent of the 9 clouds. It had a border with the 8 other regions of the continent. It was also the widest and strongest region. All sorts of cultivators gathered there. Their battles were magnificent and explosive. Great scholars, doctors, deployment spellcasters, and people who had special powers dwelled there. In the central part of Godly Clouds were many powerful cities. They all had their own rules. Some of them had holy clans, some of them had universities, some of them had sects, some of them were like hell, where a central government ruled over the city. In Qingshan City, ancient families were extremely powerful, or in other words, were ancient clans. 2 families were particularly strong, the Jing clan and the Yu clan. They were both families of deployment spellcasters, and extremely powerful. The Jing clan was gaining strength, especially their young people. They seemed stronger than the Yu clan. However, recently, a scandal had struck the Jing clan, as one of their descendants, Jing Xiaoyu, had fallen in love with someone she shouldn't have. Many people still talked about it. The Jing clan could go and kill him, but Jing Xiaoyu threatened to kill herself if they did. That scandal spread all around Qingshan City. Everybody was talking about it. Some people had compassion for Jing Xiaoyu. In the cultivation world, few people ever knew what real love was. She had found someone she loved, but unfortunately, he was already hundreds of years old, and even though he was strong, his potential had limits and the Jing clan didn't want her to get married to such a person. In a dark tower of the Jing clan, a man was chained up, screws stuck into him, looking extremely weak. 2 flames kept flickering as he suffered from unspeakable pains. Someone came to him and smiled evilly. If you tell Xiaoyu you deceived her on a stage in front of everyone, you'll be freed. The man raised his head and smiled at him mockingly, replying icily, hundreds of years passed and I thought I'd never find love again. However, I met Xiaoyu. Even if you kill me, I will never say that. My disciples will help avenge me if you kill me. My fellow disciple is with them. If I can't be with her in a relationship, then you can just kill me. He smiled broadly. You want to die? His torturer smiled pitilessly. Since you don't agree, you'll stay here forever and suffer unbearably. Xiaoyu doesn't know we captured you. She will slowly forget about you, find someone else and fall in love with them. We set a date. If she doesn't see me on that day, she'll know the truth. She knows I would never abandon her, said the man indifferently. You're wrong. We've already told her that you wanted to use her to join the Jing clan. If you don't show up, she'll know you just wanted to deceive her, said that person emotionlessly, and then he disappeared down a dark corridor, following the faint torches on the walls. The man sighed. He remembered back then when he had fallen in love. He remembered they were incredible cultivators in his world. Then, he had joined hands with his friends to leave that sealed world to come to the great world, which had always been a dream of theirs, and now he was in such a situation because of love. Since he was imprisoned, he thought about his disciples all the time. Some of them had already become high-level emperors. He was convinced that some of them would become terrifying cultivators someday. He had met Xiaoyu by a lucky coincidence. She was so similar to the woman he had loved. He had noticed some things were different, but it hadn't prevented him from loving her. However, the cultivation world was cruel. If you weren't strong enough, it could be a nightmare. High-level emperors were incredible cultivators in their previous world, but in this new world, they were extremely weak. In a room in the Yu clan, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was still in pain. I'm still alive, thought Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. That strength in the tunnel was too terrifying, even a great emperor could have died in there. He remembered thinking he was going to die. He struggled to stand up, it was so painful. His body and soul were both sore. He had the impression his body weighed hundreds of kilos, or as if his body wasn't his own anymore. Where am I? He wondered. He realized some of his rings had disappeared. Even though he had put the most important things in his spirit's world, he still used rings, and had hidden many things in them. Someone had stolen his rings. He slowly finished standing up and walked up to the door. He opened it and saw a courtyard beyond, with some guards stationed there. When they saw him, one of the guards said, "You're awake, you should rest for now." "Where are we?" asked Lin Feng. "You ministry buildings, misuse residence," said the guard calmly. A lady's residence. There was only an ordinary guard, and on top of it he told Lin Feng to rest. "I'm going out," said Lin Feng calmly, continuing forwards. However, the guard blocked him and said icily, "Before Miss Yu wakes up, you're staying here." Lin Feng frowned. He remembered that he had taken a woman in his arms just before losing consciousness. She had something to protect herself, so he had used her item and jumped into the lights. Was the guard talking about that woman? "Are we in godly clouds?" asked Lin Feng. Even though he knew it, he wanted to make sure. "Godly clouds, Qingshan City," answered the guard. "I'm in godly clouds." Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He had to find a way to leave, to go find Mu Chen. "Stay here." When the guard saw that Lin Feng wanted to leave, he looked angry. Lin Feng grunted icily. He wanted to force his way through, but at that moment, there was a whistling of rapid movement. A group of people appeared. The woman was among them. The woman landed in front of Lin Feng and ground her teeth. She said icily, "Shameless bastard. I had no choice, otherwise I would have died." "Please forgive me," said Lin Feng. He had almost died, he hadn't had time to think. "Yu Yi, since you don't know him, then," a young man next to the young woman said icily. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, Yu Yi ignored him and said to Lin Feng, "You can leave, but first give me the Great Imperial Talisman." "But..." Lin Feng looked unhappy and said, "Your friends took all my rings, and you want my Great Imperial Talisman? Did that happen?" Yu Yi asked the young men next to her icily. He replied, "Uncle took his rings. He was waiting for you to wake up to make a decision." "Let's go and see my father," said Yu Yi. She turned to Lin Feng and told him, "Come with me." The group of people headed towards a palace. A middle-aged man was within, looking at a deployment talisman. The one who had carved the talisman was extremely strong. The talisman in front of him was the talisman Lin Feng had carved. He had found it by crushing one of Lin Feng's rings after inspecting his memories. Lin Feng had to be a great scholar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2094, Deployment Spell Family. Chapter 2094, Deployment Spell Family. Yu Kun focused and put his godly awareness in the talisman and inspected the marks, asking, "Did you get this from that little boy?" "Indeed. Miss Yu hasn't woken up yet." "Maybe they know one another, but we took the ring anyway," replied the other one. "When Yu Yi wakes up, tell her to come to me," said Yu Kun. As he was talking, the group of people had already landed out of the palace and a voice came to his ears, "Father." "Oh, I was just talking about you, and now you're here." Yu Kun smiled. He looked out of the window and saw them come. Deployment Talisman. Yu Yi looked at the deployment talisman in Yu Kun's hand. "Hey, little Yi, look," said Yu Kun, giving the talisman to Yu Yi. Yu Yi took it and put her godly awareness inside, her expression changing. She said, "Those deployment marks are so complex. The one who carved the talisman is extremely strong. Did you do that?" Yu Kun shook his head and looked at Lin Feng. He asked, "Little boy, are you from a clan or sect of deployment spellcasters?" Lin Feng's hair bristled. These people were shameless. They had inspected his rings and taken things out. Luckily, he hadn't put anything too important inside, but there were many ancient scriptures within them. "It's him," said Yu Yi, pointing at Lin Feng. Then, she remembered something and said, "Is that the talisman you got at the auction house? You just polished it a little bit, right? The essence was already very thick inside, right?" Yu Yi was convinced that Lin Feng had no knowledge of deployment spells. She was from a family of deployment spellcasters. They were extremely strong, yet many of their people couldn't carve such good deployment talismans. Even her father, who was a great scholar, couldn't carve such perfect talismans. It was extremely difficult. "Kind of, maybe," replied Lin Feng evenly, before asking, "Will you give me back my things?" "I don't care about your items, but first tell me who helped you carve that talisman." "The essence was useless, it was like blank paper." "The one who carved the talisman is incredible," said Yu Kuan calmly. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. If he told them the truth, they weren't going to let him go. He replied, "My teacher helped me." "Your teacher?" Yu Kuan's eyes twinkled. He had guessed so. "Did your teacher come with you on the ship?" Yu Kuan asked Lin Feng politely. Lin Feng was some great scholar's disciple. They could establish good relations. It was difficult to get ship tickets. "I just bought one." "My teacher got one, but for a different date. He should be here too now," replied Lin Feng. "I see. What's your name?" asked Yu Kuan, smiling at Lin Feng politely. "Lin Feng." "Oh, Lin Feng, please be our guest. When your teacher comes, he should come here," said Yu Kuan amiably, and then glanced at Yu Yi. "Little Yi, be nice to Lin Feng." Yu Yi looked surprised. Her father wanted to invite Lin Feng and his teacher. She had underestimated him. From what her father had just said, no matter what Lin Feng had said or done to her before, it wasn't important. The most important thing was to get to know him and be friends with him. "All right, father," said Yu Yi, glancing at Lin Feng. She remembered that Lin Feng had so many ancient scriptures. He had bought so many things in the auction house. So initially his teacher was a great scholar, no wonder he was so rich. Deployment spellcasters could sell things to others and obtain great items. Buying things was easy for someone wealthy. She was from a clan of deployment spellcasters, so she understood the principle. "Lin Feng, take your rings." "Little Yi, give the talisman back to Lin Feng," ordered Yu Kuan, returning Lin Feng's rings to him. Lin Feng took them and re-established a connection to them. Then he put all his other rings in one ring. "Lin Feng, let's go," said Yu Yi to Lin Feng. She had a strange feeling, but she controlled herself and didn't mention it. After all, Lin Feng's teacher had to be a great scholar in the field of deployment spells. All right. Lin Feng wanted to leave too. Now, nobody was going to stop him. He was happy. However, those next to Yu Yi were furious. This guy was surprisingly from a clan of deployment spellcasters. They couldn't do anything to him? If they knew that Lin Feng had made the talisman himself, how would these people have reacted? "I want to go out," said Lin Feng to Yu Yi after they left the palace. "All right, I'll take you out." Yu Yi rose up into the air and glanced around, then she pointed out to Lin Feng, "This is my clan's territory, the Yu clan. We are one of the 2 strongest clans in Qingshan City. We are a clan of deployment spellcasters. We've existed for 10,000 years. Apart from our territory, we have many deployment mines." Deployment mines? Lin Feng didn't understand. What was a deployment mine? "You've never heard of deployment mines in the Dark Night region?" asked Yu Yi, curious. "I haven't," said Lin Feng. "I'll take you to see one when we have time," Yu Yi smiled. After a short time, they had left the Yu ministry area. Lin Feng said to Yu Yi, "I want to go out on my own, but..." Yu Yi was surprised, but she smiled and nodded, "All right. If you need anything, come to our clan." Here, this is my jade talisman. All right. Lin Feng nodded and took it. They exchanged their godly awareness talismans and then Lin Feng departed. I'll take Ho Chang Lin out and then we'll look for Mu Chen. Lin Feng glanced around and then flitted away. He found a place with nobody around quickly enough, and then Ho Chang Lin and the others appeared around him. Lin Feng. Ho Chang Lin looked to him and asked, "Are we in godly clouds?" "Yes, godly clouds, Qingshan City." "Where's Mu Chen?" asked Lin Feng urgently. Ho Chang Lin nodded and took out the soul-locking bells, rising up into the air. The bells rang and the sound spread out softly. "That way." "I don't know how far though," stated Ho Chang Lin. A boat appeared and Lin Feng and his friends hopped aboard, following the signal of the soul-locking bells. Lin Feng didn't intend to go back to the Yu clan, he just wanted to find Mu Chen. The air whistled past them as the ship streaked across the sky of Qingshan City. The soul-locking bells rang louder and louder. Ho Chang Lin was startled, as in front of them, a vast palace appeared. It was a rich clan's mansion house. "Lin Feng, stop!" Ho Chang Lin said suddenly. His eyebrows looked as sharp as swords. Lin Feng sensed something and stopped quickly. The bells were ringing louder and louder. The signal pointed to the mansion house in front of them. "Go!" Ho Chang Lin threw out the soul-locking bells, which turned into a beam of light. Lin Feng and the others stared after them. Very quickly, the bells entered the mansion house. Lin Feng and the others followed the bells. In order not to draw people's attention, they were flying up in the clouds. Ho Chang Lin and Lin Feng remained silent. They had the feeling that Mu Chen was in the mansion. As expected, the bells entered a black tower. The bells were ringing so loud that it made their souls shake. Black Tower, Mu Chen. Ho Chang Lin was grim as he said, "Mu Chen is in the Black Tower." Lin Feng and the others shivered. At that moment, a group of strong cultivators started chasing the soul-locking bells. Lin Feng said, "Brother, recall the soul-locking bells." "All right." Ho Chang Lin nodded and recalled the soul-locking bells. The strong cultivators followed them. The soul-locking bells returned to Ho Chang Lin, and the strong cultivators noticed them. "Who are you?" the leader of the group asked Lin Feng and the others icily. "We're just passengers. We didn't want to disturb you." "Sorry," replied Ho Chang Lin, looking calm and composed. These men were all great emperors. "What was that thing?" asked that person icily. "An ordinary toy we were playing with. Sorry for having disturbed you. We're leaving," said Ho Chang Lin with a courteous wave, and then he ordered, "Let's go." They left, but they were furious. They wanted to go into the tower and force the way, but it was too risky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2095, Tower of Torture. Chapter 2095, Tower of Torture. Ho Chang Lin and the others departed quickly. The men from the tower didn't try to ask them anything else. After all, Lin Feng and the others' chi looked extraordinary. They might have a powerful background. After leaving, Lin Feng and the others finally let their fury show. "Brother, are you sure Mu Chen is in that black tower?" asked Ruo Xia coolly. "If the signal of the soul-locking bells is right, then he should be in there." "He's probably imprisoned," Ho Chang Lin replied grimly. "Let's go. Let's investigate first. Since he's been imprisoned by a powerful group, maybe some people know about him in the region," suggested Tianqi. He was trying to control himself. Everybody nodded agreement. Then, they descended from the sky and found a pub with many people. They all decided to sit down at different tables where there were people already. Lin Feng found a table and asked to those who were seated there, "Can I sit here?" That person looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, "Please do." Lin Feng sat down and glanced around. Then, he whispered, "I came to Qingshan City because I want to learn more about this place. There is an imposing and magnificent mansion house over there. Whose house is it?" Lin Feng pointed at the black tower in the horizon out of the window. Lin Feng's interlocutor smiled and said, "My boy, it definitely is your first time in Qingshan City. It's the Jing clan." "Is the Jing clan very strong?" asked Lin Feng. "Of course. Qingshan City is an ordinary city in godly clouds. There are only a few powerful clans here, but the Jing clan and the Yu clan are the strongest clans in town. They are both families of deployment spellcasters. And let me tell you, in the last 100 years, the Jing clan had become much stronger than the Yu clan. There's now a huge gap between them. If the descendants of the Yu clan don't make efforts, the Jing clan will crush them someday," whispered that person. Even though everybody knew that in Qingshan City, saying that loudly could make others unhappy. Yu clan, deployment spellcaster. Lin Feng was stupefied. The Yu clan was precisely Yu Ye's clan. Lin Feng actually knew them. "Does the Jing clan have saint emperors?" asked Lin Feng. "Naturally. According to legends, there are 6 saint emperors in Qingshan City, spread over 4 clans. The Jing clan and the Yu clan have 2 saint emperors each, the 2 others clans a saint emperor each. Maybe there are some others, but that I don't know about them," said Lin Feng's informant happily. He was happy to chat with someone, and this kind of stuff was hardly secret anyway. Lin Feng could evaluate the situation approximately. 2 saint emperors each, so he had to use the power of a saint. Tian Tai's disciples couldn't rescue Mu Chen. Lin Feng didn't know if he could fight using Qin Shan's body again. If he did, it meant taking the risk of destroying Qin Shan's consciousness and body, as well as his own. In the worst case, Mu Chen is imprisoned by the Jing clan and they are not willing to release him, in which case I'd have to use the saint's power, thought Lin Feng. He asked, "Have you ever heard of Mu Chen?" Mu Chen. When he heard Lin Feng's question, the other man's expression changed in a strange way, especially since Lin Feng had asked him whether the Jing clan was strong or not. "Do you know Mu Chen?" asked that person. "I don't know him. I've heard many people talk about the Jing clan and Mu Chen. I was wondering who he was?" asked Lin Feng, trying to remain composed. He even smiled indifferently. He wanted to see the man's reaction. Mu Chen is a little bit famous in Qingshan City, so it's normal that people are talking about him. I guess I can tell you about him," the other man smiled. "Thank you very much," Lin Feng said politely. "To be honest, we have to admit that Mu Chen is incredible. He's not a young man, but he's a high-level emperor already, and his fighting abilities are incredible. His soul strength is terrifyingly powerful. But there are many strong people in Qingshan City. When talking about Mu Chen, you have to mention someone else, Jing Xiaoyu. She's well-mannered, pretty, and polished, as well as elegant and free from vulgarity. She's also extremely strong and talented, especially when it comes to deployment spells. Also, she's not even 40 yet, and is at her prime. Many people wish they could get married to her. However, she surprisingly fell in love with Mu Chen, which perplexes everyone despite much thought. Even though cultivators can live for a very long time and age doesn't matter in terms of love, those two really don't belong to the same world, so it's strange for them to be in a relationship. "Don't you think?" explained the man. He didn't understand what was going on. However, Lin Feng shivered. Mu Chen had fallen in love with someone again. She was probably extremely beautiful. However, people in the cultivation world were often extremely parochial. Mu Chen had charisma. It wasn't surprising that a woman had fallen in love with him. Lin Feng and the other disciples respected him regardless. "What happened after that?" asked Lin Feng. "After that, many things happened. Mu Chen killed many members of the Jing clan. They were furious and wanted to kill Mu Chen. They injured him, but then Jing Xiaoyu threatened to kill herself if they killed him. The Jing clan didn't dare kill him, as Jing Xiaoyu holds a special position in her clan. She's extremely strong and her close relatives, such as her brothers and her father, are all extraordinary. She's important to her clan. She can't die, so Mu Chen can't die either. So they imprisoned him? Lin Feng was furious and blurted that out unthinkingly. However, his interlocutor was surprised and said, "Imprisoned? I don't think so. I think they gave Jing Xiaoyu and Mu Chen an opportunity." "What opportunity?" asked Lin Feng. "To fight over a deployment mine," said that person. "In Qingshan City, there are some very important deployment mines which are very useful for clans of deployment spellcasters. Therefore, there are 4 clans which keep competing over them, especially the Jing clan and the Yu clan. The competition between them is fierce, each time many people die when they fight over them. Right now, the Jing clan is the strongest clan. They are slowly dominating the Yu clan. Therefore, the Jing clan wants to gain control of the 4 major deployment mines. Right now, each of the 4 clans guard 1 deployment mine. The Jing clan wants to get the deployment mines of the 3 other clans, but they naturally don't agree, right?" said Lin Feng. He wasn't worried about the deployment mines, he was worried about Mu Chen. Indeed, the 3 clans are all angry at the Jing clan. They have fought many times. However, they have not managed to prevent the Jing clan from expanding. Eventually they agreed on something, using young people to determine to whom the deployment mines belong. If anyone loses, they must give up their deployment mine, including the Jing clan. "So the Jing clan can't use the same batch of people?" asked Lin Feng. If using the same batch of people was possible, the Jing clan could use their strongest cultivators and steal all the deployment mines. After all, according to what this guy had said, the Jing clan had the advantage. Indeed, the 4 clans protect their own deployment mine. If they are strong enough, they can also steal the Jing clan's deployment mine, which is also the best one, replied his informant. The Jing clan wants Mu Chen to help them steal a deployment mine? Indeed, the Jing clan and Mu Chen agreed that if he could help steal the Yu clan's deployment mine, they would accept his relationship with Jing Xiaoyu. But Mu Chen might die there. The Yu clan isn't ready to give up. Maybe they won't try to steal the Jing clan's deployment mine, but at least they'll do all they can to keep their own. The 2 others are the same. They all invited some extremely strong young people to help them out. Lin Feng pulled a long face. The Jing clan wanted Mu Chen to help them, but he was imprisoned. What was that supposed to mean? Lin Feng's interlocutor didn't seem to know that Mu Chen was in the Jing clan. It probably proved that he was imprisoned. Can other people still participate and help the clans fight for the deployment mines? I think so. The Jing clan is the most powerful clan of deployment spellcasters. They want to expand more anyway, replied the fellow. I understand. Thank you very much for all those pieces of information, brother. Oh, do you know what the Jing clan's Black Tower is? Asked Lin Feng. You mean the Black Tower in which they torture people? People who are imprisoned there never come out, replied his interlocutor. Lin Feng frowned and his eyes glittered icily. The Jing clan didn't intend to let Mu Chen participate in the competition for the deployment mines, it was just an excuse. He was in the Black Tower which nobody ever came out of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2096, Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Chapter 2096, Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Lin Feng and Tian Tai's people left the restaurant. They exchanged the pieces of information they had obtained in there. The gossipers hadn't lied, it would have been pointless. Everybody knew about what was going on in Qingshan City, only strangers like them didn't. The case was actually quite simple. The Jing clan had deceived Jing Xiaoyu and imprisoned Mu Chen. They were lying in saying that Mu Chen was going to participate to the deployment mine competition. They made it seem like a perfect opportunity for Mu Chen. But actually, they didn't intend to release Mu Chen at all. He was in the Black Tower, doomed to never see the sky again. A bunch of bastards. What should we do? Asked Tantai, righteously indignant. His eyes were gleaming. Even though he had never seen Mu Chen, Tiantai's disciples all respected him as a founder, just like Emperor Yu. Mu Chen was one of the 2 founders of Tiantai, and they were all descendants. Brothers, do you know the 4 clans? Lin Feng asked everyone. Of course. The Jing clan imprisoned Mu Chen. They are the strongest clan, having surpassed the Yu clan. The 2 other clans, the Luo clan and the Hong clan, have joined hands. Lin Feng, what do you think? Ho Qing Lin said to Lin Feng. Ho Qing Lin, bring some people to the Luo clan. Ruo Xia, bring some people to the Hong clan. Tantai and I will go to the Yu clan and we'll help them. Ho Qingling, if possible, don't attack. Bring Ruo Xia, and after the competition, we'll go to the Jing clan's deployment mine and put pressure on them, Lin Feng said slowly. Everybody was startled at his idea. Ruo Xia said, will it not produce the opposite of the desired result if we collaborate with the Jing clan? How can we save Mu Chen that way? The 4 clans want to protect their deployment mines. If we help them, they'll be happy. At that moment, when we steal the deployment mine from the Jing clan will release him and we'll stop. The other 3 clans won't mind. If they don't, we'll keep the deployment mine and they won't be happy. If the Jing clan doesn't respect the agreement, the 3 other clans will start fighting against them and then we'll have the opportunity to rescue Mu Chen using other methods. Said Lin Feng calmly. If we help the Jing clan steal all the deployment mines, will they release Mu Chen? Asked Ban Ruo. They won't. The Jing clan think the 3 other clans are weak and stupid. We just want to help them to make things look perfect. The Jing clan is strong, so if we help them win, they won't be touched, and the teams we've just agreed to are just temporary, they may change at some point, said Lin Feng. Everybody nodded. The Jing clan was powerful and extremely conceited. If they provided the Jing clan with timely help and jumped on the bandwagon, the Jing clan wouldn't care, they'd just use them temporarily. Since it's that way, let's separate. Keep in touch using jade talismans, said Ho Qing Lin. All right. They all separated in teams and moved in different directions. Lin Feng and Tantai left together and headed back to the Yu clan. He hadn't thought he'd return at all. Tantai, how strong are you now? Asked Lin Feng to Tantai. He hadn't seen Tantai for a few years, he hadn't had time to chat with his friends as much. He didn't even know how strong they had become. Lin Feng had to understand that to assess the situation. He. When Tantai heard Lin Feng, he smiled. He looked particularly self-confident. He said, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures are extremely powerful. I used to think I wasn't strong enough, but after studying the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, my physical strength suddenly started changing. I can make strength condense in a perfect way and my strength is now explosive. Besides, you know what kind of Tao I understand now, strength Tao. Maybe I'm not fast enough, but I'm monstrously strong physically, Tantai said confidently. Grand talents matured slowly among his people. After meeting Lin Feng and the others, he had started becoming much stronger. Because he had the impression it was never enough, he kept studying hard, step by step. Lin Feng nodded. He knew Tantai was an expert when it came to physical strength. With his strength Tao power, his attacks were probably exceedingly dangerous. Lin Feng had no doubts about that. He had transmitted the ancient holy techniques to his friends as well. Even though they hadn't received them directly from the saints, it was still better than nothing. When they arrived back at the Yu clan, Lin Feng went to find Yu Yi. When she saw Tantai, Yu Yi was surprised. How come Lin Feng had a new friend? She had noticed he was alone on the ship. Lin Feng, who is this? A friend of mine. My teacher doesn't have only one disciple, Lin Feng smiled. At the mention of his teacher, Yu Ye's beautiful eyes twinkled. So your teacher is in town, too? He's in godly clouds. If he wants to see me, he'll find me, replied Lin Feng. Lin Feng, little brother, don't forget to tell your teacher about me. At that moment, Yukoan arrived and said happily. Of course, Lin Feng said to Yukoan. On his side, there were strong cultivators, including great emperors of different ages and talents. There could be huge age differences between great emperors. That's the great scholar's disciple? Asked a new person, looking at Lin Feng indifferently. Indeed. His teacher carved that talisman. It gave me cold sweats, said Yuko and smiled. How strong. So Lin Feng's deployment spell abilities must be incredible too. Said that person, smiling politely at Lin Feng. Tantai remained silent. He wasn't like that in the past. Even though he was still impulsive, he had finally learned how to control himself. He just remained silent and smiled coldly on the inside. Lin Feng's deployment spells were terrifying, and those people dared talk this way in front of him? I'm alright, said Lin Feng, not minding them and smiling non-committedly. Okay, you're a young and outstanding man, and a high-level emperor already. Your teacher must be really good, another man smiled. And you, how good are you when it comes to deployment spells, in comparison with you Lin? Someone else asked in amusement. In comparison with you Lin? Many of those around shook their heads, as if the answer were obvious. Let's go. He's almost here. Yes. Little Yi, stay with Lin Feng, Yukoan said, nodding at Lin Feng. He left with the group of people. Yu Yi, let's go and welcome him. At that moment, a young man had arrived behind Yu Yi. Yu Yi looked at Lin Feng and Lin Feng nodded, don't worry about me. It's alright, Yu Lin is coming back today, we can go and see him too. Said Yu Yi, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that this Yu Lin had a high social status within the Yu clan. Even great emperors came to greet him. They started walking as Yu Yi explained to Lin Feng, Yu Lin is extremely strong. He's the best deployment spell caster of the clan, very talented. He's practicing cultivation in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. If the Yu clan wasn't facing difficulties, he wouldn't have come back. No wonder that the Yu clan attaches importance to him, if he's such a skilled deployment spellcaster, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're from the Dark Night region, you have never heard of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, I guess? The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry has trained some people who have become great deployment masters, who corresponds to saints in terms of cultivation. To practice cultivation in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, being a powerful cultivator isn't enough, you must also be an incredible deployment spellcaster, she explained. Lin Feng thought that it was no wonder that Godly Clouds was the center of the continent and that they were the strongest region. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry amazingly had great deployment masters. Yu Lin is getting closer and closer to becoming a great scholar. But our clan has problems, so we asked the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry to send him back to us temporarily. Yu Lin also brought back a friend with him. He's also a strong person from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. This way, nobody can pose a threat to us. Whispered Yu Yi. Lin Feng understood that she was talking about the Jing clan and the other two clans. Lin Feng now understood why Yu Kuan and the great emperors had gone to greet them. Yu Lin and his friend were probably extraordinary people. But the Jing clan was the most powerful clan, so at the same level, their young cultivators could defeat the young people of the Yu clan. The Jing clan probably had people like Yu Lin as well, or even stronger. Godly Clouds has talented individuals in hiding, so at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, many vied for supremacy. Many geniuses from everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds gathered in Godly Clouds. Yu Lin is here. said a young man next to Yu Yi at that moment. In the distant sky, two cultivators appeared riding beasts. The beasts were marvelous, rhinoceroses which had the blood of blood dragons. One could see they were incredibly powerful with just a glance. The two cultivators riding them looked astonishingly strong. They were precisely Yulin and his fellow disciple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2097, Battle in the Dark. Chapter 2097, Battle in the Dark. Yu Yi and everyone else were watching at Yulin. Lin Feng looked at the young men next to Yu Yi, noting their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. When the difference between them and other people wasn't big, they were jealous, but when the difference between them and other people was huge, they looked at them with respect and admiration. Yulin was the strongest young man of their clan both in terms of deployment spells and strength. Yu Yi beamed, her admiration evident. Yulin. At that moment, Yukoan and the others stepped forwards, and Yulin and his friend descended from the sky. Uncle Koan, said Yulin to Yukoan, then he introduced his friend. This is my fellow disciple, Sumu. Little Sumu, welcome to our Yu clan. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling, said Yukoan with a smile. Uncle Koan, you're too polite. Yulin and I are like brothers. I'm happy to help him, returned Sumu calmly. The members of the Yu clan all nodded happily, glad to see both of them. In godly clouds or in the dark night region, everybody respected geniuses and talented people. At that moment, Yulin walked over to Yu Yi and smiled easily. Brother Yulin, Yu Yi smiled. She took a few steps forwards to greet him. Yu Yi, you're becoming more and more beautiful, Yulin smiled. He took a step forwards and caressed her cheek and smiled. Come, little Yi, let me introduce you my friend, Sumu. Brother Sumu, Yu Yi greeted Sumu. Her beautiful eyes were filled with esteem and respect. Sumu was Yulin's friend and had come to the Yu clan, which meant he was also very talented. She knew how strong people from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry were. Yulin told me how beautiful his little sister was. Now that I see you, I can confirm. Unfortunately, there aren't many women in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. If you could join us, that would be great, said Sumu grinned back at her. Brother Sumu, you're joking. I'm not talented enough. How could I become a member of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry? Replied Yu Yi. She didn't lie, as even though she was talented, she knew she wasn't talented enough to become a member of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. After all, that was a place where you could see great deployment masters. No matter what a person's social status was, talent was the most important thing. We can exchange a lot this time. Maybe you will suddenly improve and meet the requirements to join the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, Sumu smiled. When Yu Yi heard Sumu, she beamed happily and said, Thank you very much, Brother Sumu. We can exchange views on various things, just don't give up halfway. We won't have time to fall in love though, said Sumu jokingly. Yukoan's eyes flashed, he wanted to say something, but Yulin whispered, Uncle Koan, she isn't a teenager anymore. Brother Sumu is extraordinarily talented. She should cherish this opportunity. All right, Yulin. Then you can help, Yukoan grinned. Yulin wanted to act as a middleman. Of course, Yulin nodded. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng and Tantai, next to Yu Yi. He asked, Uncle Koan, I don't know those two people. Are they from the Yu clan too? Why are they standing so close to little Yi? They aren't. Lin Feng and Yi got to know one another in the Dark Night region. They met by accident on the way back to Godly Clouds. His teacher is a great scholar, that's why I told Yi to get close to him, said Yukoan using telepathy. His teacher is just a great scholar? Brother Sumu became a great scholar when he was 5 years old. Uncle Koan, in the future, Don't let little Yi hang out with him, otherwise Brother Sumu won't be happy and it might ruin everything. Brother Sumu seems to be interested in little Yi, replied Yulin. He was from the Yu clan, he hoped Yu Yi could enter a better clan. Sumu was talented, every bit as strong as himself. He hoped they could become a couple. Alright, good. I'll tell her to stay away from him, then, Yu Koan nodded. Yulin didn't add anything else. He didn't spend too much time on Lin Feng. Even though great scholars could be beneficial for the Yu clan, to someone from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, a great scholar wasn't important, they had too many. Some people there of the same age were as strong as he was and were already great scholars. Therefore, Yulin didn't care about Lin Feng's teacher being a great scholar. Even as Sumu and Yulin arrived, there were also 3 young people chatting in a palace in the Jing clan. Yulin arrived? Asked one of the young men to someone entering the main hall. Yulin and Sumu, replied the man. Sumu and Yulin are good friends. But the Yu clan are too naive. They think they can prevent us from getting their deployment mine? Said Jing Yan calmly. He sounded self-confident, as if the situation was perfectly under control. Brother, Yulin, that little boy, opposed our brother in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry can't do much against him. We should teach him a good lesson, said a young man standing in a lower position, smiling at Jing Yan. He was also from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. The Jing clan and the Yu clan were both families of deployment spellcasters. Their most outstanding descendants all went to the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry to practice cultivation. Yulin and Sumu are not easy targets. We have to be vigilant. Don't ruin the plans. Unfortunately, our friend hasn't come. Otherwise, we would have easily invaded all the deployment mines, Jingyan said calmly. He's doing all he can to get ready for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. We should be happy for him. If he had come, we would have crushed everyone. Everyone nodded. The meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds was extremely important for everyone. The most outstanding people of the whole continent were getting ready for the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. At the same time, apart from the Jing clan and the Yu clan, the 2 other clans were also getting ready for the competition over the deployment mines. Ho Chinlin and Tian Chi had already managed to infiltrate those groups. The clans were happy to receive some help, and coupled with the geniuses they had invited, keeping their deployment mines would be no problem. They all understood that the biggest competition was between the Yu clan and the Jing clan. They just hoped that the Yu clan would be able to protect themselves and would prevent the Jing clan from taking another step forwards, otherwise, the Jing clan would also start putting pressure on them. The Jing clan had wild ambitions. Everybody in Xingshan City knew that. Everybody in Xingshan City paid attention to those clans, wondering if the Jing clan would succeed. After Yulin and Sumo arrived, Yi stopped spending time with Lin Feng. Sometimes, Lin Feng saw her with Sumu, but a new girl had started spending time with them, Yuxian. Even though Yuxian wasn't as beautiful as Yu Yi, she was also quite pretty, she looked dainty and delicate, and was also extremely polite. Lin Feng had talked to her and had realized that she didn't have such a high position within the Yu clan. After Yulin had come back, things had changed. Lin Feng wasn't such a lucky find anymore. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care. On the contrary, he actually found Yuxian more friendly. She was kinder and more honest. When Lin Feng didn't know something, he asked her directly and she always told him things clearly. Lin Feng, Tantai, and Yuxian were walking on a path in the Yu clan, and bumped into Yu Yi and Sumu. When Yu Yi saw Lin Feng, she nodded at him and then looked away and continued talking to Sumu. She looked extremely happy. Lin Feng overheard their conversation. Yu Yi wanted to bring Sumu over to the Yu clan's deployment mine. Yu Yi had seemingly forgotten that she had promised to Lin Feng she would take him to the Yu clan's deployment mine. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care. He cared about Mu Chen. Lin Feng, what do you think? Asked Uxin, smiling at Lin Feng and watching the two people passing. They're a perfect match. Sumu was a genius of the celestial remarkable deployment ministry, and Yu Yi is extremely beautiful. They're perfect for one another, Lin Feng said very naturally. He did think they were a good match. Hi, I thought you'd be jealous, Uxin smiled. Why would I be? Said Lin Feng, shrugging and pinching Uxin's cheeks, which made her blush. She moved away and glanced at Lin Feng. Ha, you're funnier than Yu Yi, Lin Feng smiled, walking on. Uxin looked at Lin Feng's back and muttered, what kind of guy is this? You'll understand soon enough. Tantai laughed, and followed Lin Feng with big strides. Uxin looked at the two friends and laughed. She quickly caught up with them and asked, Lin Feng, where are we going? We're going to the Yu clan's deployment mine, said Lin Feng calmly. He was very interested in the deployment mine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2098, Deployment Battle. Chapter 2098, Deployment Battle. In Qingshan City, there were 4 big deployment mines. The 2 biggest ones were the Jing clans and the Yu clans. Many deployment stones were dug out of there. Sometimes, there were even some very strange deployment stones. Deployment mines were extremely important to the families of deployment spellcasters. Therefore, they did all they could to protect them. The Yu clan was no exception. Lin Feng followed Uxin, and they eventually arrived in front of a gigantic mine. There were all kinds of strange stone formations formed into hills. Lin Feng realized how vast a deployment mine could be. It was basically a precious mountain range. Even though strong cultivators protected it, some people still managed to sneak in and steal stones sometimes. To such thieves, the Yu clan was ruthless. Lin Feng was standing before a mountain of stones, and reached out to touch them. Some stones had marks, some of them seemed like they were alive. Cosmic energy kept filtering down, and that was with only 10% of the stones being empowered. How strange. How are they formed? Sighed Lin Feng. There are many precious resources in the continent, such as celestial medicinal herbs. These stones aren't that strange, they're quite natural. Of course, many of these stones are useless. Only 10% of them are useful, replied Uxin. Indeed. They're natural and some of them even have innate deployment marks. Even the impure ones seem to have deployment essence, so it's easy to carve deployment marks on them, Lin Feng said slowly. Uxin smiled. Yes, many people from my clan come to practice cultivation here and study deployment spells. At the same time, they use those impure stones to improve their skills. Lin Feng, I'll take you to the purest deployment mine. Uxin smiled. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and rose up into the air. After a short time, they arrived in a part of the mine where the cosmic energies were extremely rich and thick. There were all sorts of deployment stones here. Some of them even seemed alive and had a rich vitality, with innate marks on some of them. Some of them had better deployment marks than a great scholar could carve. There are many strange things in the world of cultivation, mused Lin Feng. He walked up to a gigantic black stone with sharp spear marks on it. It contained intense dark cosmic energies, which oozed into the air around it. The spear was covered with deployment marks, it looked alive and real. It was ready to use to study deployment spells. How awesome! Tantai touched the deployment stone. Uxin kept giggling. She put her hand on it also, and cosmic energies pulsed out. A terrifying sharp chi welled up instantly. It felt like the deployment stone could explode at any time. How strong! I guess the Yu clan is ready to do anything to protect the deployment mine, said Lin Feng. Indeed. It is extremely important. Otherwise, my clan wouldn't have called you Lin back. They also wanted him to bring a friend back. The Jing clan can't win, replied Uxin. Lin Feng nodded when he heard her. He would have more chances to join them and make the Jing clan release Mu Chen this way. Lin Feng, your teacher is a great scholar, you must be good at casting deployment spells, right? Asked Uxin, smiling at Lin Feng. She was curious. I'm alright, said Lin Feng, smiling and shrugging. Uxin pursed her lips and asked, what does I'm alright mean? As they were talking, suddenly, the whistling of wind cutting came to their ears. Lin Feng, Tantai, and Uxin turned gazed into the distance. A deadly energy dashed to the skies, as if a battle was happening. Some people are trying to plunder the mine. Uxin was suddenly enlightened and started running. Come, let's go and see. Lin Feng and the two others started running in the direction of the whistling. Many people were in the mine. Two people were having an explosive battle at that moment. Lin? Lin Feng was stupefied. He was also in the deployment mine. Who's fighting against Lin? Jing Ran, an extremely strong young man from the Jing clan. He's an expert in deployment spells and he's also from the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Uxin's beautiful eyes were twinkling as she stared at the battle. The two cultivators were fighting indirectly, both standing away from one another and using deployment spells to fight. Jing Ran took a step forwards and some parts of the deployment mine exploded. Then, he moved his hands rapidly, it looked like he was dancing. He kept carving things in the air with his 5 fingers. Some terrifyingly sharp chi streaked across the sky, the sword chi emitted whistling sounds and shot at Lin. The earth and sky shook violently. Lin grunted icily. He moved his hands and carved a great protection deployment spell. There was a crash and rumbling explosion as their forces met. More pieces of stones exploded and floated around in the air. Brother Lin is extremely strong, as expected, said Jing Ran, laughing heroically and loudly. He jumped around insanely and deployment stones kept exploding. Deployment marks kept intertwining with another around him. Die! Shouted Lin explosively. The deployment mine kept exploding. Dust kept rising to the skies. A cloud of dust surrounded Lin. Lin looked at Jing Ran icily. A gigantic golden sword appeared and absorbed chi as Lin shouted furiously. The gigantic sword absorbed what seemed like oceans of energies. Explosions began to erupt for it as it condensed power. The Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry really creates terrifying deployment spellcasters, thought Lin Feng when he saw those two people fight. Their deployment spells were really impressive. It was like they weren't even using their own strength, because they were in a deployment mine. It was a perfect environment to fight using deployment spells. The battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Feng watched the battle with admiration. He thought, I also study deployment spells. Deployment cultivation is about deployment spells. However, I can't use deployment spells like they can. They make their deployment spells evolve to become direct attacks. They can also carry out various attacks using deployment spells. Of course, all sorts of deployment methods show homology and the energies show isology. If I studied and tried to make my godly awareness correspond to the cultivation of deployment spells, I would be able to do the same thing and cast deployment spells in the blink of an eye. Watching them battle made him understand lots of things. He also knew how to cast deployment spells, but it was different from these people. These people were also cultivators, but they practiced cultivation in a different tradition. Deployment spells and cultivation were fundamentally the same thing. Lin Feng had the sensation that if he managed to understand celestial deployment spells, he would also be able to become a great deployment master, which came down to being a saint on the path of deployment casting. Is Jing Ran the strongest young man of the Jing clan? Asked Lin Feng. He had the impression that Jing Ran was extremely strong, but that he was still weaker than Yulin. He's not. Yulin can easily oppress Jingran. However, the Jing clan does have a terrifying cultivator, Jingyan. He can easily oppress Yulin. Jingran and Jingyan are both members of the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. They are the two strongest cultivators of the Jing clan. Also, Jing Xiaoyu and the others are also extremely strong. That's why the Jing clan is rising in Qingshan City and wants to invade all the deployment mines, replied Yuxian seriously. Lin Feng nodded his understanding. No wonder. The Jing clan also had some extremely strong cultivators in the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Those people were experts in terms of deployment spells, even stronger than he was. They could resort to all kinds of strange tactics to battle. Alright, done for today. We'll exchange views soon again, brother Yulin, said Jingran at that moment, and then he went winging off like a great rock. Jingran flew extremely fast, but he saw Lin Feng and the two others. He smiled opportunistically. He stretched out his hand, which crashed into a wall of the deployment mine. Explosions rang out and rock crackled as he made the whole mine shake. Humph! Tantai shouted icily and jumped forwards. However, Yuxian's expression changed drastically. He didn't use his own strength, he used deployment spells. I'll go. Yuxian jumped in front of Lin Feng and Tantai. She raised her hands and carved out deployment spells. Even though her deployment spells weren't as good as Jingran's, she wasn't a disgrace to the Yu clan. Jingran flitted away, and a gigantic spear shot towards her. It contained wind strength which darkened everything around it as it came at her. Yuxian pulled a long face. She condensed some defensive strength to carve out a deployment spell. However, at the same time, Lin Feng carved fearsome intertwining deployment marks in front of her. Lin Feng sensed the strength of the deployment mine. It was a perfect place to cast deployment spells using the deployment essence of the mine. An explosive strength charged towards Yuxian. Her defensive deployment spell blocked the attack, but it broke apart at the same time. At the same time, Jingran suddenly rose up into the air as strength emerged from the ground under his feet. Jingran looked at Lin Feng deeply. Even though Lin Feng was behind Yuxian, Jingran knew that he had just intervened. Since when did the Yu clan have such a strong cultivator? Some other people from the Yu clan were astonished. How strong? How come Yuxian's deployment spells were so powerful? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2099, Jing Xiaoyu. Chapter 2099, Jing Xiaoyu. Yuxian was stupefied. She hadn't cast that deployment spell. It had come from behind her. I'm sure we'll meet again, said Jingran before leaving. Under his feet, more deployment lights appeared, and he flashed away. The members of the Yu clan didn't bother chasing him. Their silhouettes flickered, and they appeared around Yuxian. Yuxian, your deployment spell was so powerful, said an old man to Yuxian. Yes, even though it wasn't distinct, it blocked Jingran's attack. How strong? Yuxian, we haven't spent too much time raising you and you practiced really hard to become stronger. In the future, we'll give you even more help, said someone else. Yuxian felt nervous and was surprised. She didn't understand what was going on. But Jingran is extremely strong. If the Jing clan focuses on us, it'll be difficult. Indeed. Jing Yan is also studying at the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry. Even though we invited Sumu to come, we can't be sure that the Jing clan hasn't invited anyone either. It'll be difficult. The people of the Yu clan looked nervous and under pressure. They were nervous that the Jing clan was going to focus on them. Should we change the rules of the competition for the deployment mines? Battles of 5 people. That way, we'll have more chances to oppress the Jing clan. If they focus on us, we'll be able to use our full strength. If we join hands with the two other clans, we'll be able to oppress them," said Yulin audaciously. Everybody shivered. Changing the rules? That was audacious, but it was a good solution. We'll have to talk to the two other clans. We'll have to become closely related and mutually dependent. If we don't join hands and the Jing clan destroys us, the next ones will be them, said a member of the Yu clan. Everybody nodded and they quickly broke up. Yi glanced at Lin Feng and Yu Xian before leaving. Lin Feng was not essential to the Yu clan. They respected him, so if Lin Feng's teacher came, they'd be able to benefit from him. If his teacher didn't come, it didn't matter. Yu Xian turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes twinkled as she said, "Was it you just now, but?" Yes, Lin Feng nodded. He didn't hide the truth. If the Yu clan couldn't rely on themselves to oppress the Jing clan, Lin Feng was willing to help. At least, he wanted to oppress the Jing clan as much as he could. When Yu Xian saw him nod, she smiled and said, "Your deployment spells are so powerful?" I said I was alright, Lin Feng shrugged. He didn't really consider it important. It's not only alright, why didn't you tell them? They would respect you a bit more, said Yu Xian smiled. Why would I need them to be even more polite to me? I would feel uneasy, Lin Feng smiled. You don't need to tell them for now. If they want to give you resources, you can take them, and if they know in the future that it wasn't you, you can tell them I told you to say so they won't be able to take them back. You're a funny guy. Yu Xian smiled at Lin Feng, but now, I finally believe you when you said you didn't care about Yi going out with Su Mu. You really didn't take it to heart. Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, "Let's go back, too." All right. Yu Xian nodded and they left the deployment mine. At that moment, outside of the Yu clan's deployment mine, there was a woman calmly standing there and looking at the mine. The woman was wearing simple white clothes, which were fluttering in the wind. She looked simple and elegant, and quite beautiful. She definitely stood out. That girl looks extraordinary, thought Lin Feng when he saw her. Yu Xian stopped. Lin Feng and Tantai stopped, too. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked her. You know who she is? Yu Xian asked, smiling at Lin Feng. Is she very famous? Said Lin Feng. She's recently become famous. I admire her. She's talented and beautiful, but she's also a loving woman. She promised her clan that she was going to invade our deployment mine. I know what she's thinking, Yu Xian smiled. Lin Feng was startled as he thought of someone. Jing Xiaoyu? He asked. You know her, too? Asked Yu Xian, surprised at him. She knew that Lin Feng was from the Dark Night region. How did he know so much about Qingshan City? As expected, thought Lin Feng. Jing Xiaoyu was the woman Mu Chen had fallen in love with. Because of her, Mu Chen was imprisoned in the Black Tower. Did she know that? If she knew. A strong wind started blowing and suddenly Lin Feng's silhouette disappeared. Yu Xian was shocked. Lin Feng appeared in front Jing Xiaoyu in the distance. Jing Xiaoyu raised her head and looked at Lin Feng calmly. Her white clothes still fluttered in the wind. She looked expressionless. Jing Xiaoyu? Asked Lin Feng slowly. Jing Xiaoyu took a step forwards and said, Move away. Lin Feng smiled, but he didn't move, he just stood there calmly. Jing Xiaoyu rose off the ground as it shook violently. The whole mine trembled. Threads of strength emerged from the ground and filled the air. Be careful! Shouted Yu Xian to Lin Feng. Jing Xiaoyu was a genius from the Jing clan, and extremely strong. Even if she wasn't as strong as Jing Yan, who studied at the Celestial Remarkable Deployment Ministry, she wasn't much weaker than him. Don't worry, Lin Feng will not hurt her, whispered Tantai to Yu Xian. Uxian's beautiful eyes twinkled. She looked at Tantai and frowned. She wasn't worried that Lin Feng was going to hurt her. Had Uxian underestimated Lin Feng? His deployment spells were powerful, but was he also an amazing fighter? Jing Xiaoyu flitted away as a gigantic cage appeared around Lin Feng. Jing Xiaoyu moved again as destructive strength suddenly emerged from the ground. Lin Feng rose up into the air as a spear appeared and shot towards him. Lin Feng shifted forwards and released cosmic energies, bearing down on everything. At the same time, Lin Feng struck the cage with a punch and it was instantly destroyed. Lin Feng jumped towards Jing Xiaoyu. In response, Jing Xiaoyu released a powerful strength. At the same time, fearsome deployment lights condensed. Milky Way lacerating technique. Uxian was stupefied. Jing Xiaoyu moved towards Lin Feng. Both were getting closer and closer to one another. Destructive strength kept gathering to them. Jing Xiaoyu's hand streaked across the sky and a galaxy appeared, cutting the sky in two. Lin Feng released Holy Spirit swords. The swords rotating in the sky and suddenly sliced through everything. The galaxy was sliced apart and disappeared. Lin Feng was now holding a sword which absorbed strength. Uxian's heart was pounding. How strong! Lin Feng's fighting abilities were incredible. He might be able to even defeat Yulin. Lin Feng's fighting abilities allowed him to compete with the strongest young person of the Yu clan. Who are you? Asked Jing Xiaoyu, staring at Lin Feng. She noticed that Lin Feng was extremely strong. You want to invade the Yu clan's deployment mine? Lin Feng asked Jing Xiaoyu. Jing Xiaoyu frowned and said, Indeed. I will, definitely. Mu Chen won't show up. The Jing clan doesn't need you, said Lin Feng indifferently. Jing Xiaoyu frowned and looked nervous. Mu Chen will show up. Even if I fight to death, so what? You don't understand. Go now, said Lin Feng calmly. He was happy. Jing Xiaoyu didn't know anything and she was still ready to fight to the death. Jing Xiaoyu stared at Lin Feng and asked, You will stop me? Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. He was going to stop the Jing clan, of course. Jing Xiaoyu pulled a long face as Lin Feng said, No matter who from the Jing clan attacks, they won't manage to get the Yu clan's deployment mine. Mu Chen won't show up, either. Leave now. What if he shows up? Said Jing Xiaoyu icily. If he shows up, I'll help the Jing clan steal the deployment mine, said Lin Feng indifferently. Go and tell the Jing clan that if he doesn't show up, not only won't they manage to steal the Yu clan's deployment mine, but they won't be able to protect their own either. But when Jing Xiaoyu heard Lin Feng, she didn't understand because she didn't know who Lin Feng was. She also didn't know that Lin Feng and Mu Chen knew one another. Why would he help the Jing clan if Mu Chen showed up? And why would he steal the Jing clan's deployment mine if Mu Chen didn't appear? Jing Xiaoyu didn't understand. Uxian didn't understand either. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2100, The Fast Sword of Qing Shan. Chapter 2100, The Fast Sword of Qing Shan. Jing Xiaoyu laughed. She had come to the Yu clan's deployment mine hoping to see Mu Chen. However, she didn't bump into Mu Chen, but bumped into a strange person, Lin Feng. On her way back to the Jing clan, Jing Xiaoyu kept thinking about what Lin Feng had told her. What did it mean? If Mu Chen showed up, he'd help the Jing clan. If he didn't, he'd help the others steal the Jing clan's deployment mine? Xiaoyu, a middle-aged man, spoke up at that moment. He looked at Jing Xiaoyu gently. However, Jing Xiaoyu looked back at him in icy anger. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Mu Chen isn't a good match for you. He won't dare show up. The Yu clan will kill the people who try to steal their deployment mine, the middle-aged man said calmly. However, Jing Xiaoyu just looked at him icily. Today, I went to the Yu clan and I ran into someone. A strange person, said Jing Xiaoyu emotionlessly to the middle-aged man. A young man, he was very strange. He told me to tell the Jing clan that on the day of the deployment mine competition, if Mu Chen showed up, he'd help the Jing clan steal the deployment mine, and if Mu Chen didn't show up, he'd help the others steal the Jing clan's deployment mine. When the middle-aged man heard that, he frowned angrily and said, "Who was that person? I don't know him. He's extremely strong. I hope there aren't implications," said Jing Xiaoyu icily before she left. The middle-aged man looked furious, blade-sharp lights flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "Does the Yu clan think they can still prevent us from taking their deployment mine?" In the eyes of the Jing clan, the Yu clan's deployment mine was already theirs. After Jing Xiaoyu left, Lin Feng and Yu Xian left too. Yu Xian was still astonished. She glanced at Lin Feng secretly now and then. "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Feng smiled. "The more I look at you, the less I understand you." Tantai was right. "I will soon understand," Yu Xian smiled. Jing Xiaoyu is a genius of the Jing clan, and extremely strong. However, in front of you, she didn't look strong. If you fight against her on the day of the deployment mine competition, I'm sure you could easily steal theirs. And did you really mean what you said to Jing Xiaoyu? What then? Asked Lin Feng smiling. If Mu Chen shows up, will you really help the Jing clan against the three clans? I will, said Lin Feng nodding. Well then, I hope Mu Chen won't show up. Yu Xian smiled cheerfully. Lin Feng looked at her strangely. Do you really believe I will help the Jing clan steal the three other clans' deployment mines? Tantai said I'd understand you sooner or later. Maybe I will, said Yu Xian, giving a non-committal reply with a cheeky grin. Lin Feng, Tantai, and Yu Xian went back to Yu clan. The Yu clan was as before, getting ready for the deployment mine competition. The three clans of Qingshan City had had several occasions to act, but in the end they had come to a compromise, the competition. At each competition, there would be 5 battles. When there were 3 winners, they won the deployment mine. People who had fought already couldn't fight again. That was good for the Yu clan, as even though the Jing clan was strong, they didn't have that many geniuses. The day of the competition for the deployment mines finally arrived. The location was where the 4 deployment mines were. The winners would take control over the loser's mine. The Yu clan's strong cultivators had gathered together. Yulin and Su Mu were at the head of the group. This battle was too important for the Yu clan. If they lost, they would lose their deployment mine and the Jing clan would take control of it. Yulin, Su Mu, you are the 2 most important elements of this battle, a group of old men said to Su Mu and Yulin. We will definitely win this battle, Yulin nodded. Alright, let's go. The first battle of the Jing clan is over the deployment mine of the Feng clan. Let's go to the Feng clan to see first, said an elder. The group of people rose up into the air, the crowd looking at Yulin, Su Mu, and Yu Yi. They were mounted on unicorns and looked majestic. Lin Feng, Tantai, and Yu Xian were following behind them. Yu Kun noticed Lin Feng and the others, his eyes twinkled and he smiled. Lin Feng, little boy. You're now used to staying in the Yu clan. I hope Yu Xian is taking good care of you? Yes, Yu Xian is great, said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. Very good. You've been here for so many days. Has your teacher been looking for you? Asked Yu Kun. Soon. I'm sure that you will see him soon, replied Lin Feng. Very good. I hope he can teach us some things. Besides, you know that today is the deployment mine competition, the 4 big clans are going to fight. So today you can watch and learn, said Yu Kun politely. He didn't disdain Lin Feng, but the competition was between 4 powerful groups, so he was convinced that Lin Feng, who knew a few deployment spells, would learn some things. That's what I thought, replied Lin Feng. Yukoan didn't say much and left with the others for the Feng clan. At the Feng clan's deployment mine, there were many nervous people. The members of the Jing clan had arrived already. Apart from people of the Feng clan, there were observers from all four powerful clans. The second deployment mine the Jing clan wanted was that of the Wen clan. They wanted the deployment mines of all other three clans. Apart from the clans, there were many strong cultivators from Qingshan City who had come to watch. This competition would determine the fate of Qingshan City. Ho Qinglin and his group were with the group of people from the Feng clan. The members of the Feng clan were very polite to Ho Qinglin and the others. After all, they were willing to help them protect their deployment mine. At that moment, the strong cultivators of the Feng clan walked forwards. Some illusion marks appeared around them. "Welcome to the Feng clan's deployment mine. Please be seated," waved a strong cultivator of the Feng clan. Seats rose up into the air and moved around in a perfect formation for people to sit. Apart from their own strength, they could also use the power of the deployment mines. After today, the deployment mine might not belong to the Feng clan anymore, a strong cultivator of the Jing clan said provocatively at that moment. "Who will the 5 fighters of the Jing clan be?" asked the strong cultivator of the Feng clan. "According to the rules, since we made a concession, you have to choose first," said the strong cultivator of the Jing clan slowly. 5 battles, they weren't going to say who was going to fight. The Feng clan needed to select their fighters first. It was going to be difficult for them. The Jing clan could choose their fighters depending on the fighters chosen by the Feng clan. Jing Yan, Jing Ran, and Jing Xiaoyu haven't shown up. They won't fight here. They don't care about the Feng clan. "The pressure is all on us," said Yukoan to Yulin and the others. Yulin nodded and said, "Uncle Koan, if Jing Yan and the others show up on our battlefield, it'll be difficult. We'll have to give up our deployment mine and try to steal theirs." "I think so, too." The Jing clan invited many extremely strong people. They are willing to do all they can for the Jing clan. "It will be difficult for the Feng clan to protect their deployment mine as well," said Yukoan calmly. He glanced at the members of the Jing clan. They looked calm and collected, as if they had everything under control. From this day on, there would be tremendous changes in Qingshan City. Everybody looked at the Feng clan's members, wondering who they were going to choose. At that moment, a young man came out, wearing gray clothes and with a sword in his back. He looked simple and clean. However, he looked as sharp as a sword, as if nobody could stop him. "Who's that person? I've never seen him," whispered some people in the crowd. The man was a stranger. Some members of the Jing clan frowned. They had seen that person before, but they didn't remember where. The Jing clan had to win the first battle. The Jing clan sent out a strong cultivator wearing a bamboo hat who slowly walked out of the crowd. He landed on the deployment mine's ground, looking mysterious. He raised his hand and took off his hat, revealing his deathly pale face. The fast sword of Qingshan. When the crowd saw him, they frowned. That really pale young man was a hero in town, a terrifying sword cultivator. The fast sword of Qingshan was a feared sword cultivator in Qingshan City. His sword attacks were unprecedentedly fast. Very few people could invite him, but the Jing clan had managed to. When the members of the Feng clan saw him, they frowned nervously. Was the Jing clan's goal really the Yu clan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.